I have a theory that it's down because we're looking at the same thing. Everybody's running the same plays. At the damn top of the key, dribble handoff. I was talking to a coach yesterday. He said they want to shoot 53s. Because, they were trying to contemplate if I could play in this era. It's like, yo, Shaq, we would just shoot 53s. And I was like, well, how much you want to make? We want to make about 10 or 15 of them. I was like, well, that's not going to help you win. But I think everybody's looking at the same thing. And Steph Curry and those guys messed it up. Like, I don't mind Golden State back in the day shooting threes, but every team's not a three-point shooter. So why everybody has the same strategy, I think it makes the game boring. I remember back in our day, man, Utah was going to run some, the Clippers were going to run some, the Lakers had the triangle, Miami had the floppy. Every team, like, we had to have like an hour and a half shoot around to try to stop other team plays. Now it's everything, you switch everything. You got Victor Wembanyama guarding goddamn Donovan Mitchell at the top of the key. That ain't no good basketball. So I think viewership will continue to go down unless we switch things back up.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom Show with B League and A Johnny. As y'all know, we go live every Sunday noon to talk about the GOAT of basketball, LeBron James, and the game of basketball in general. Y'all know what to do. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Don't be afraid to become a member of the channel, as we will be talking about today's show. Yes, Shaquille O'Neal had the nerve to come out and hate again on today's NBA by calling it too boring. And because TNT lost the rights to show the game and Shaq no longer has a job with the NBA, he wants to hate and say that nobody wants to watch the NBA. So we're going to have a discussion about that today. As we can see, we have our normal panelists here as usual. Shout out to UT Perfect. What's good, brother? All right, we got Craig King in the building. What up, Craig?
Yo.
All right, and we got King John as well. What up, King John? What's good, brother? All right, we also, here, you got A Johnny, B Lee. We are the GOAT James Kingdom Show. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Y'all make sure to check us out every Sunday, because this is what we do, Sunday noon Eastern time. B Lee, please tell them what we got for them today. As you can hear, Shaq was crying like a little girl complaining about today's NBA.
Man, I'm so tired of Shaq always whining about the NBA today because he can't play his style that he wanted to play today. Like, it's really annoying because how is viewership down? Like, I don't understand this.
I wouldn't say it's down. It's like to the point it has more competition. So there's a lot of more things people watch, and a lot of more ways to watch other stuff. Like, people spend tons of time watching YouTube highlights like all day. So it's not that the viewership went down. It's just that compared to other times where there wasn't much other stuff but basketball to watch, that's what they're comparing. They don't realize there's more stuff to watch now than it was back when the viewership was higher.
There's more people watching basketball.
In reality, viewership hasn't went down at all. They're not counting the streaming numbers.
Yeah, it's
more ways to watch it.
It's 100 times more. Like, I don't understand. What is he talking about? What era is he talking about? The 90s or something, where not too many people was watching that many games?
They're not counting the streaming.
They only counting TVs. Like I said, there's other ways to watch it. People watch it on their laptop. People watch it on their video games. People watch it on their phones. They're not counting that. They're not taking that into effect.
Yeah. Like I don't understand how he could work in this field and not know that simple thing. There's people all around the globe watching it more than they were watching it before. Like, I'm so confused when I hear this. Like, it's down. Like, how is it down when billions of people are watching this game?
The league pass probably down because they keep going up on the damn price.
Do you think Amazon is paying billions for the TV rights because viewership is going down? Do you really believe it? Do anybody believe that? Billions for viewership to go down. Come on now.
No, Craig's right. It's like the viewership like across like cable and whatever might be a little bit more sparse, but like it's in reality, like these guys said, it's you have people who have so many more ways to access like their favorite teams and like their highlights. They watch it at work a little bit. They go out and game attendance is up too from like a couple years ago. Like it's like all-time high like last couple of years, but people are just there's a lot more parity in the league too, so people can actually follow their team a lot more regularly than they have in the past. But yeah, if they don't count these numbers from like YouTube or Hulu or Amazon and things like that, like basically where I think the huge shift is going to, just because it's so much more convenient than sitting down and like trying to watch an entire game.
How many people got cable? How many people have cable these days? I mean, I know my guy who watches games all the time that doesn't have cable at all.
Most people don't have cable.
I mean,
cable subscriptions have gone down as well. Yes, cable subscriptions has gone down as well.
Shaq knows that.
No, Shaq don't know. Shaq don't know. That's the problem. Shaq don't know.
Even back in the day, not everyone had cable, so not everyone was watching the game on TNT and ESPN. In the first place, like it was on our local TV on NBC.
That was only on the weekend.
And only on the weekends.
That's all the games people was watching.
That was on punishment that had nothing to do with watch games come on 12 o'clock.
Yeah, like we already discussed that there wasn't games coming on like it is every day today. There wasn't games coming on. You called it a few games.
We're going back to that. We're going back to having Saturday games on NBC, and we're going to have Sunday afternoon games on NBC as well. That's why the NBC's taking over the rights again. That's something TNT couldn't do. That's the problem with TNT. That's why they're upset, because TNT only can show us games on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They don't have a lineup to where we can have nothing but NBA shows. They be showing us what be on TNT all the time. They be Charming. Is that what that show? Charmed. What? Yeah.
Like
reruns of Law and Order.
Reruns of the same show. Yeah, it's the same stuff. So they don't have that's why the NBC is taking over. But again, Shaq is a horrible person to have us talk about this, because again, Shaq doesn't explain the game. That's why they take the rights away from TNT. They've done a horrible job explaining the game. How are you gonna want people to watch your product when you're telling us the game sucks? Because you don't even understand what's going on. That's your problem.
And Barkley was saying he don't watch the games either.
No, they don't watch the games. They don't watch the games. They don't pay attention to the game. They can't break the game down for anybody, and then they got the nerve to say, "Hey, the game sucks." Like that's the problem. They don't understand what they're watching. That's why we always tell you guys, these guys' eye tests are horrible. Their mind can't comprehend what the game is and what the basketball players are doing on a night-to-night basis. Shaq had the nerve to say that all they do is dribble handoffs. Shaq literally thinks that guys don't have walkthroughs. They don't do none of this. They don't have the defensive strategies, game plans. Shaq really thinks this.
I don't think he really thinks that. I think
he said it. He said it. Brandon, do you think the NBA goes into an NBA game just freelancing, no defensive strategy, and only offensive strategy is pick and roll and handoff dribbles?
Isn't that what they did in the 80s? That's why the Jordan rules were so astonishing, because no one actually had a game plan. They had to write a book about it. For the first defensive game plan in NBA history, they had to write a book about it.
No, they had to write a book about it. Listen, not only that, Brandon, because like you just said, listen, they are enamored with this idea that was basketball. Because again, they don't know nothing prior to the 80s. They don't know nothing prior to that. They know what Magic Johnson and Bird did for the league and what Michael Jordan eventually ascended the league to. They don't know nothing else. Because if we really want to break it down, let's watch some footage of the basketball that Shaq, quote unquote, claims is exciting basketball.
Do it from any place. He just gets your points from every place on the court, but he has no certain spot.
Knicks by 11 after the Johnson free throws. And a New York foul on the other end. And now Childs and Hill mix it up a little bit.
Well, New York likes to play a little rough. They've adopted the attitude that the Pistons used to have. The Pistons used to be the bad boys. They used to be the rough and tough team. Pat Riley came from Los Angeles after we beat them in L.A. He came to New York, and he put the same type of, and they still have a little of that left over.
Not a foul, but rather an illegal defense call against New York.
In Detroit right now has become a finesse team, and I think that's one of the dilemmas that they have. Do they want to be a power team or do they want to be a finesse team?
Hill was hammered. He was trying to answer. His way of answering isn't so much to throw a punch, but to get the ball on the very next possession and take it to Childs. Tries the floater over him, which he almost hit, but he was fouled.
So, y'all seen that nonsense. Y'all just saw that. They called illegal defense, y'all. Y'all see they called illegal defense. Now, Brandon, what you just watched, was that entertaining? Did you see anything intricate defensively that you had to do? Did you watch anything intricate at all?
It's the basic offense in the 90s. Slow it down, get into the post, stand and watch.
The craziest part about that illegal defense call is that if you watch the game today, people won't understand what really just happened. They see that every game. That defense play, they see every day now. So people don't realize back in the day that defense that was played was illegal. They couldn't play defense like that. So a lot of people don't even understand what they just saw, what you just showed. Because that's how they play defense now. Exactly like that.
Y'all keep forgetting the NBA is an entertainment league. So if they keep hearing stuff, even if it's true or not, they're going to make changes. They always make changes. They made changes for the league. At one point, they were saying the league scored too much. So what they do, they made rules to slow scoring down. Then they said the league was scoring. They didn't score enough. So what they do, they make rules for the scoring now. It's an entertainment league. Whatever the paying consumer wants, the NBA is going to try to deliver. What's the thing now? The All-Star game. Now they're trying to ways to have it because people complain about the All-Star game. The league is an entertainment league. They gotta do whatever they gotta do to make money at the end of the day.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Not only are they an entertainment league because the game is great, the NBA is at an all-time high in attendance and ticket sales. So the idea
they don't know how to market it. The NBA as a league.
No, Shaq don't know how to market it.
Players, they always use players to make their money.
Shaq doesn't know how to market it. TNT doesn't know how to market it. ESPN doesn't know how to market it. That has been the problem. Has nothing to do with the NBA. The NBA does a great job promoting their league, teams, and players. They have the youngest fan base of all sports. They have also the highest social media following. They are ahead of the curve. Adam Silver is doing his job. It is TNT and ESPN that's been doing a horrible job because they don't explain the game to you. In fact, that's why I'm glad that we have shows like this and the NBA players have their own shows because they're the ones who are talking the game and giving us an idea of the game. So let's let some of the players and somebody who's actually in the league now and watches practices tell you how teams strategize on a game-to-game basis.
Is it simplified now? Is the game more simplified, you think?
I think more switching, more simple.
That's what I was telling him.
The goal is to get as many guys as you know that can switch because everybody can shoot way beyond that line.
Right.
Even in your guys' runs, and even when I got in the league in 13, it was still, there was a lot of powerful front lines
true.
that weren't all stretching at two spots or one spot.
Right.
Now,
it's everywhere.
The closeouts are just so long.
Wow.
And so the more that you can switch, the more that you can keep in front.
That's why I told you it's harder.
But there's a lot of it that you do say in the game, like, man, I would like to keep that matchup there. Right?
There's no more schemes. Like we had defensive schemes.
P said it's harder to guard now. You think so?
Yeah, it's
I
harder.
don't think so.
No,
you missed post play. It's post play, and then you guarding boxes.
It's harder to guard when you gotta put your big, like, put you in a situation now. Today they'll put you in a situation to where you gonna have to guard Steph Curry all game, like, or you know, the guard David Lillard all game, but all the way at half court.
Paul, I think a lot of the schemes seem to come, and this is not specific to us, like, feels like it comes in matchups.
Yeah, that's
and in how you start the matchups.
Okay.
You know, you see like more threes guarding fives so they can switch, and then fives guarding fours so they can scram. You know, all that stuff.
Right.
So it's interesting how much the game has changed even in the 10 years that I've been here, and you guys were in the league long before that.
He was schooling those boys.
Completely was schooling them. He was completely schooling them.
When Candace Parker had to explain basketball to Shaq. And then Dwayne Wade had to say, yeah, she's right. Like, Shaq, you know what the fuck you're talking about.
You heard Paul Pierce say that we had schemes. There's no more defensive schemes. Then Brad Stevens had to repeat to him that there's different schemes that they do where they'll put a 3 on a 5, knowing that they're going to use the 5 to try to set a matchup and to set a screen so that you can make the switch, and now you're not out of position. You don't have a big man guarding a small man. So legitimately, you have to defensively think about what you're doing. It's not just, back then, you just had to guard your man. That's it. I'm responsible for my man. In the 1900s, my job was to guard my positional guy. Whoever it was, that's who I had to guard. I'm responsible for him. That's it. And basically, there is no weak side action. Like, it's barely you see any weak side action when you're talking about 1900 basketball. It's clear one side of the ball, throw it down in the post, and let's see what happens. That was what they call bet. That's the night. No,
had the lowest scoring league in history.
They had the lowest scoring league in history because they had no good shooters, and teams were able to play zone defense. So now it was harder to score.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But that's why you have to play the way.
You mean early 2000s?
No, early 2000s.
You more in the 90s than there was in the 2000s.
The 2000s could play zone defense. You couldn't do that in the 1900s. Has nothing to do with the scoring or nothing like that. The reason the scoring got harder was because they were playing zone defense.
Putting it out there, the lowest scoring was in the early 2000s.
And the late 90s.
But a whole 2000s, you want to count 2 years of 90s, so a whole damn near decade in 2000s, I agree.
Not a whole decade. It's not a whole decade. That's what I'm saying. Like, so, all right. So what you're saying, Craig, is because they had low scoring. What is that supposed to mean?
I'm saying the NBA catered to the fans, so they made rules based on how the fans felt at the particular time.
You know why they made those rules? Because
the paying consumer pays what they do, so they would want to find out what they would need to do to make money.
No, they did that because the 90s basketball was trash. This is the 1998 finals, supposed to be the greatest basketball that's ever played.
The Bulls open with the ball. Pippen. It comes up short, and Keith has it. Stockton to the front court. Russell on the wing. And then Stockton again. He scored only 7, but he did have 13 assists in Game 4. Malone's first shot is there. Against the defense of Luke Longley, he's shooting 54%. When Rodman guards him, it falls to 32%. Michael's first touch. Over Russell. Can't tie it. Stockton grabs the rebound. They've got a 3-on-1 if they hurry with only Kukoc back. And it's Keith to finish it.
At least he ain't stopping taking 3 on the break.
Karl Malone taking that 18-footer is the same thing as taking a 3. It's creating space. You saw 3 mid-range jumpers. Only 1 was made. We saw one air ball, one brick, and then Karl Malone made one.
They didn't call that foul. Pippen was foul.
Now you want fouls to be called. That's horrible basketball. We all see what they're doing. There's no weak side action. It's all, let's get to one side of the floor and post up somebody. Oh, there's more. Supposedly, this is the greatest basketball that was causing everybody to go at home, stopping crime. Remember, y'all, when this was on, there was no more crime in America.
Malone on the left block where he likes it. Finds Russell coming through the lane, but he can't finish.
See, Malone came off the screen that time wide open, and he set deep.
Niggas brick and layups.
8 on the shot clock. Into Keith. Takes it to the hole aggressively. Got his own rebound and a foul.
Utah does a great job executing their sideline and inline out of bounds plays. And Adam Keith made a nice little screen roll back to the basketball. They tried to jump out to take the shot away from Hornacek. Slipped right in and got the foul.
On Jordan, his first. Harper on Stockton. Malone over Longley. Keith follows and blows it. He was there but couldn't finish.
Oh, you gotta put that home.
Bricking layups. These niggas is bricking layups.
Shaq played more in the 2000s than he did in the 90s. I don't see them 2000 highlights in his era. He talked about his era. He just didn't play in the 90s. Where's the 2000 highlights at?
Shaq played. I told you it's the 1900s. The 1900s are different. The 2000s has nothing to do with the 90s. It's completely different basketball.
His days. That's his days when he played.
Shaq was drafted in 1992. Shaq played 7 years in the 90s. What are you talking about?
He played in the 2000s.
He played 10.
Okay, then. So he played more. And so hot. Never mind.
Oh, so now Shaq's not a part of the 90s. You hear this, John? You hear this, John?
How you just gonna pick the 90s when he played the 90s? When's the 2000 video? I bet you.
Because I picked the 90s because nobody sits here and says the 2000s is the best basketball.
Well, we talking about Shaq. We're not talking about our opinion.
Shaq's talking about the best basketball.
Did he say the 90s or he said his day?
Yes, he's talking about the 90s. Back in my day, we used to do. He said the Miami Heat. He brought up the triangle offense. What the fuck are we talking about? He brought up the Utah Jazz. In fact, let's hear.
Shaq never played in the triangle in the 2000s?
Again, he brought up the 90s basketball, not the 2000s. The 2000s is not the highest rating era ever. Is it?
So Shaq's era is an era he never won in. Okay.
You keep calling this Shaq's era when Shaq played in the 90s. I don't know why you keep excluding Shaq from the 90s.
I'm not. I'm just saying how you highlighting only one part of his career.
He highlighted it. Matter of fact, let's hear Shaq again because Craig can't listen.
I have a theory that it's down because we're looking at the same thing. Everybody's running the same plays at the damn top of the key, dribble, handoff. I was talking to a coach yesterday. He said they want to shoot 53s. Because, they were trying to contemplate if I could play in this era. And it's like, yo, Shaq, we would just shoot 53s. And I was like, well, how much you want to make? We want to make about 10 or 15 of them. I was like, well, that's not going to help you win. But I think everybody's looking at the same thing. And Steph Curry and those guys messed it up. Like, I don't mind Golden State back in the day shooting threes, but every team's not a three-point shooter. So why everybody has the same strategy, I think it makes the game boring. I remember back in our day, man, Utah was going to run some. The Clippers gonna run some. The Lakers had the triangle. Miami had the floppy. Every team, we had to have an hour and a half shoot around to try to stop other team plays. Now it's everything. You switch everything. You got Victor Wembanyama guarding goddamn Donovan Mitchell at the top of the key. That ain't no good basketball. So I think viewership will continue to go down unless we switch things back up.
Okay, you tell me when the Lakers played in the triangle in the 90s.
99. Won championship in 99.
I'm just saying, like I said, he was talking about his era. When he was dominant.
His era's part of the 90s. His era's still part of the 90s.
You're right, because there was no dominant players in the 90s. There was nothing but plumbers out here bricking layups like this.
Good job the other night, Utah. Utah in running when they could and setting up. What they've got to be able to do is mix that up tonight. Not get into complete half court, not into complete running. Run when it's there, set up and execute your half court offense when you have to do that.
Jordan to Kukoc. Tony with all 5 of Chicago's points, that time off a great assist from Jordan.
Now that's the second time Keith has got beat on that backdoor cut. Look for Kukoc next time to set him up and take him outside for the J.
And now it's Bennett Salvatore with the call at the other end of the floor. And it's Longley hit with his first.
You see Jordan holding the ball right there. Keith just falls asleep. Kukoc back cuts him. You see the floor is so spread out. Good pass from Jordan. Nice follow-up from Kukoc.
Each team with 2 team fouls. Malone again over Longley, and he hits 2 of his first 3.
All I saw was them explain how the Chicago Bulls' supposed triangle offense was a spread offense, which is what they run today. The Bulls were the first team to do this. They were the first ones to have someone like a Kukoc play the 4 position and have a stretch 4 like that and run all the type of offenses where you spread the basketball floor. This great Utah offense that I'm quite sure that you didn't listen to, that he said, was just sitting there waiting to get the ball to Karl Malone in the post. That shit is horrible basketball. There's nothing entertaining about that. It was only entertaining because it was the 90s. There was nothing else to watch on television. That was it. So if you were a basketball fan, the 1998 finals, which y'all say is the greatest ever, the most watched finals of all time, this is what we were watching. That's horrible basketball. There's nothing great about it. Fouls left and right, illegal defense being called, no weak action of any kind, just posting up and waiting for somebody to swing the ball around. That's horrible basketball.
No, I wouldn't say it's horrible basketball. That's just how it was in the 90s. You remember the Lakers tried to Lakers tried to get in the post, LeBron and Anthony Davis. That shit didn't work. This is not the 90s. That shit
exactly. That shit was over 25 years ago. It's slow. It's basketball. No skills.
They're constantly moving. You don't get a break. Like basketball is just more fast paced and more difficult to play. And people keep bringing up how great the 90s are. As soon as they watch it, they have to make up stuff in their head. Even though when we sat there and watched Jordan games where he's scoring 40-something points, they're saying that these are his worst games. Like, no, these are his best games. This is how it looks. This is how this shit looks. It looks boring.
Garbage. Hot garbage.
They look unathletic. You just watching that now. It's so slow. They're walking the ball down the court, getting the post. Everybody's just looking. It's not good basketball.
That's not at all what just happened. So you're seeing a lot of what you're trying to do is like create an argument just to push a narrative. Like I agree with you guys. There's a lot more spacing today. It's a lot faster paced, obviously, for a variety of reasons. Like there's the shot selection's wildly different, which leads to fast break points off misses, things like that. But with the 90s, yeah, was there way more post-ups? Sure, but you also saw in most of those there was a lot of off-ball movement with guys trying to jockey for not only the offensive rebound, but also for the inevitable pass out in case there was a double, things like that. They were just a lot of that just standing around seeing if the shot was missed. Like that did happen, but it happened today also. If you actually watch the games, I watch sometimes especially like on HBO Max, you can watch a lot of these games, and it just like is there a ton of that? No, but like you see a lot of those same concepts, like guys posted up to initiate the offense. It's not like that stuff doesn't exist now. It's like
because you can't post up. You cannot post up and make it effective. You cannot.
Except for like almost every team has a ton of post up. Like you obviously don't watch the games if you think that. There is a ton of post up.
You're 100%. You're right, because I was just watching the I was watching the Cleveland Orlando game yesterday, and everything you said is right. But the difference is the weak side action today. They have weak side action today that they didn't have then. You're right about everything you just said. It's the weak side action that's the difference today. That they can recover that pass off if you double, that pass off that weak action that's going on, so they can pass it off to the weak side. if you notice, it's a lot of hot passing today, and that guy is wide open because of that weak side action today.
Yeah.
So you're 100% right about what everything you just said, but the difference is the weak side action today.
Yeah, Travis, right? You actually can post up. I was watching the Lakers versus the Pistons. Like, Drummond was posting up as much as he wants. Anthony Davis tries to post up. He's effective, so they double team him. He got to get the ball out there. But if you're not effective, you could post up all day long. No one's
You're not gonna post up if you're just trash.
You definitely post up. As soon as you start being effective, you're not going to be able to do it anymore. That's what the Chinese say.
No, what I'm saying is that when you get the ball 10 feet from the rim, 8 feet from the rim, there's already 2 guys guarding you. That's the point. It's harder to get that shot off. It's harder to get that play off. That's why, the reason you can post up today is because of all of the different actions like John was mentioning on the weak side of the basketball floor. And even at that, it's usually a high post. You don't see it like they were doing it with Karl Malone, where you sit there and you just dribble and wait for some guy to come stand in the post, because the defense within themselves don't have to go run to the other side of the floor. They can still have 3 men on the strong side, even though you only have 2 men on the strong side as an offensive player. You guys don't understand. That's why you need the shooters to stretch the floor. That's the only way you're going to get the paint. The paint is not going to be available to you unless you can shoot outside shots.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you cannot post up. Jackson Hayes could get the ball in the post every single play. He can get the ball in the post every single play.
And you're not going to win, and you're not going to be effective doing that. They
want him to have the ball in the post. That's the scheme. They want him to have the ball. They will let Jackson Hayes get the ball in the post every single time. 100% of the time, they'll just let him get the ball in the post. But if you're not going to be effective, that's going to help the defense. If Jackson Hayes,
all right. How many times are you going to give Jackson Hayes the ball, clear out the side of the floor, let him dribble and create his shot?
Every team would do it every single time. The Lakers would not do it because it's not effective. But if you're a great player like Joel Embiid, Anthony Davis, you're not going to get that ball in the post as comfortable, because they're going to make sure that you're double team or you got to kick that ball out.
Yeah.
So it really depends on the player.
Like 85% of the time, you'll see AD or Jokic or Embiid. They'll turn and they'll face up, right? And they'll either look to make their move, but they're posting up, right? They won't just play back to basket weak hook shots.
Y'all know NBA keeps stats of this, right? You guys do understand that NBA keeps the stats of how many times the guy posts up in the game. You guys do know this, correct?
Hey, you can post. No one's saying that it's effective, John. We're saying that you can.
But that's why I say they don't do it, because why are you going to do something that's not effective? You're going to go find the most effective way to score. You have a certain amount of possessions in a basketball game. You're not going to say, well, let me go to the post just to go to the post.
Careful saying they can't do it. It's just not effective. It's not effective.
We're not saying they take the shot every time. They initiate the offense a lot of the ways like that. Like Jokic. Why do you think he has 16 assists? Because they'll post him up because they know if they don't come with the double.
He has 6 assists because he's a point center. He catches the rebound, dribbles up the floor, and makes passes. I watched him play the Heat the other day. He had 5 assists in the first quarter. 4 of them were on transition.
Okay, so that doesn't mean he's a willing passer out of the post because they know he's going to get doubled. That's how they initiate their offense 85% of the time.
It's hard to get him the ball in the post unless you're creating. Yes, because I can play defense. I could put somebody in front of him and behind him. How are you going to get him the ball?
That doesn't happen.
They do that.
You're not watching the game.
He's not getting the ball.
I am watching. The reason they don't do that is because you have 5 shooters on the floor. So you
really don't.
You know what? I'll do something better. Because I do my research like I tell y'all. I'm gonna let y'all see the quote unquote offense that created today's NBA, right? Because Shaq said No, don't see Jokic, because Jokic and them they don't run the post up. You sit here and think Jokic is out here posting up all day. When I see post up, see him on the top of the key. Shaq ain't sitting here telling you that great NBA because of Joker. Joker post up more than anybody in the league, but it's not what the Denver Nuggets do. They run, like they said, the high dribble, a high pick and roll. They dribble handoff. Joker's at the top of the key, dishing off back cuts. That's how they score.
You're confusing what he's talking about when he's saying post ups.
I'm not confusing nothing.
In the low block. He's not talking about that.
But nobody's talking about high post-ups. Nobody's talking about elbow post-ups when they're talking about going to the post. They're talking about going to the low block.
He doesn't.
That's what Travis was talking about.
The conversation's about casuals, though. We're talking about casuals. We're talking about how casuals tell us, real basketball fans, that the game is boring because what they want to see is low block post-ups.
Yeah. No one's doing that. No one's posting up on the low block anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now. Let's do this. I'm gonna do this. The NBA does a great job.
The word low block post. I thought we were just talking about posts.
Yeah, you can post up.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Shaq was the most. Shaq and Akeem Olajuwon and Patrick Ewing were the greatest centers of all time because they were posting up 15 feet, 17 feet away from the rim. You guys are fucking right.
Low block. They was all post up.
Yeah. No. They were high. They were on the top of the key, dribble handoff, and doing high pick and roll screens that way. That's what they were doing because they were trying to get their guards to the paint. That's what they were doing. But when I clearly showed y'all fucking footage of the same shit, motherfucker going to the low block.
John, you know we understand basketball better than that.
You know what? I talk basketball. Listen, that's fine. Listen, I talk basketball too complex for most people. You have to be a nerd. This is a nerd show, ladies and gentlemen. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We are all basketball nerds. But the real casuals, the ones who are saturating our basketball world with all this nonsense, needs the eye test. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will provide you the eye test.
Welcome back to another watch along. Today it is the 2017 Golden State Warriors, perhaps the best offense in NBA history. Kevin Durant, Steph Curry. We're picking it up in the second half. This is a February game. The first thing to notice is the spacing and what having all these great shooters will do, pulling bigs out of the lane, opening up the paint for finishes like that. So it starts with DeAndre Jordan worried about this Klay Thompson cut. That gets him out of position on the Steph Curry ball screen. That's a no-no. His man had to go over, worried about that outside shooting. So Zaza Pachulia breaks free. And then on this offensive rebound, no one's in the paint to help out when JJ Redick gets backdoored. So it's a simple little broken play, but the rebound and the pass and the finish all come from the shooters and the incredible spacing of the offense.
Okay, so for those that don't know what he was explaining, he was basically saying that the Golden State offense, which is considered the greatest offense from the NBA, this is from the NBA.com, you can go see the video yourself. They just posted it 2-3 days ago, right? He talked about how to get that actual layup and the closer shot, which is that low post shot that people love to talk about, those back door cuts that we saw in those 98 films and those 90s films. They're telling you, for you to get those easy shots, you have to space out the floor. By spacing out the floor, you're bringing out the big man. Remember, Chicago did the same thing. By spreading the floor, they brought out the big man and allowed who? Tony Kukoc to make a cut to the basket. Again, if you didn't see it, I'll show it to you again.
Good job the other night, Utah, in running when they could and setting up. What they've got to be able to do is mix that up tonight. Not get into complete half court, not into complete running. Run when it's there, set up and execute your half court offense when you have to do that.
Jordan to Kukoc. Tony with all 5 of Chicago's points, that time off a great assist from Jordan.
Now that's the second time Keith has got beat on that backdoor cut. Look for Kukoc next time to set him up and take him outside for the J.
And now it's Bennett Salvatore with the call at the other end of the floor. And it's Longley hit with his first.
You see Jordan holding the ball right there. Keith just falls asleep. Kukoc back cuts him. You see the floor is so spread out. Good pass from Jordan. Nice follow-up from Kukoc.
Each team with 2 team fouls.
So you heard spread out. That was a nice pass by Jordan. Floor spread out. He was able to back cut him, like Brandon says, because you're a three-point shooter. If you're hugging a three-point shooter, what's open, Brandon?
Easy backdoor.
Easy backdoor. It's the same shit. It's the same shit we're seeing here with the Golden State Warriors.
Welcome back to another watch along. Today it is the 2017 Golden State Warriors, perhaps the best offense in NBA history. Kevin Durant, Steph Curry. We're picking it up in the second half. This is a February game. The first thing to notice is the spacing and what having all these great shooters will do, pulling bigs out of the lane, opening up the paint for finishes like that. So it starts with DeAndre Jordan worried about this Klay Thompson cut. That gets him out of position on the Steph Curry ball screen. That's a no-no. His man had to go over, worried about that outside shooting. So Zaza Pachulia breaks free. And then on this offensive rebound, no one's in the paint to help out when JJ Redick gets backdoored. So it's a simple little broken play, but the rebound and the pass and the finish all come from the shooters and the incredible spacing of the offense.
Look at that. It took a guy who led his own team to the NBA Finals to join another team to have the greatest, and the Bulls just had Jordan. You see that shit?
Again, I'm just your average, typical basketball fan. Go ahead, John.
Unless you Golden State. And what did you do? You showed video of Golden State. He's saying every team just don't have a Kevin Durant and Steph Curry and a Klay Thompson combined to do that. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but every team has shooters now. Every team has shooters now, so you can spread the floor. Now, obviously, when you're watching that play, that cut that DeAndre Jordan was trying to stop Klay Thompson from getting is available because of his three-point shooting. Because whoever's guarding Klay Thompson, like Brandon says, you got to get up on him. You can't leave him open. So now the strategy, the defensive strategy is DeAndre Jordan still has to protect the paint. He knows that play. He can't let Klay Thompson get that, even though he has to go guard the center, I can't say his name, for the Golden State Warriors, because he's about to go give a screen to Stephen Curry. So Stephen Curry's about to be open. So he has to make a decision. Do I let the layup happen, which is what they're doing? They're spreading the floor to get the layup. That's why in today's NBA, you shoot the three or you get to the rim. Back in the days, you didn't shoot the three because you were shooting it horribly. Today's NBA don't shoot bad. Even if I shoot 30% from the three-point land, which is well below league average, it is better than shooting actual average, which is 42% from the mid-range. That's what you guys don't get. So sitting around here saying that you should have a mid-range and you should have a post-up when you're not understanding the game of basketball, they're creating space so that they can actually get those layups, so that they can get those easier shots. The only difference is they're using the three-point line to do it because you have to have shooters. You have to give the defense something to cover. That's the whole point.
So basically,
I got more.
No one's learning post offense because that's irrelevant now. So now
it is irrelevant. It is completely irrelevant.
They're not learning the post; they're learning a different skill.
They can't. For what?
So how
am I going to get the ball?
Back then, the bigs learned the particular post down skill because that was
the
NBA. So now all you can say is everybody's playing adapting to what the league is. The league now is shooting a dunk or you're making a three. So you either got to be a great shooter.
No, the fact is that today's guards are just way greater than the 1900 guards. That's the point. It was not the 2000s. Because the 2000s game still was predicated around a lot of guards. I'm talking about scoring guards like a Gilbert Arenas, like a Stephon Marbury, like a Steve Francis.
They ain't scored enough in the 2000s because it was some low ass.
They scored. You're talking about team scoring. There you go with the team scoring. You're predicated team scoring on what?
That's what Shaq is talking about. What the hell? He's talking about the whole basketball game, not individual play.
He's talking about individual play. Because that's what it was. That's why he said, I don't want to switch. Why do I got to guard your man? I'm supposed to be guarding just the big man. Why am I guarding this guy? Why am I guarding Damian Lillard?
Today they're not taught to just guard one player, so that's why they guarded more than one player.
Because the big man couldn't shoot. I don't need to switch. The big man's going to drop to the paint. He's not going to step out and shoot a 27-foot jumper like a Karl Anthony Towns.
Because they wasn't taught to do that.
Because they couldn't do it. Why am I going to let you shoot? You suck. That's the why y'all don't want to. See, this is why I get to this point, because you guys just don't want to admit it. It sucks because today's great. Today's great because back then sucked. This is why we always have arguments every Sunday. Because y'all don't want to accept that today's just great.
No one.
And it's better.
Saying the NBA today sucked. You just going off on a tangent.
No. It's better. It's better. Good basketball. It's great basketball. It's the greatest basketball we've ever seen in our lives. No. But nostalgia and childhood dreams got y'all on the internet with Shaq telling us that the NBA is boring.
Because his era It's 2000.
The 90s, his era. His era is the 90s because he couldn't survive in the 2000s. He couldn't survive in the 2000s. He couldn't survive in the 2000s. Shaq couldn't survive the 2000s. Oh, so now it's just on championships. So nobody won championships today? Nobody's winning championships today?
We talk about Shaq. Shaq talked about his era. So his era is when he played.
No, for you it's when he won championships because he didn't play in the 90s to you because you don't want to count the 7 years of the 90s.
You don't want to count the 11 years in the fucking 2000s.
Because it's a different era. The 2000s did not have the same rules. The 2000s had zone defense. I'm talking about the 1900s.
You talk about Shaq's era.
That's the 1900s.
22 to 2011 when he played.
From my understanding, Shaq is a top 10 player of the 90s. He's better than Pippen to Zesty Jeffries. I don't know why you keep doing this to yourself, Craig. I got more. No, I got more. I'm a basketball fan. I watch the game of basketball. I sit here and watch my team and I watch basketball. I pay attention to the NBA TV. I listen to Sam Mitchell. I listen to Dennis Scott. I listen to Steve Smith and them because they talk the game of basketball. I don't listen to Charles Barkley. I don't listen to Stephen A. Smith. I don't listen to Shaquille O'Neal. I definitely don't listen to Kenny Smith when he goes running to the board and explaining nothing about the game of basketball. I watch the people who actually could explain the game so that we can understand what we're watching. Because I'm tired of people telling me that they don't see nothing great about today's NBA. For you to think that all they do is dribble handoffs means you don't watch the games. You don't, and Shaq's a proven fact of it. Let's show y'all some more about how today's NBA is played.
71% of their layups were assisted. That is the best we have on record for the last quarter century. Plus, we have play-by-play stats and things like that back to the late 90s. And that is the best we have on record except for the 2018 version of this team, which was about 72% of their layups that were assisted. So we think of them as this jump shooting team. That was the moniker that was attached to them. They actually were 5th in the league in three-point attempts. And because they were so effective at using their movement and their shooting and setting up shots to create opportunities, they combine that with the spacing and the passing to make layups and shots around the basket, the highest value shots in basketball, more available and easier.
Man, you showing videos from 7 years ago to represent 2024? We had a whole
because that's the basketball that Shaq talked about.
Ain't no team in this era has a Curry, Kevin Durant, or Klay Thompson on the same team.
Yeah, they have more now. They have more now.
No.
They have more now. I'm watching NBA teams shoot 50 shots per game. They have more now.
Every team today could beat the 2017 Warriors. That's what you said.
I didn't say beat them. You said shooting. You're just talking about shooting. You have to, again, that's why this game strategy, Craig. See, that's why it's very important to understand why GOAT James Kingdom exists. Because Craig has watched film now, and he still doesn't understand there's an entire strategy that makes it work. It's not just having shooters. It's actually having a game plan, plays that are drawn, and making the defense react to what you want them to do for you to get the shot that you're looking to get. It's the same thing in the 90s, same thing in the 80s. It's just different basketball because of different skill sets. I have more shooters on the floor today than I did in 2017 or than I did in 1997. That's the point. That is the point. When Karl Anthony Towns is a 7-footer who can shoot like a Kevin Durant, you gonna tell me he can't shoot?
Okay, but at the same
Dirt
time,
wasn't shooting threes. Dirt was a mid-range guy.
At the same time, like, you're right. Like that's the way it happens now. But at the same time, like, you can't tell me that if the idea would have occurred to let's say like the Boston Celtics or Los Angeles Lakers in like 1980 to, hey, you know what, we're going to construct teams and we're going to take 50 shots a game, even though we have dominant centers, even though the traditional game has been to, you know, funnel into our center, get a kick out, let's do mid-range. If they would do that, like, you tell me that these players, if they hadn't have just focused solely on, you know what, let's like hone our three-point games, guys like Byron Scott, Michael Cooper, Magic Johnson, like they couldn't just sit there and actually shoot 35%, 36% from the three at volume, and like to the game. There's nothing to suggest they could all around the league. There were guys who could easily do that.
No.
Just because you say so.
No, because you want to fantasize. I'm not trying to fantasize, imagine, none of that. I'm 43 years old. I stopped doing that when I was 14, 15 years old, when I was watching basketball in the 90s. They can't do it. You can't give them attributes they never had.
There were plenty of great three-point shooters that just didn't do it at the same volume or attempt the same volume that they do it today. Like, that's all the game is predicated on today is we draft, like, we want stretches. We want people who can, like, regardless if you're going to make it or not, the threat is there. Like,
they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. You know, it was one.
I have a question, Travis. So, say, for instance, someone played like that. How successful would they have been in the 90s?
The 90s, probably very successful, depending. Like if they're gonna outscore and like do all the same things that teams today are doing, like they're running sets, they're just trying to make it so that they're 3-point guys who are just again practicing that and practice all day. They're gonna jack up 30-40 shots a game, and they're gonna play great defense, but they're gonna take double your 3-point shots, and they're gonna do it at let's say like 5 to 6% better than you're doing it because that's what their game plan consists of. Why wouldn't they have success?
So would they be more successful than the teams who are not doing it?
I mean, probably. Yeah. Why?
Probably. Okay. I'm just saying, like, if I'm not sure because
it was a great pullback.
Someone like Shaq believes that it will be more successful not doing that because it's not good basketball. It's boring basketball. Just watching someone score points.
No, it's not boring basketball. It's efficient basketball. Like you're. It's not like they're only taking threes today. Like they're doing other things. But when you're shooting the highest level of 3-point shot like that we're seeing every day, like what's that like 35%, 36% right now, league average? Like that's higher than it's ever been, and that's because that's what they hone. That's what they practice. That's what you're seeing like game in and game out. It's like them taking more threes and doing it at a higher level. Of course they're gonna. If you juxtapose a team directly from here to like 1991, of course they're gonna blow that team out. If it's like, if they're running the identical game plans they did then, just because by definition, like that's a much more efficient shot, and they're doing it at a higher level. So if one team, I'm saying, would have switched directly to that with all the same principles of today's games, of course they're gonna have much more success. The team has no idea how to guard that or what the hell they're doing. Like that's just logic.
So
have teams basically straight threes in a playoff game 7 on a trip to a L to not make the finals. You're gonna have teams like that.
So Craig, just try to piggyback what Travis said. So if a team was successful playing like they're playing today in the 90s, would they be successful in the 90s in that era? Travis believed they most likely would because the other teams wouldn't know what to do. How do you feel about that?
Yes, if you have a team that has more shooters than the other team play that team, 9 times out of 10 you're going to win off the strength that you have more potential to score more points than that other team because you have other opportunities to score than that team. The team might have 2 or 3 good shooters while you have 6. So of course, the team that shoots better should win.
Okay, so basically, you guys are saying that the offense today is better than the offense in the 90s, just the 90s.
Well, yeah.
Let me ask Travis this. Travis, who's more efficient, a team that shot 43% from the field or a team that shot 30% from 3-point land?
So statistically, it's going to be the team that shot 30% from 3-point land.
Okay, so that's why what you're talking about doesn't make the game more efficient.
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
Playing the style of basketball from the 90s or the 1900s isn't more efficient or higher IQ basketball.
But shooting 30% from 3 is great if you're shooting enough to beat the 40%.
He just said it wasn't. He said
the opposite of that. I said
it's more. No, he said that. He said it's more efficient, from what I heard, to do the other stuff outside of shooting the 3. Because the point is that the guys that you're talking about, they have to be able to have the ability and the skill to be efficient from 3-pointer for you to avoid going to your big man.
Yeah, there are plenty of guys who are efficient at threes and across every area. Like, what are you talking about?
Off catch and shoot. They had to shoot, but they weren't that great at it. That's why the league had to lower the 3-point line. The league changed rules to help the offense throughout the 90s because guys were not skilled because they took the game away from the big man in the 90s.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
They took the big man away in the 90s.
They had
because
they had 12 players down threes. So if a GM decided, you know what, I'm gonna get 5 of those players on my team, they would probably be successful. You could get someone like Glenn Rice, Chris Mullen, a few other shooters, and you will be.
Rashad Leonard.
You could play. You could play the game.
They had that. They had that. They had teams like that. That's how Houston won a championship. They won a championship because they had a lot of 3-point shooters.
But they didn't know how to coach that way. They didn't know how to coach that way successfully.
And they wasn't using the 3 as a weapon. They was using
it
they was using it as if they wide open. They wasn't just pulling up the 3 like that. They was wide open. Someone double key, got key to kick it out. They wide open for a 3. That's what they was using it for.
The point is,
they never played run just for 3-point shooting in 90.
In reality, if the league doesn't bring up the WNBA 3-point line to the league, players don't start shooting a lot of threes. That's when the league realized, okay, shooting threes help.
Earlier, the league do things because people complain. They make changes when people complain. What you think they changed the 3-point because they was complaining?
Because the league scoring was horrible. Because the scoring was horrible.
And what did they do in the 2000s to increase the scoring? They made rule changes. They changed to 24.
I don't know what rule change that was. I don't know what rule change that was to help offenses. I really don't know.
They changed it from if you get an offensive rebound, it's 14 seconds, not 24. So it made you hurry up.
That just changed a couple of years ago.
That wasn't in the 2000s.
In the 90s, you rebounded 3 times, you can have the ball for like 5 minutes.
No, but that's in the 2010s. There was no rule change in the 2000s to help offenses.
Well, my point is, if there was an emphasis on threes the way there was back then, as it is today, you would see almost similar results. You can't just say, "Oh, they're just doing it because they're night and day better than these guys." If those guys were saying, "You know what, our prerogative is to shoot 43s a game, and we want you to practice that," why wouldn't you have seen the same result? They weren't
Problem was
magically
90s.
better.
3-point was a horrible shot.
They wouldn't do it back then because defenses are better now. It is better to have shooters on the floor now so you can have better offense. If you don't have shooters, you will never score. The defense is just better. Defense dictates offense. Simple. Very simple. It's very simple, man. I mean, it's not that hard. I don't know why y'all can't understand this. I'm giving y'all footage, clips, everything for y'all to see the difference. Your point is not what it should be. The point should be is 90s basketball was 90s basketball, but today's basketball is greater. That should be your point.
It's different.
It's better.
It's more nuanced.
It's greater. It's superior. Every factor of the game is better. It's so hard to score in today's NBA because you got guys playing defense. Let me show you how they play. Oh, wait, let me show you how they play defense.
So we saw that in the transition play earlier. If you traditionally sag off, whether it's a drop coverage or you want to protect the paint in transition, then you have to worry about these open threes. If you come out to play the shooters behind the 3-point line, then you give up space in the paint and it turns into a layup. 3 of the best shooters ever. And then a system that takes advantage of all their gravity, movement, and space based on feeding the right player in the right spot from the elbow, from the 3-point line. That's Draymond's role as a point guard. That's Andre Iguodala off the bench as a passer. He's in right now.
Look at Blake Griffin. That's defense. Look at that. Defense.
And right on cue.
Defense.
Another layup. So let's see what happens.
Like 4 layups in a row.
No, pay attention, because pay attention.
Dribble. Now, why is DeAndre Jordan way out of the paint?
They don't call fouls in today's NBA.
Last time his man set a screen, he was too far.
Pay attention.
Back. So this time he comes way out. Curry gets by his man. And now, because these 2 defenders are occupied on the super shooters, no one's left at the basket for Iguodala.
Did I see that video of LeBron?
Durant, Draymond, they all had the ability to attack and playmake off the dribble, which was the perfect complement to the rest of the offensive system that we've discussed.
Layup.
Again, you don't have a team with a Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson on it. Stop showing us Golden State. No one's going to replicate what Golden State did. You can't use Golden State. They're one of one. One of never will happen again.
I'm watching. I'm watching Boston do the same shit. I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm watching Boston do the same shit. I'm watching Boston do the same shit. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't watch the games?
I just watched OKC do the same thing.
Here we go. Oh, wait. Here we go. Al Horford shoots 45% from the three-point land in today's NBA this season. Peyton Pritchard shoots 41%. Derek White shoots 40%. Drew Holiday shoots 38%. Jason Tatum shoots 37%. Because you said a team that's winning. This Boston Celtic team is one of those teams. They're dynamic.
Boston doing this.
All right, let's do this. Oh wait, let's do this. Like I said, I don't make shit up. I look it up. So let's do this. Let's just go ahead and do this. Today's NBA, they take 37 3-pointers per game on average. That is today's NBA. If we go to just 10 years ago in 2015, the NBA took 29.7 3-pointers per game. So I'm sorry, I got the wrong number right here. They took, hold on, let me make sure I got the right numbers. I got to make sure I say the right numbers. 3-point attempts in today's NBA is 37 per game. In 2015, the average was 22 per game. So today's NBA is damn near twice as much three-pointers. Y'all say they don't play the game like that? Back then, today's NBA shoots 35.6% from three-point land. Back then, they shot 35% from the three-point land. Teams shoot the three-pointer because 35% from the three-point land is better than shooting 54% from the two-point line. And you know how difficult it is to shoot 54% from the two-point line? It's not easy. The NBA average is 51.7. I'm sorry. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry. It's actually 54% in today's NBA. So it's exactly at 54%. And it's because of three-point shooting. You have to spread the floor to get those layups and get those dunker spots like we're seeing today. That's why guys like Aaron Gordon and all these other guys can make such an impact on the floor by just doing back cuts or standing in the corner because they're spacing the floor, forcing the defense to stay on top of them. And if you run the right actions, you might get the right mismatch and you'll be able to take advantage of it. That's the point.
He's traumatized from the slam point.
Who's arguing that?
The slam dunk contest. He ain't dunking no more, so he gonna stand at that 3-point line in again.
Who's arguing that? It sounds like
they screwed him. He won that. Man.
No, look. See, Brandon Williams says here, Golden State offense is too complex and hard to defend. No, it's too complex and hard to understand by Zesty Jeffries. They can't understand why they're all standing outside of the three-point line. They don't see that opens up the paint, as he said. Because now you put DeAndre Jordan or your rim protector like a Anthony Davis, like a Wemby, like a Bam Adebayo in a bad position. They have to guard more space. It's harder to play defense in today's NBA, and they still do it better than what they did in the 1900s, in the 90s.
Early 2000s.
Yeah. It's only facts. And then for them to have the nerve to say the league is losing viewership and losing... Y'all stopped watching the league. Nobody stopped watching the NBA. Nobody cares about Zesty Jeffries' feelings, including Shaquille O'Neal. Because people go to the games. That's the point. People go to the games. The NBA has a they're setting records on attendance and ticket sales. So it's not just buying tickets, it's also people attending the NBA games.
That's the ticket price is twice as much what it was back in the day. That's the only thing I miss is the ticket price.
Exactly. The three-point era is the most attended NBA era of all time. So obviously, when you go to the... Go ahead, John.
It's just crazy for somebody like Shaq to say something like that when it's your job to actually watch the game. That's your job.
And explain it. Not just watch it, and explain it to us so that we can understand it.
So
but let's continue.
Your job is
always
have the game.
And do a disservice to the NBA.
Yep, and that's why they lost the rights to the league. That's why they lost the rights to the league. Again, here he goes again. And the NBA set all-time records for regular season total attendance, average attendance, percentage of capacity, and sellouts for the second season in a row. The total attendance of 22,538,518 attended people the last NBA season. That's up. That's up, correct?
playing games don't count.
And mind you, this is in today's economy. People are still going to the basketball games. The other record included 873 sellouts, up from the previous record of 791. 71% of the games sold out. That's up from 63% the year prior. All records here. An attendance average of 18,324 attendees. That's also an NBA record. The NBA is doing fine. They just signed a $76 billion deal. They're fine. They're fine. The league is doing just fine. And you know what? We would do better without all the zesty Jeffries. We need to get rid of them. Like I told y'all, we need to catalog them, identify them, mark them, and send them to GOAT James Kingdom so that we can put them in their burial site. We no longer need zesty Jeffries talking basketball. Not only that, we need y'all basketball fans, which includes Craig and Travis, to stop using zesty Jeffrey logic. The 90s was great.
No, from a Jordan conversation.
No. I already told y'all, zesty Jeffries are not Jordan fans.
You think about zesty Jeffries a little too much, man.
No, I don't. Craig, you send us comments all the time that makes you think about why you sit here and argue with people on the internet left and right. How do you think I get? What do you think I get? What do you think comes my way?
We're talking about Shaquille.
It doesn't matter what I talk about. It doesn't matter what I talk about. There's a zesty Jeffrey attacking A. Johnny. Doesn't matter what I'm talking about. I could be talking about my Miami Heat. I will have a zesty Jeffrey bring up a zesty Jeffrey logic because they can't help themselves. Their life is predicated on the 1900s. They have no life. The 2000s has been a horrible life for them. So they want to go back to being 10 years old because when they were 10, they didn't have to wipe their ass without their girlfriend finding out about it. They didn't have to worry about child support. They didn't have to worry about taxes. They didn't have to worry about none of this shit that zesty Jeffries worry about today that they fuck up the world. They didn't have to worry about selling drugs to be criminals. They didn't have to worry about none of that shit.
They didn't have to worry about watching basketball either because they didn't do that either in the 90s either. So
I would love to see when was the last time any one of these zesty Jeffries went to a basketball game. Because I can show you the last time I went to a basketball game. But I get attacked. I'm the casual. I'm the outrageous one. I'm the emotional one. No, I'm the fucking exposer. And I expose fucking zesty Jeffries and the lies that they always tell us, like Shaq just told us, that today's NBA is boring. Back in my days, we used to just do the triangle. He can't even explain to you what the triangle is. They used to do the floppy. We used to watch Utah Jazz and Karl Malone. We had to do walkthroughs. Shaq, you ain't do no goddamn walkthrough. Your fat ass was in the back getting stretching, and you showed up in January.
that's why him and Kobe get into it. That's why him and Kobe used to get into it.
That's why he's not really a 2000s player. That's not a 2000. He's a 90s player that dragged into the 2000s.
That's not the 90s. That's not what he was referring to. He's referring to the 90s.
From my understanding, Shaq was out of his prime by 2004. That's what I was told. When I tell y'all Shaq,
he didn't say back in his prime. He said back in his era.
That's his day. Shaq, trust me, Shaq was not talking about his Phoenix days.
1992 to 2011. That's
Shaq was not talking about his Phoenix days. He was not talking about his Cleveland days. He was definitely not talking about his Boston days.
Now you just assuming. All I heard was back in his day, meaning his time playing NBA basketball. Now you putting on what exactly he meaning by it.
No, because he named teams. He named the Miami Heat. They used to run the floppy in the 90s.
The Lakers had the triangle. I don't remember any teams in 95, 96 and the Lakers having the triangle.
I don't remember the Utah Jazz in the 2000s. I don't remember the Miami Heat in the 2000s. He says, yeah, you keep bringing up the triangle.
In the 2000s. He was on the Miami Heat in the 2000s.
But I don't remember him bringing that up. He didn't bring that up. He brought up the Miami Heat from the 90s. He's talking about Glenn Rice 90s. The 90s, Craig, the 90s. You keep taking him out of the 90s. He's talking about the 90s, Craig. He's not talking about the 2000s. Stop it. He's not talking about the 2000s.
The 90s when I played.
No, you show me the 2000s as the same as the 90s. You do that. How about you do that? You do that. You can't. You can't.
It's like the NBA final game scoring 70 points.
You can't do that. They played
2007 NBA Finals. Let's go see.
They played zone. They played zone in the 2000s. You didn't see that in the 90s. So you can't show me it. Different thing. Matter of fact, Shaq's the reason why we have zone defense.
Didn't Miami run the dribble handoff when Shaq was there?
No. They ran the same post up shit with the same post up shit. You heard what Gary Payton said, man. We ain't running no plays. Post up, man. Throw the ball to Shaq, man. Throw the ball to Shaq, and when they double team, we all get an open shot. That's it. That's what they did. That's what Brandon explained it earlier before. Go to the post, get double teamed. If not, let the big man cook. That's it. That's why you went and got players like Oliver Candy, Sam Bowie, because you thought it didn't matter what. You just need a 7-footer. You just need any 7-footer because he's gonna be able to get a basket easier than any guard and that you have on your team. Any guard. That's the point. It's your skill set.
Let me ask you a question. Today's NBA, will Greg Oden still get picked or Kevin Durant?
No.
Today's NBA.
No.
Kevin Durant will get first.
Of course.
Okay.
He was picked second when he came in.
Shaq.
Yeah, he was picked second. But
I'm just saying.
They wanted to go down to the post, and Greg Oden was picked one, even though Kevin Durant was looked at as the better player.
But even in college. But even in the 2000s,
Hakeem still at number one.
That's why I asked
but even in the 2000s, there was no big men centers like that. Shaq was the last of the dying breed as far as being offensively skilled. It went to Tim Duncan. It went to KG. It went to Dirk Nowitzki. It went to Rasheed Wallace. It went to those guys who can stretch the floor, or someone like Amari Stoudemire who can run in transition. Chris Bosh, stretch the floor. Guys that can play 15 feet away from the rim. Because now they can play zone defense on you. Now I don't have to guard the other man. I can step away from him. And that's why it was harder to score back then, because now defenses realize if that guy can't shoot and he's 30 feet away from the rim, why am I even close to him? Why am I guarding him? I'm going to go help over here. So eventually teams started realizing, man, we got to get more shooters on the floor because it's harder to score. That's just it. You're not gonna get scorers. You're not gonna be able to get to the paint. You're not gonna have those. You have to have shooters. It's just that simple. And on top of that, guys play good perimeter defense, so it's harder to get around them.
And the time period he's talking about is actually the time period Craig is referring to when he keeps saying in the early 2000s that it took time for teams to understand that I didn't have to guard that guy because he can't shoot. Now I can play zone. And I can get away from him, and we can double the guy over here.
Yeah, they did that. And the most successful team to do it, to show it all and do it all, was the Spurs. They showed you how to do it against LeBron James.
Showed you how to low manage too.
And then they showed you how you could completely eliminate someone like Shaq, because that's what Detroit did. Shaq couldn't do nothing because all they used to do was bring Shaq out of the paint. He had to guard Rasheed Wallace. Completely took Shaq out of the paint.
Shaq did nothing?
Huh? Not saying he didn't do nothing, but he became non-effective. Shaq used to get a lot of calls. He used to get mad. He used to want the switches. No, I'm not talking about offense. I'm talking about on the defensive side.
Yeah, Shaq actually shot business.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about how he had to guard. You talking about against the Lakers? I'm talking about when he played the Heat, when he went to Miami. Because when he went to Miami, we had trouble. We had trouble. Rasheed Wallace used to kill us all the time because they used to.
The game changed completely later, like mid 2000s, when everyone was taking charges on Shaq, and Shaq couldn't elbow anybody. So everything he was doing was a charge.
In 05, 06, they was champions. God, it only took Shaq 1 year, and they became champions. Don't get out there.
Yeah, surrounding him with shooters. They surrounded him with shooters. They gave him Gary Payton. They gave him Antoine Walker.
The season before they could get the championship. So
they gave him shooters. See, again, there you go again, just saying random shit without knowing, without no context. Because they gave him shooters. They gave him shooters.
So what I said was a lie?
Yes.
So
they gave him shooters.
So he wasn't traded there for the 05 season, and by 06 they won the championship?
Because they added shooters.
I didn't ask for why. I'm just saying it happened. You gonna go wild.
You making it seem like it's because of Shaq. It's because of the team that they built. And they built the team because Shaq's not effective unless you have shooters around him.
You called me a liar. You said that didn't happen.
That's a lie.
So he didn't have a Miami Heat uniform in 05 and didn't win a championship his first season in 05 and 06 the following season he didn't win a championship. You said that never happened.
And then the context you're saying it in is a lie.
I didn't ask for context. I just said that happened.
Again, I made a statement. Your response was that statement. So that statement that you just made about Shaquille O'Neal winning championships had a lying context behind it because it was not necessary to say it. It was not true.
Okay. So Shaq didn't win a championship in 06.
Okay. You can say he didn't win a championship, but that's not what you were saying. That's not what you just said. You made it seem like Shaq's out here just winning championships on his own, without a teammate, without teams, without anything and to add to it, which I said before was shooters, because you need it.
I see I do it for LeBron. Why I can't do it for Shaq?
Because LeBron's the GOAT. LeBron's the GOAT. Shaq's never been the GOAT.
No, I can't do it for Shaq.
Shaq's never been the GOAT. LeBron's the GOAT. He done greater things than Shaq. Way greater than Shaq.
So special treatment, huh?
It's not special treatment. Not special treatment. LeBron James needed the same. What did they surround LeBron James with? Shooters.
I've never heard that. I've heard it's LeBron James. Take LeBron James out. What do they do? First round exit.
First round exit. Yeah, first round exit. Yeah.
What did the Miami Heat do before Shaq get there?
Okay. They got second round exit. Same thing they did the year before. The next year they got knocked out the second round as well. They lost to Detroit. The same shit. They lost to Detroit. Same shit. They didn't make the finals.
Well, 07 they lost the first round.
They lost to the Chicago Bulls in the first round. They got swept in the first round in Chicago. We traded Shaq away after 3 years.
He got y'all what he was traded for. He was worth it. I'd do that trade again if he get me a championship.
Yeah, again, Shaquille O'Neal was the catalyst to getting all those great players in that super team we had in 2006. I agree with you. That I agree. That's not a lie. He was the reason why we got Antoine Walker, why we got Gary Payton, why we got Posey, Alonzo Mourning, Jason Williams. All those guys came there because of Shaq. All those guys showed up because of Shaq.
The same thing that happened in 06 is the same thing that happened in 2012 for the Heat.
Yeah, they added more pieces to the team. Of course. They added a Shane Battier. Mike Miller wasn't injured. They added shooters. They made Chris Bosh start playing more out on the outside. They told everybody, you can't even run up you can't run these slots on the floor. There's only certain spots of the floor you can be on. These spots are just for LeBron and Dwayne Wade. Everybody else get out the way. That's what they did. That's why they won a championship.
It's nice to have a teammate that you could say, hey, that's his spot. He's going to give us a bucket every time. I wonder if Jordan ever had someone that you could say that to. But that's his spot.
I watched Kukoc score. I watched Kukoc start off the game very well because of that. He has his spot as well. Jordan's posting up. I'm doing backdoor cuts and shooting threes. Same shit. Same shit. It's called basketball. They actually have game plans, ladies and gentlemen. You don't pay a coach millions of dollars for him to just sit there and not watch film and not design plays and not design defensive strategies to stop those plays.
Doc Rivers?
Doc Rivers does do that. He's been doing it for 20 years.
I still rotted on that 08 championship when he had Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and fucking Ray Allen.
That's facts. That's facts. They had a great team, and that's why they won. But he still was the coach. They had to figure out a way to slow Kobe down, and they did.
Who gives a shit?
You don't care, Travis? You know what?
No.
We're talking basketball. We're talking basketball. But you know what, Travis? You got something special for us, Travis. I know what you got for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Travis is about to let somebody get it because, pause. Because at the end of the day, we got a couple of people on the internet that be saying some wild things. And because of that, Travis is on his job. And he found somebody that he's going to completely annihilate. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you the chat bomb with T Perfect.
We are interrupting our normal programming. The current threat level is critical, meaning an attack is imminent. Civilians are advised to remain indoors. In some urban areas, evacuations are taking place. If you're in one of these areas, police will help you to safety. Follow their orders without question. You should remain indoors until you are told otherwise. You should now prepare for a nuclear strike. You will not be able to leave your location for 14 days after the strike.
Been waiting for this day. And I know you guys have too. So what we're going to do, guys, is, again, promise that for right now, we're going to do a mini-series where it's going to be half today, half next week of the unlimited exposure of this clown scout attack. Okay, he just provides a never-ending cauldron of just bad takes we can just go in. Okay, and so when he provides us this much content, it's always going to be just amazing. Okay, so one of his recent videos, he actually, in the midst of course, trashing Bronny as he does, like his last 5 or 6 videos, he had to, of course, throw some digs into them. But now, I don't care what side of the GOAT debate you land on, or who. If you come at one of these all-time players with a bad take and it's not based in facts and it's like totally just biased, then you're going to get run. I'm going to take your basketball card, me personally. Okay, so we're going to do that scout attack today. So one of his bad takes here, and this is the first half, is LeBron didn't earn any of his rings. Okay, so just a few facts about LeBron here that just totally blow it away. How about some stats? Okay, so first of all, LeBron's number 2 in all-time points scored in the finals. Okay, hey, not surprising, but he's played 55 games, but he's also top 10 in points per game in the finals at 28.4, despite playing 55 games, which is actually 11 more than the next closest guy, which is Elgin Baylor, 44. Okay, he's number 11 in assists per game in the finals, but 8 of the 10 players who are actually above him on the list have actually played fewer than 20 games in the finals. Okay. There have actually been 82 players who've actually played in at least 20 finals games. Okay, only 8 of them have averaged a double-double of any kind, and only 2 of those did so while dropping at least 25 points per game on 50% shooting, true shooting rather, or better, and that's LeBron and Shaq. Okay, so right away you see LeBron is part of the cream of the crop when it comes to finals performance. But let's go a little bit deeper, because you're not going to get this content from a Scab Attack, because he's just going to, ignore anything that actually destroys his narratives. So what about teammate support in the finals? Okay, so who are the consistent top 10 players that have as many or more rings than LeBron? We got Magic, Kobe, Kareem, Shaq, Mike, Duncan, Bill Russell, right? In most people's lists. So let's review. Magic Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Kareem are the only 3 consistent top players in NBA history to win rings while playing alongside that year's current MVP. Okay, Shaq played alongside Kobe, who averaged 26, 5, and 6 during the first 3 title runs. Easily the best stat line of any supporting cast member over 83 title years ever. Okay, and then he was second fiddle to Dwayne Wade in 2006 when Dwayne Wade dropped 28, 6, and 6 on almost 50% shooting and was easily the Finals MVP. So Shaq had mountains of help as well. Okay. Mike's not immune to this. How about Mike? So out of the 10 players we've discussed, okay, or any of the top 10 guys, okay, only 2 of them have won actually more than one title with a teammate who finished top 10 in both MVP and DPOY voting in the same year, more than a single time. Kobe did it when Shaq actually won the awards or finished top 5 in 2000 and 2001. Okay, so Kobe was along for that ride. And MJ, sadly, when Pippen did it 3 times in 92, 96, and 98. So, again, just more help than almost anyone's had from a statistical and from an accomplishment standpoint. Okay, how about Tim Duncan? Say for him, he was surrounded by presumptive Hall of Famers his entire career. I've got Manu Ginobili, David Robinson, who I think is a fringe top 10 player himself. Kawhi Leonard, Tony Parker. In fact, Tim Duncan joins Kareem and Magic as, again, the only top 10 players who've lost multiple Finals MVPs to teammates. Okay, Tony Parker, 2007, Kawhi Leonard, 2013. So these people are, again, they're not without help as the narrative would have you believe. Okay, Bill Russell, fantastic defender, was obviously the driving force of that team. And this is not to slander these guys. It's not to diminish their place in history, just to educate a little bit. Okay, Bill Russell was never, or I'm sorry, he was only the leading scorer on his team 1 time. He was actually average for his all the title runs. He was no better on average than 3rd as far as the scoring option went. Okay, and he was actually number 7 for his last title run. So he had plenty of help. He led in rebounds, just about it. But obviously, I'm not saying that he wasn't the best player on the team, but he had more than a share of help, especially in the scoring department. Okay, so all these things here. Now LeBron, I mean, did he have help? No one's saying he didn't. Okay, but in LeBron, one thing about his final run, every one of his runs, okay, he actually led his team in 3 of the major categories: points, rebounds, assists. That's what we're going to talk about today. Okay, and LeBron led his entire team in those categories 4 times. Okay, nobody else has done it even more than 1 time. The only players who actually in the top 10 who've actually done it a single time was Magic Johnson, 1987, and Tim Duncan in 2003. Okay, so all those things. I say all that to say this: whenever you're trying to craft a narrative or you just say something stupid like this guy didn't earn, especially LeBron, when you didn't earn your titles or rings, and there's you're not going to keep that same energy. I guarantee you, Scap isn't. He's not going to keep that same energy when comparing his same logic to any of these other players. As I just pointed out, they all had immense amounts of help, and I mean, but you'll never hear that. Okay, you'll hear that here because we're not casuals. Okay, and so if anyone, you could say that LeBron had earned his titles the most because he was doing the most statistically for any of his teams compared to these guys. And so, again, you can easily make the argument that, again, he was the best finals player performer of all time from an all-around standpoint. I wouldn't be mad at that. Okay, so next week, we're actually going to tackle his other bad part of that take, which was LeBron didn't earn any of his finals MVPs. Okay, or regular season MVPs, rather. And, again, which is just ludicrous to the point. I would have crammed that in here, but it would have been a much longer video than I'm comfortable with. So, didn't want to bore you down, but we'll have that as another exposure because Scap, he's going to get run off of any channel that goes on when they have the balls to actually confront him with facts, which I'm not holding my breath for. But he's a clown. He has absolutely no business talking basketball, and so it's just part of the exposure. So we'll wrap that up for today.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you did not know, you did not get a chance to hear it, his name is Scab Attack. I don't know his real page name, but this is the type of content in which Mr. Scab Attack got Travis to put the chat bomb on. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mr. Scab Attack.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
Seriously though, he deserves this opportunity to expand on LeBron's legacy, that is, a legacy of a petulant, entitled, and coddled superstar athlete.
What?
Who, unlike the others that came before him, has been given everything he has from the time he stepped on an NBA court.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Given MVPs he didn't deserve.
What?
All NBA team selections he shouldn't have.
I smell a little crack in you.
Championships he didn't earn.
What?
And a GOAT title so utterly and laughably undeserving. What could make more sense than his son sliding into the NBA on a roster slot in this way?
The more I look at you, the more you smell like crack.
This all actually makes perfect sense.
Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the chat bomb with T Perfect. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. As you guys see, these guys can't talk basketball. And at the end of the day, Scab Attack will never show face on GOAT James Kingdom. We know that for a fact because we asked them to have a debate. I wanted to have a 20v1 versus them, and they all ran and said no, they don't want the smoke with a Johnny. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that.
Where y'all be finding these people? Like, I swear, what been popping up on y'all YouTube on TikTok? Like,
dude, have you stopped seeing Scab Attack?
The algorithm. That guy has.
I hate LeBron James or something.
that guy has over 50,000 followers or subscribers on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, and he's a clown. Like, all he does is like the most shock jack bullshit of all time. And he just says it in ways that like he knows are going to appeal to the people who just hate LeBron. Like he has no his stats and analytics only go one way. He does not apply that to any other players. Like when you talk about it, he thinks Kobe's the GOAT.
Going to be at the end of the season.
Yeah, he thinks it goes Mike, Kobe, and then
they're going to win 60 games easily. They're going to win 65 games easily. They're going to win 65. if they don't get any injuries, but as good as they're playing, they're gonna win 65 games. They're good. They're really good. They really are.
Yeah, I watched
really
them against the Knicks. I watched them in the Knicks game. I was like, wow.
Yeah. So let me answer this.
You was the only one giving Donovan Mitchell credit. As soon as you take him, he watched the show. He's like, you know what, John?
You know what? Listen, let me answer this Zesty Jeffrey right quick. The reason I am passionate about the game of basketball because I am a basketball fan. I would like to talk the game of basketball without Zesty Jeffries coming in with their logic. The same way you guys assume and you throw on me that I make these takes just to have LeBron James as the GOAT so it fits my narrative. This is what you guys do in basketball in general. You do it overall. The reason you accuse me of doing it is because you're the cheating husband. And you accuse your wife of cheating because you out here running these streets doing what you shouldn't be doing. So because you are running around here doing this to save Michael Jordan's legacy, you have to discredit today's NBA. Because Michael Jordan can't be the most dominant player in the most dominant era if the 90s is not the most dominant era. That's what you guys fail to realize. So as a basketball fan, I get upset having to talk the game. The only reason I talk basketball is because of GOAT James Kingdom. I wouldn't talk basketball no otherwise because basketball fans are stupid. They're the dumbest fans in sports. They can't explain. Matter of fact, majority of the guys that I talk to don't even have a team. They don't even have a reason to watch other than watching LeBron James and to hate on LeBron James. 3 years ago, before the start of the 2022 season, I went on a random Facebook group for basketball and I put my top 10 players like I normally do, like you've been seeing me do for the last 3 years. And I got eviscerated because of my top 10. No, today's NBA suck. Those guys play no defense. All the same shit. I'm like, yo, why are these guys like this? What NBA do y'all watch? Then I had to post something else to say how today's NBA is too complex. Because like the argument that I was having on FYF Discord recently was about the point guard position, right? And how back in the days, the point guard position's job was not to score. Your job was to set up the offense. Everybody had their own role. That was simple basketball. You knew what a point guard was going to do. You knew what the shooting guard was going to do. You knew what the small forward was supposed to do. You knew exactly what the power forward and center was going to do. Today's NBA is no longer like that. You can have a center shooting threes. You can have a point guard posting up. You can have a power forward bringing up the ball, creating offense. It's confusing. They don't know what to see. They don't know what they're watching.
I get mad at Jordan for doing his job, call him a ball hog because he shot the ball and that was his job.
I'm not mad at Jordan for being a ball hog.
Yeah, I do.
No.
Y'all say this score because he shot more than everyone.
I have a problem with people thinking it's a negative thing. He's just a ball hog. You think it's negative? It's negative. It's just a ball hog.
Well, the thing is, y'all get the misconstrued of what a ball hog is. A ball hog is not someone who takes up shots. Y'all keep thinking it's someone who shoots a lot. No, it's not. It's someone who pulls. A ball hog hogs the ball. That means they always got the ball in their hand. That's a ball hog. What they do with it is a different story. If he shoots a lot, he's a chuck.
He's a chucker, a shot chucker.
Yes.
Okay, so a ball hog is beyond just shooting. You can be a
ball hog
because he's dribbling because he dribbles the ball a lot. Okay. So Jordan's a shot chucker.
Shot chucker.
Now, when I call Jordan a shot chucker, they ate me alive. Listen, Craig. I know you don't really go outside of Facebook, but trust me, I'm on every platform, brother. They be eating me alive when I be saying shit like that.
Yeah, everybody who controls the ball is a ball hog. It's what you do with it after is what you would label. Like if you shoot a lot, chucker. So they'll say Kobe's a shot chucker. Kobe can't be a ball hog because he don't control the ball. He's a shot chucker.
I agree with that. I'll you know what? I'll start calling Michael Jordan a shot chucker because that's what I did. I had a whole video about Michael Jordan being a shot chucker. Somebody said they want to be let on the panel. Craig, you want to have your segment before we let people up?
No, you can let them up because I might have to. I'm just getting these texts.
Yeah, I'm very passionate because I like the game of basketball and I hate the fact that we have to argue the game and then we arguing with people where even when you prove them wrong, they still don't stop. It's like I said, it's like arguing with my teenage son. They just want to argue just to argue. And another thing, Craig, is that a lot of those guys, like I said, they validate their lives off of the 90s. So to them, for you to say that it's not cool anymore, you're basically saying they're no longer cool. So they take it personal. So they start talking about me. That's why you see the comments. It's all, hey, Johnny. I don't know why. I'm not the only one up here. I know I'm the only one getting people upset.
I've been seeing my name all day. I just got said I had a dumb mistake of all time again.
Yeah, Craig, you be doing your job, Craig. You be doing your job, Craig. Yeah, LeBron James is a top 5 passer. Of course he is. He has the most top 4 assists of all time. What are you talking about? What else are you gonna use? I don't know what y'all be talking about. All right, let's bring up CJ right quick because CJ has something to say. Thank you for joining us here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform, my friend. What do you have for us?
What's up, fellas? Salute everybody. Everybody can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. So, look, real quick, back to the ball hog thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like what he said, you look at it as negative, but it's true. Jordan is a ball hog. If I ask you, do ball hogs exist? You will say, yes, ball hogs exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then if I ask you if Jordan is a ball hog, you're going to say no. But if I ask you if is LeBron a flopper, what you going to say?
I'm going to say no.
No, I'm talking about the
yeah, what they will say. Yeah, again, that's why I say. Are you talking to Craig? Oh, go ahead. His name is Craig. Go ahead.
I've never called LeBron a flopper. I don't think LeBron flops.
Yeah, right. Remember, Craig's a Michael Jordan fan, not a Zesty Jeffrey. There's a difference.
Cool. So basically, what my point is, I was agreeing with the host of the show is, Jordan is a ball hog, right? And the reason why we would call him a ball hog is if I'm going to shoot in traffic with multiple defenders with teammates open, and I know my teammates are open, that's a ball hog. That's it. That's pretty much the definition of it. Like it's no other way around it. Basketball, the ball has to move. The floor. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I was saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, like basketball, we all know that basketball is a game that flows. It's a rhythmic game. It's a game of runs. Now, obviously, if somebody has the green light and they're hot, yeah, like we're gonna go that way. We're gonna run that water till the water stops running. But there are times where, when it comes to a point in the game where when you rising over people and you have open teammates, you're not flowing within the game. That is a ball hog.
So, no, but what Craig is saying,
took a shot. That's a shot chucker. He's chucking up shots when he's an open man.
Agreed.
That's a shot chucker.
Yeah, agreed.
So what if someone has the ball in their hand and the open man and don't pass it to him? Is that not a ball hog?
That's a ball hog. If you a shot chucker,
but what Craig is saying that in addition to being a shot chucker, which is a part of being a ball hog, because you obviously have to have the ball, but he's also saying you don't just have to necessarily be the guy that's shooting the shot. Someone like a Luka Doncic, someone like a James Harden, or like they like to say LeBron James, who dribbles a lot, is someone who's also ball hogging. Because they're not, like you said, the ball's not movement. There's no action. It's just some guy dribbling. So that's what he's saying. But he's saying that for Jordan's case, since Jordan's not really the dribbling type of guy, he's really not a ball hog. He's a shot chucker. Because once he gets the ball, he's taking the shot.
Well, a ball hog is someone who has the ball and is not giving it back. That's a ball hog. It doesn't matter if you.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a ball hog.
That's my point. Correct. Because like LeBron and Luka, they're playmakers. So yeah, they make James Harden playmakers. These men can lead the league in assists if they want to. So yeah, they may hold the ball. They're making decisions. They mind is calculating what's going on the floor.
So what you're saying is it's only a certain time you label the ball hog. It got to be a certain amount of time.
No, because they're going to give the ball up. You can't hog the ball if I'm going to give it up. Just like what the gentleman just said, it's the person that's not giving the ball back up. You know you're not getting it.
Yeah, a ball hog has always been someone who don't give the ball back to you. Like you give a ball to a ball hog, you're not getting it back. That's a ball hog. That's always been a ball hog.
Listen, Melo is a shot chucker. Melo is not a ball hog. You see that? Melo is a scorer, but he's not a ball hog. He's gonna get up his shot, but he's not going to hog the ball. Carmelo Anthony, you see what I'm saying? T-Mac, he's gonna get up his shot.
Melo has been a ball hog before too.
Well, I listen. If you take 20 shots per game or more, that's a lot of shots. That's high volume. Someone could call you a ball hog. Again, it's not. I don't see it as a negative term. It just describes the way you play the game of basketball. I really don't.
I didn't say ball hog was a negative term. I just said there's. I call it
yeah.
shot chucker
Yeah, agreed.
for someone who takes a lot of shots. I labeled it as a shot chucker who takes a lot of shots, whether they open or not. That's what I'm saying.
Ball hog has always been a negative thing. That's never been a positive thing.
Right.
That's what they tell me, but
right.
This is what happens.
I always say
this is what happens. Go James. You're like, this is what happens. You got Craig on the panel, all them basketball shoes in the back. Ain't never stepped on the court to know where the ball hog is. Ball hog always been the same thing. Just like this is how you know B. Lee hooped. People that hoop defined it perfectly. Craig struggling like the thing is, a ball hog is a guy you get a ball to, and sometimes we call it the black hole. We call it
the black hole.
Zone.
That's what it's called, the black hole.
You know you're gonna give him the ball, and you ain't. I'm talking about. I don't care if you cut you open. I don't care. He gonna chuck that thing up.
Right down the side of the floor.
So what I'm saying is, ball hog ain't never been good. Craig running around here acting like he always used the term ball hog in a good way. I ain't never heard a hooper get called a ball hog in a positive way.
I said that. I was the one who said that. Craig didn't say that. I just said that. I said it was. I don't say negative.
Shot chucker, ball hog is all bad. These are things on a basketball court. You don't want to be known as the shot chucker, right? These ain't good terms. This ain't never been a good term to be used. And then when he said Magic Johnson can be called a ball hog, that ain't never been the case. Like, what is you getting at with this, man? Like,
but wait, Lamont. But that's the point, Lamont. See, this is why I tell people it's very passionate, right? Because like you're saying that it's a negative. To be honest with you, the Zesty Jeffries don't consider it a negative. They consider it playing basketball. Kobe's
they can't consider it a negative because it was Jordan. Jordan was.
I understand. I understand all that. That I understand. But that's what causes the argument, because what they're doing now is basically saying if you don't play that way, then that means you don't have the dog in you. You don't have the killer instinct. You have to take contested shots for you to be considered a great player. You got guys like Lowe. I love to bring up Lowe because he comes on your show all the time. He thinks difficulty makes it better. He thinks that a normal assist is not better because you didn't throw it behind your back. He thinks a layup is not as effective as a mid-range shot because he thinks the mid-range shot is more difficult to get and shoot. So you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, it's the way they see the game, because that's how Jordan saw the game. So when Jordan was talking to the media and explaining all the great things he was doing, they were running back to everybody else and telling them the lies. Because like you said, Jordan played the game bad. That's bad basketball. It's always been known as bad basketball. But it's not bad to be a great player, to be that kind of a guy.
You know the funniest thing? Hey, John, check this out. Here's the funniest thing. This is the odd conundrum with the Jordan fans. They will tell you, they will try to pretend like ball hogging is a good thing. And then on the defensive end, they will try to convince you that gambling on defense, which is all Jordan did, was a good thing. Like, they flipped the game of basketball so backwards. Jordan played both sides of the game in a flawed manner. And he gets flowers for things that he did poorly. Like, he gets flowers for gambling on defense, which is horrible. That's like the worst thing you can do on defense is gamble a lot. And to have that attribute on your jacket as a hooper, that you gamble all the time, but yet when Jordan gambles, he's a good defender. Like I don't get this, man.
That's my point. Exactly. Not only is it backwards, and if you're not like Mike, you're not playing the game right. You suck. That's why the viewership is down. No one cares to watch it because you're just jacking up a bunch of threes. Nobody's posting up. You understand what I'm trying to say? They're trying to tell us that there's only one way of playing the game of basketball that can be considered great. And that's the problem. When we have basketball minds, people like you hear me talking, you have to strategize. As a coach, you have to figure out a way. You watch film because you know what plays they're going to run. You have to tell each individual player, okay, on this set, on this action, I need you to do this. I need you to watch for this. I need you to be here. And if obviously you can tell them to do that. If they execute it, you might win. If they don't execute it, right, you lose, right? So, but it doesn't matter. You're still doing it. So no matter how horrible Doc Rivers is in our minds, Doc Rivers sits every day and thinks of a strategy to help his team win. He tries to figure out ways to make it easier for Giannis to score, easier for Damian Lillard to score, easier to play defense. They do that on a day-to-day basis. They get paid millions of dollars to do this. But if we let the Zesty Jeffrey tells us all you need is Michael Jordan's willpower, and it doesn't matter about Phil Jackson's triangle, doesn't matter about Tony Kukoc's gravity.
For people that say post-up basketball, you can still post up in today's game. You can't. And you can't because, and I always tell my players this, I'm going to always try to turn bad playmakers into your playmaker. And if you try to go back to the basket in today's game, all they're going to do with matchup zones and zone defenses is going to turn your center into the team. Your center is going to have to be the team's best playmaker. He's going to have to make the right passes.
Joker.
It's time. The only player in the league that can do it is Nikola Jokic. That's why Nikola Jokic is a bad example to use, because he's one of the greatest players of all time. And he's doing something we've never seen. There's no other center in NBA hit. You can imagine Patrick Ewing having to be the Knicks playmaker. Remember, Ewing was a ball hawk. He was a shot chopper. He couldn't play.
Black hole.
And so, I mean, yeah, like people like, and it's just funny how they say that the paint is wide open, you get layup. But yet we got Kyrie Irving with some of the toughest finishes at the rim. Who is he finishing over if there ain't no rim protection? Right? Great. How can Kyrie Irving literally be one of the greatest finishers of all time if there's no rim protection? Like the stuff that people say is it contradicts itself. It don't make no sense.
And just I'm gonna let you speak right here, y'all, because again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Sunday afternoon GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. Y'all know we do the Lord's work, and we got the Lord with us here. Blue Boats in the building. Shout out to you. Just to double down on what Lamont's talking about, Joker is the only player that has 10 or more post-up plays or possessions in the game. Every other player is under 5. So as an example, like he said, unless you can grab that ball in the low post or in that low block and make that play and find out who's open, because you know you're going to get double teamed, right? That's the only way it's going to work, because now you're going to create offense. You're not going to score off of it. You're going to create like Joker does. So like he said, it's a bad example because no other center or big man can pass like Joker. So you're not going to do that. You're not going to put Karl-Anthony Towns in that position. Even Bam, as good as a passer as Bam is, you're not going to put Bam in that position. You're not going to put Wemby in that position. You're not going to put Anthony Davis in that position. So at the end of the day, that's why it's dead, because it's just not effective basketball. Let's let Blue Boat get his word in. What up, brother? Thank you for joining us again. It's always great having you. What you got for today's topic?
Salute to everybody, man. Salute to the panel. Salute to everybody. FYF, T-Perfect, Craig, B-Lee. What's going on, man? What's going on, fellas? Couple of things I wanted to touch on. With the whole thing about the whole ratings, what Shaq is saying, it's like, I don't know where he's getting his information from. I don't know what he bases off of. He didn't, like people said, he didn't take into consideration about the streaming service, the people, how they can watch NBA games now, because everything is changing. Every dynamic is changing. I mean, way back when we just had cable, we just had the NBC, we just had CBS, we had the national TV schedule and all that stuff. Now it's like many ways you can watch the NBA. And it's not just cable. Matter of fact, cable, you got more people watching NBA on streaming service than cable, because cable is becoming so expensive and everything, and it's an expensive commodity. Pretty soon in the next couple of years, cable is going to be scarce because of that, because of the prices of cable, because you can't keep all these tiers of channels and everything. So I just want to touch on that. I don't know where Shaq is getting his information. It just seems like he just snatches something out of thin air. You know what I mean? That's just like that regard. As far as like the post game and everything, and different areas of the post game, whatever, I gotta say, you got some teams that base their offenses in the post, but because the game has evolved to shooting, you see now it's more emphasis on shooting now because of what Golden State did. See, Golden State changed the whole paradigm with everything. With Steph, Clay, and all them cats, and later you had Kevin Durant. You had Kevin Durant to that circle. You couldn't guard him to the point where a simple, post game work, to the point where it became like you couldn't counter 2 a certain point, it became where now it's threes is the offense. But then again, you got some exceptions. I know Nikola Jokic, he can shoot threes, he can play outside the perimeter and everything. I mean, he's a better comparison because of his versatility on offense. But more than now than ever, threes outnumber twos, in that aspect, as far as like actual post game, actual stuff that's actually going on.
It should.
Because you can't keep up. Most of these teams can't keep up. The three is more important than two now. Do I like it? Do I think it's better? I can't say it is because every era is different. Every era has its strong points. Today it's like more freelance, more outside. It's all about the 3-point shots. In the 90s, it was more of a grinded out style, bang it down low. But you did have your 3-point shots. You had your Glenn Rice, you had your Steve Smith, you had your Dale Ellis, you had your Dana Barrows, you had your Sean Leonard, you had your Dan Martin. But because it was such a grinded out inside game, right? It was such a grinded out inside game, right? To where it's like, now it's just that kind of style of play. You may be at a loss because threes, you got these teams just like hitting threes at a record rate, right? And it's, to the point where a simple post action might not work.
It won't. It's not, Blue Boat. Because let me give you an example, Blue Boat. But we talked about
effective as shooting a three.
Exactly. All right. Let me give you an example. Right. Right now, I believe Nikola Jokic is shooting like 40% from the 3-point land. Right.
50%. 52%.
Oh, 52%. Okay. All right. Listen.
And that's
all right. Yeah. That's the career high. Listen. All right. But check this out. He averages 10 post ups per game in today's this season. Right. He shoots at 50% when he does that, right? He takes about 4 shots. So he makes about 2 out of 4 shots when he does that. That 50% is nowhere near as efficient as his 50% 3-point shooting. Nowhere near it. And we're talking about Joker. Then we're talking about
because of the game, because of the era, because of the era he's playing in. He's gonna have to shoot.
Yeah.
But to keep up with the style of play, to keep up with the offense. Keep the offensive attack. I'd say about way back when it was probably about the 2000s, you started to see a shift where everything was like post up 3-point shot. In the 90s, it was probably about 85% 3-point shots. No, let me take that back. 85% post play, 75% mid range, 65% 3-point.
But that's still false, because see, that's what we talked about this on Friday Night Exposure. The only difference from back then and today is mid-range and 3-pointers. People just stopped shooting the mid-range. No, but the post-ups is still the same as far as I'm not post-ups, but the amount of shots that they take in the paint, that's still the same. The only difference is that now players are not shooting the mid-range anymore. They're shooting the 3, because back then they couldn't shoot the 3 back then. They weren't shooting 35% from the 3-point land. So that's the problem.
You didn't have that many centers shooting threes back there, except for maybe.
No, you didn't have people.
Coaching just got better.
But you didn't have guys hitting threes at a 35% clip. That's what you got to understand. Everybody's shooting. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's shooting bad. So
that's why I said the post game was emphasized in the 80s and 90s more so than the 3-point shot.
Look again. Check this out. No, check this out, Boobo. Mr. Zesty Jeffrey here. He brought up Sagoon. Sagoon got post moves. Okay, you're right. Sagoon goes to the post at least 5 times per game. He shoots 50% from there.
Right. But what I'm
you're gonna keep going to Sagoon? That's what I'm saying. You're gonna keep going to Sagoon to shoot 50% from the post up? That's not effective when somebody's out here shooting 40% from the 3-point land on you.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. You're right. But I'm saying like that too. Like you can't really counter that when you're posting up, like you said, because you got these teams shooting threes, frying teams at a record rate. The post game won't matter. post game won't matter because you got these teams shooting threes at a record rate. So it's like, you kind of in a conundrum there.
But it's not about just shooting them. It's the fact that they're good at it. That's what you understand. The 90s guys could have shot 53s all the hell they want to. They're not making it at the rate that they're making it today. That's the point, because they can't shoot it.
No,
so that's the point.
It was the era of more of a grinded out, more of a
era of less skilled players. It wasn't nothing else but less skilled. They were not as great as today. That's just it. That's what we have to get to by the end of today's show, is stating that. Not that it was different. No, they were not as skilled or as great as today's players are. They were great for their time, just like the 60s. The 60s shot horrible.
Right. That's one aspect you could say.
Yeah.
That they were great at. That's the one aspect you could say that today's era is better than the 90s and the 80s. Even then in the 80s, even though you had Showtime, a lot of the shots didn't come from the three. A lot of the shots that come from the three was like fast break points and dumping the ball in Kareem when you get that sky. Magic had, fast break. They were the fast. They built. Showtime built their team up the fast break and dumping that ball right into Kareem. You get that sky hook in place. They didn't take that many threes either. So it's like,
Don't need to. They couldn't shoot. Who's gonna shoot the three? Worthy? Byron Scott?
Byron Scott, maybe. Even then,
yeah.
they were kind of like.
And mind you, they can't shoot off the dribble. That's another thing. Those guys couldn't shoot off the dribble. So now you got to get them open. Now you got to find them open. So that makes it harder. You see what I'm trying to say? So
this probably make more sense. The players today took what they did in the 90s and enhanced it. Just look at Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. He was the precursor to Steph Curry. I'm not saying Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, a.k.a. Chris Jackson, was great as Steph, but Steph took what he saw from his dad, Del Curry, and probably what he saw from Abdul-Rauf, and he advanced it. Am I right?
He had the skill set.
Hell no.
He could shoot off the dribble. He could shoot off the dribble. No, again, what happened in the 90s was, and what guys fail to realize is that the flagrant fouls basically told the guards you can now be an integral part of the scoring offense, because you're no longer restricted to just being on the outside. Now you can actually go to the paint and attack the basket, get to the rim, try to get over or around the defender, which is why you had such great shot blockers, because everybody was trying to get to the paint, including now the guards. In the 80s, guards were not trying to get into the paint. You ain't going to find Dennis Johnson trying to get to the paint. That's why Isaiah Thomas didn't his career, because he was the only one, him and Jordan, running into the paint, getting clotheslined. Because they used to allow them to do that. The paint belonged to the big men. You little guards, stay out there and shoot your jumpers all you want. We'll rebound for you, and we'll get you the ball once we rebound. That was the idea. Once they said, oh, you no longer can restrict the little man in the paint, now you get little men like the Abdul-Rauf. You get the Allen Iversons. You get the Tim Hardaways. You get the Penny Hardaways. You get now these smaller guards who now can go to the rim, because if I foul you too hard, I send you to the free throw line plus lose a possession.
Yeah.
So in the 90s, there were 19 players who averaged at least 35% from three, and slightly down from the 2010s, from where it was now. It was 24. So.
What year was that, Travis?
So in all the 90s, I think it's players who played from, I think at least, it was like inter games or something like that. There were the 90s, like their primes. There were 19 guys who averaged at least 35% from three. And from 2010 to 2019, there were 24 who averaged that. So a little bit of an uptick, but that's still just the style of the game.
You talking about career? You talking about career average or for the season?
It's for the decade. For the decade.
Yeah. So for the decade, only guys for the whole decade had over 35%. But you're not counting all the other during the regular season where guys were shooting 30% or better.
No, I'm saying the guys who were playing in the 90s, like all their 90s tenure, okay? The people who were shooting, and this is like at relative volume too. There were 19 players who averaged at least 35% or better from their arc, okay? And obviously it doesn't discriminate from the time they lowered it, etc. But I mean, there were players who could shoot the ball back then. They just didn't. That wasn't the game plan. Obviously, there's more today because there's an emphasis on that, but you can't say that there was no one who could shoot the ball back then.
Okay, let's do this. 1994, there was 32 players that shot above 35% from the three-point land in 1994. This is before the NBA shortened the line. The next year, nobody shot over 50%. The next year, when they shortened the line, we had two 50% three-point shooters, and we had at least, look at this, at least 46 players, up to 46 players that shot above 35%. Let's go back
before that.
Oh, wait.
You said there was 34
let's
players.
Let's go to last season. Let's go to last season in 2024. Right? Let's just do that. Let's have some fun. Travis, you brought up some numbers. You know I love the numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Well, no, I'm just showing you how the shortening of the line allowed them to shoot better in the 90s. So when you're talking about the 90s in general, you have to include the 3 years.
Like numbers, it's context and numbers that you provide him. You know that I was going.
I gotta make sure because you guys that's what you guys love to do. When this guy asked me when somebody asks me if Shaq was a Zesty Jeffrey, he throws Zesty Jeffrey logic out here and then get upset when I'm telling you this. All right, just this year alone. I mean, just last year alone, Travis, over 40 players shot 40% from three-point land, not 35.
Yeah, I mean.
So in a 20-year span, from 1994 to 2024, you can see the big difference in shooting three-pointers. As far as players who shoot above 35% in 2024, Travis, I have to go all the way down to the 130th guy before I find a guy that can't shoot better than 35%.
Yeah, and again, I'm not debating that there are better three-point shooters today or that there's more of them. That's not at all my argument.
Travis, I'm telling you that's what it is. If I'm giving you an extra 80 players that can shoot 35% or better, how does that not affect the game?
What do you mean? No, I didn't argue that
I'm saying that's 130 players who can shoot threes. Back then, you didn't have that. That's what I'm saying. That they couldn't shoot back then. They couldn't shoot back then. They were not great shooters. They suck. I don't care if you bring me 10 of them. It's not enough. You need to bring me the league. I'm talking about the league. Don't bring me Mitch Richmond and Glenn Rice, nigga. Give me somebody. Give me the league. The league suck. I'm not talking about one or two players. I'm talking about the entire league. They suck. They couldn't shoot the three ball. They suck.
Dude, not every player in the NBA today is shooting 40% from three. What the fuck are you talking about?
They suck.
So if you're not shooting 40% from three right now, you suck.
Are there over 100 players that can shoot 35% or better? Are there 100 players in 1994 that can shoot 35% or better?
There weren't 100 players.
So guess what? Compared to today, they suck. I would rather get the pool of 100 players who can shoot 35% or better than the pool of only 40 players that can shoot 35% or better. How about that?
Your take is bogus.
That's not bogus. Moore's not. Just again, Zesty Jeffrey logic is 32 million is better than 40 million.
Hey Travis, what point are you trying to make? Because I think you guys are talking about two different things.
We completely are talking about it. He said that earlier. He said that there was no one who could shoot three back then at any kind of volume, and that was objectively false. I'm not saying that there aren't better three-point shooters today or that there are more of them. It's because, yes, they scout, that's what they practice, what the game demands, 100%. But he's like, oh, they just sucked back then. They couldn't shoot. They couldn't do anything. When that's objectively wrong. Like, that wasn't the play style. And the guys who did decide to do it, there were a lot of good ones. Like, you can't go back. The statistics don't back that up.
The best three-point shooter in 1994, Tracy Murray. How many three-point shots you giving Tracy Murray because he shoots 42% or 45% from three-point land? Please tell me, Travis, you're a great basketball mind. Your IQ is so high. How many Tracy Murray three-pointers you giving him because he could shoot 45%?
What do you mean? What am I giving him?
He shoots 45%. He is your crux. He has the basketball. He's on the floor. How are you getting Tracy Murray all these three-pointers like today's players? How are you doing it?
You mean am I going to run the same sets that I run for today's players if I only have one good three-point shooter on my team?
Are you going to run the same? Are you going to run the same sets with? Are you going to run the same sets with Tracy Murray as you're doing with Stephen Curry?
I'm going to run some plays from sure. Why not?
Matter of fact, I'll dumb it down. I'll digress.
I'm pretty sure he was shooting spot up threes and if you increase his threes, his average is gonna go down.
Players today. How
Brandon,
many do we have?
the man started one game. Brandon, the man started one game. The man couldn't even get on the floor, let alone you're gonna design an offense around him. Let's go to the next guy, B.J. Armstrong. How many times are you going to get B.J. Armstrong 3-pointers for him to shoot off the dribble and create an offense so he can score 30 points per game? How many times are you doing that for B.J.? He's the second best shooter in 1994 from the 3-point land.
Okay, why wouldn't I run a couple plays to get him open if he's the best shooter?
DJ Armstrong is going to go make spot-up threes. So
why did the Bulls not run 3-point plays for BJ Armstrong?
Because he's a spot-up shooter. That's all.
Because you, Travis. It already happened. The 90s already happened. Why were the Bulls not running sets to get BJ? They ran sets for Paxson. They ran sets for Kerr. How come they weren't running sets for BJ Armstrong? Explain it to me. Because we both watched. It already happened.
You guys are actually just dancing around the actual issue.
Okay,
no. You said there wasn't anyone
No,
who could shoot the ball.
you should have never tried to expose the exposer by telling me I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I know what the fuck I didn't expose myself. I'm exposing you right now. Let's continue. Reggie Miller. How many plays for Reggie Miller are you going to get? And is Reggie Miller effective enough to win the game for you because he can shoot 42% from the 3-point land in 1994?
So in today's game, you have a myriad of 3-point shooters just about on every team. You're not running. Your offense is very rarely predicated on one guy. Okay, like for example, Donovan Mitchell. Okay, like they're going to be running plays for him, and like they're going to run different sets, different actions to get guys like Evan Mobley open too. Like you're not just going to be like, oh, we have Michael Jordan, we have Scottie Pippen. Why are we running like 5 or 6 plays for? He's going to be open because of these different actions, because of the broken down plays, because of these things that happen in the course of a basketball game. Where he's going to get spot up too. You're not going to ask him to create his own shot like 10 or 12 times a game. That's stupid. You're totally like misinterpreting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
that's what I was saying, Travis. That's what I was saying, Travis. You're trying to argue what I was saying.
Players today are better.
You're saying that
thank you. Today's players are better because Grayson Allen shooting 46% is going to get you a better 3-point shot than Tracy Murray will ever get you.
And, okay, you're saying that
he said what? Wait. Let me repeat myself so you can understand because I do talk fast. Grayson Allen, who shot 46% from the 3-point line last year in the NBA as the leader, just like Tracy Murray was in 1994, will get you a better shot and shoot more from the 3-point line than Tracy Murray can. That is facts.
What's your point?
Because he can get his shot off in different ways. T Perfect. The 90s was only filled with catch and shoot shooters. Catch and shoot. Like think about Reggie Miller, and even guys like Larry Bird. Right, Reggie Miller was a catch and shoot player. This is why he struggled. This is why he struggled to get like 9-10 threes off per game because he needed.
That's exactly what we have today, right?
But what happens when T-Perfect? What you're saying is. What y'all saying is y'all were trying to act like they had a low volume of threes because they didn't shoot a lot of threes. No, Reggie wanted to shoot a lot of threes, but when you're a catch and shoot player, your volume's going to go down because you're not dynamic, right? So players today, like the Trae Youngs, like the Steph Currys, because they can score from the 3-point line in a plethora of ways with the balls, off the pick and roll, right? Coming up the court as the point guard, coming off DHOs, coming off screens. They can score from the 3 in a plethora of ways, and they're not just reliant on catch and shoot shooting. When you talk about Dale Ellis, when you think about all the great 3-point shooters of the 90s, right, which Steve Kerr, percentage-wise, was the best. He was a catch and shoot player. There were none of them were off the bounce. Like the only player that we can really think of that was kind of off the bounce from the 3-point line was Muhammad Abdul-Rauf. Outside of that, you name me off the bounce 3-point shooters of the 90s.
Mark Price, that's it. Mark Price, that's it. Mark Price.
Reggie actually was, because Reggie ran around all game to shoot threes. So he would run up and down the court for 40 minutes, and he'll get off maybe 4 or 5 a game.
But you can only get so many off.
But on catch and shoot, most is going to be catch and shoot.
It took him a whole game to actually shoot 4 by running around for 40 minutes. So that's how difficult it was for him.
So name the off-the-bounce 3-point shooters of the 90s.
When you actually watch the games, there's a ton of catch and shoot guys today. Like they're not.
Okay, so name the off-the-bounce 3-point shooters of the 90s.
Holy shit! Is there movement without the ball? Sure. And like yes,
okay,
as you said,
name the off-bounce shooters of the 90s.
They're not all creating their own goddamn shots. You had guys like Glenn Rice. You had guys like Rashawn Leonard. You had guys like Mitch Richmond. You had guys like
Rashawn Leonard was catch and shoot.
Dan Marley. All these guys.
Dan Marley was catch and shoot.
No, they weren't catch and shoot.
Yes, he was.
Yes. But they were also guys who moved without the ball, got him in
Dennis
position,
Scott, catch and
knocked him
shoot.
through.
Yes, move without the ball to catch and shoot, not to dribble. They're not gonna dribble. Okay, listen. Let's do this.
I would say Glenn Rice and Allen Houston. Glenn Rice and Allen Houston could.
You're right, Brandon. Listen, let's name the players.
Those two probably could.
Yeah, all right, let's name. Here's his name. I'm still.
Completely false perspective.
No, it's not, Travis. Stop burying yourself. We're gonna give you some life.
You can't name any players that can shoot off the dribble.
I'm gonna continue to give you points. Tracy Murray can't shoot off the dribble. B.J. Armstrong can't shoot off the dribble. Reggie Miller can shoot off the dribble. Reggie Miller can shoot off the dribble, but he's not that effective. Steve Kerr can't shoot off the dribble. Scott Skiles, Scott Skiles, he's
Reggie
not effective. That's true.
Rick Chapman was probably the second best.
Yeah, Rick Chapman could.
Again, I'm going down the line naming all the top 3-point shooters from 1994.
We got like 5.
Eric Murdoch can't shoot off the dribble. Mitch Richmond can shoot off the dribble. Kenny Smith can't shoot off the dribble. Kenny Smith cannot shoot off the dribble.
Exactly, he cannot.
Dale Curry can't shoot off the dribble. Hubert Davis can't shoot off the dribble. Dennis Scott can't shoot off the dribble. Mark Price can shoot off the dribble. Gerald Wilkins can't shoot off the dribble. Dale Ellis can't shoot off the dribble. Eddie Johnson can't shoot off the dribble. Nate McMillan can't shoot off the dribble. Terry Porter can't shoot off the dribble. Rex Chapman can shoot off the dribble. Joe Dumars can shoot off the dribble. Dan Marley can shoot off the dribble. Those are the top 20 guys. We named like 5 of them that can shoot off the dribble in three-point land.
And you're wrong about most of them too.
Which ones am I wrong?
Who's he wrong about?
You said Mitch Richmond can shoot off the dribble just for starters.
No, I said he can. Mitch Richmond was one of the 5 that I mentioned.
They can. They probably just wouldn't be as effective if they're shooting off the dribble as they were spotting up. So it will be under 40%, definitely. More likely under 35%.
That goes
Definitely.
You're saying that no one back then could. Now you're talking about today's game too. There's way more spot-up 3-point shooters than there are guys who are going to take 4 or 5 dribbles and try to create their own 3-point shot, even around a screen or off. Whatever you're talking about. That's what.
Let's do this. All right, let's do this. Grayson Allen. Can Grayson Allen take a shot off the dribble and be effective?
Sure.
I'll say no. Luke Kennard. No. Those are catch and shoot guys. Mike Connolly. Mike Connolly can shoot off the dribble.
Yes.
Garrison Matthews. I don't know who Garrison Matthews is.
He can shoot off the dribble.
He can shoot off the dribble. Travis, don't cut me off. Norman Powell. He's the top 5 guy. He can shoot off the dribble. Bradley Beal can shoot off the dribble. C.J. McCollum can shoot off the dribble. Drew Holiday can shoot off the dribble. Jalen Williams can shoot off the dribble. Jamal Murray can shoot off the dribble. Sam Hauser, catch and shoot. Rui Hachimura, probably a catch and shoot guy. Aaron Naismith can shoot off the dribble. Carson Wallace, that's who played for OKC? Okay, well, I don't know him. Al Horford is a spot-up shooter. Herbert Jones is a spot-up shooter. Kawhi Leonard can shoot off the dribble. Isaiah Joe is probably a spot-up shooter. Carl Anthony Towns is a shoot off the dribble. D'Angelo Russell shoot off the dribble. I name about 50% of players. Over 10 players here can shoot off the dribble, Travis. Twice as much as the 94 team. That's 20 years later.
That was never my argument.
That's my argument. You're trying to argue me. Remember, I made the point first. Then you try to emphasize some nonsense about how they just didn't take shots. They couldn't. Not as good as today. That's what I'm comparing it to. I'm comparing them to today. Guess what? They could shoot in the 60s, but they couldn't shoot in the 60s as well, Travis, compared to today. Like, I don't understand why. I can't use Jerry West to say that the 60s could shoot, man. So don't do that for Reggie Miller in the 90s.
Whatever you say, man. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous because your childhood is hurt right now. I'm helping you get out of that caterpillar stage and become into a butterfly. You are butterflying and flying into the universe of true basketball knowledge because of Johnny and Goat James Kingdom.
Play today either, right?
What? Those guys are bums. They're not getting on the floor. Again, I'm going to name them to you. Tracy Murray, not getting on the floor. B.J. Armstrong, not getting on the floor. Steve Kerr, not getting on the floor. Scott Skiles, not getting on the floor. Eric Murdoch, not getting on the floor. Kenny Smith, not getting on the floor. Dale Curry can get on the floor because he's kind of tall, can play defense, he can still shoot. Hubert Davis, definitely not getting on the floor. Dennis Scott can get on the floor. Mark Price can get on the floor. Gerald Wilkins is not getting on the floor. Dale Ellis is Duncan Robinson. Eddie Johnson, not getting on the floor. Nate McMillan's a coach in today's NBA. He wouldn't get on the floor. Terry Porter, not getting on the floor. Rex Chapman would be able to get on the floor. Joe Dumars would be able to get on the floor. Dan Marley would be able to get on the floor.
What about guys like Glenn Rice, Tim Hardaway?
Well, Glenn Rice again. Those are guys that eventually, they're not that effective. Glenn Rice shot 38%, and he was not that great off the dribble. He was better as a catch and shoot guy. That's why you ran floppy action, which is what Shaq was telling you guys. He run the floppy in Miami because you have a Dan Marley, you have a Glenn Rice, you have a Vashar Leonard. You get guys running around screens, catch and shoot.
Yeah,
then matter of fact, let me tell you something. My brother played basketball in high school, right? And he was such a great shooter. You know what his coach told him? If you dribble the basketball, I'll take you off the floor. Because every play that the coach drew up for my brother was not for him to actually dribble. It was for him to catch and shoot. My brother had to run around screens all day long because he was a great three-point shooter.
But your brother could dribble, right?
No, he couldn't dribble. He couldn't dribble. That's why the coach told him, don't dribble.
No, you didn't say that.
Yes, he's a great shooter because he couldn't dribble. He shot the ball very well, and the only way he could be on the floor is by shooting. But he couldn't dribble. He wasn't going to get his shot off by dribbling. He was only going to get his shot off by running around screens. I didn't put you on the floor to get your shot off. There's other guys. I got other guys who can dribble and create shots. You can't do it, sir. I'm not putting you on the floor unless you do what I want you to do.
So many of these guys who you actually watch, they could dribble. They weren't taking 10 or 15 seconds off a fucking shot clock. Glenn Rice,
that's why he was on the team and you wasn't.
Glenn Rice was adept at creating space and getting
Hey, Brandon. Brandon and Lamont. I think I've done too much damage for today's people's childhood. I'm gonna stop. I don't want to do no more. I don't want to do it no more. I'm hurting their feelings. I'm just outright hurting their feelings. They don't want to accept the truth that today is just better basketball. It's just better. That's it. They play better. They're more skilled. That's it. Doesn't mean that other era is not great. It was great for their time.
I'm convinced you don't watch the games.
No, I said compared to today. Compared to today. Yeah, I'm comparing it to today. I'm not comparing the 90s to the 90s. If I compare the 90s to the 90s, it was great basketball. The 90s.
I'm 100% convinced you don't watch the games.
I don't. I only watch Miami Heat.
I agree.
Yeah, we beat y'all.
Because there's not.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Creating their own shots from three. The majority of the kids taking spot up 3-point shooting.
Ralph will tell you how deadly 3-point shooting is. The Knicks got their ass kicked shooting. The Knicks got their ass kicked shooting 60-something% from the field because Boston hit 33 pointers on their ass.
It was only for the record. You know what? I'm just gonna shoot three. We going for a record for this game. We win. We going for the 3-point record.
They were. They're gonna shoot 53s a game. They said they were gonna do that.
Did you hear what his coach said that he wanted to have fighting back in the NBA?
They should let them fight. Then you can have people like Oakley in the league. Because again, people like Oakley and them were in the league just to be goons. Nothing else.
Nah, we're not gonna disrespect Oakley like that.
He's a goon. Look at this shit. Let's watch him get an illegal defense and then watch him try to be tough because Chris Childs was out here just acting reckless.
Good from any place. He just gets your points from every place on the court, but he has no certain spot.
Knicks by 11 after the Johnson free throws. And a New York foul on the other end. And now Childs and Hill mix it up a little bit.
Look at the goon. He got no jumper. He can't dribble.
They've adopted the attitude that the
set screens and elbows.
The Pistons used to be the bad boys. They used to be the rough and tough team. Pat Riley came from Los Angeles after we beat them in L.A. He came to New York, and he put the same type of bad boy attitude into the Knicks, and they still have a little of that left over.
Not a foul, but rather an illegal defense call against New York.
In Detroit right now has become a finesse team, and I think that's one of the dilemmas that they have. Do they want to be a power team or do they want to be a finesse team?
So right there, the man did an illegal defense because he can't fucking play basketball.
Now you see that score though, 50-39. We was whooping that ass.
Then he just fouled the man because he said, "Fuck it, that's what I'm here to do. I'm gonna foul you. I got 6 of them. I can go ahead and foul you right now."
Now, we were whooping that ass, 50-39. That's what it was.
And on that basketball floor, besides Joe Dumars and Allen Houston, nobody could shoot off the dribble. Facts. It's just facts, man. It's just facts.
Hold on, what year was that?
1998, 97, 98.
Sprewell was on the team.
Sprewell cannot shoot off the dribble. Ralph,
What you
really?
talking about? Yes, I can.
You mean like off the dribble? You mean like one
Yes,
dribble?
he can.
Sprewell, he's off the dribble shooter. That's his game. Yeah, he's definitely two pointers, not threes, but
We're talking about threes. Yeah, we're talking threes. We're talking about threes. Yeah, we're talking about hitting 3-pointers.
Yes,
Because they couldn't do it.
Off the dribble was great.
That wasn't the game.
They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. The game. It was because they couldn't do it. Ralph, why do it if you can't do
It
it?
wasn't because they couldn't do it.
They couldn't.
That wasn't the game.
Because they couldn't. Because they couldn't.
He already admitted he doesn't watch basketball except for one team. Come on.
That's like saying
We're
today hit mid-range jumpers.
Nigga, this is what I go through every time because I gotta drop knowledge. Every time. All because Shaq lied. All because Shaq lied, and y'all can't accept the truth that today's NBA is just greater. The reason
He played beyond the 90s.
I can tell you this. If they couldn't shoot today's NBA, they're not letting them shoot like that. The reason they're letting them shoot like that because they can shoot.
No, the reason they shooting like that because they told them threes is more for the two, so focus on shooting threes. That's what they have.
Listen, no one's not saying that the game hasn't evolved. The game's evolved to what it is now. It's higher scoring, faster pace. More guys need to be able to shoot the ball, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what scouting that's what we scout for. That's what teams are building around. Yes, more guys are more capable of doing it. That's no one's debating that. The thing that
Shaq never gives this era credit.
Shaq's an idiot. Okay, what
that's
I'm
true.
saying is that there were guys who could plug into the system back in the day and be successful. Johnny's saying that's not the case, which is ridiculous.
Not the case. I just pointed out. What other year you want to go to? You want to go to another 90s year? Let's go to another one if you want to. We can show it to you.
2000s year when he was.
All right. You know what? I'm glad you did that because I got the 2000s here as well. Let's go to 2005.
Why do y'all fall for his stuff?
How? Listen. Wait. Carl. Because they believe Zesty Jeffrey lies, Ralph. You stay silent because you already know. There is no angle but talking basketball with me. If you're not talking basketball, you will be exposed.
Better than what the previous.
No, your angle's gonna be. It's just a different era.
You're talking about Shaq. Shaq played more than just the 90s. This whole episode is predicated on Shaq. Shaq said his era. That's my whole thing.
All right. So in 2005, we had. Let's go. Oh wow! Look at this. This is nice. We had 71 players that could shoot 35% or better, including the GOAT LeBron James in 2005 NBA season, who shot 35.1, which was the last guy on this list. Let's go. Let's see here. Fred Hoiberg, catch and shoot shooter. Joe Johnson can shoot off the dribble. Cuttino Mobley can shoot off the dribble. Mike Miller, catch and shoot shooter. Damon Jones, catch and shoot shooter. Steve Nash can shoot off the dribble. Joe Barry, catch and shoot shooter. John Barry. Chauncey Billups can shoot off the dribble. Eric Penskowski, I forgot to say his last name. He's a catch and shoot guy. Jason Terry can shoot off the dribble.
You don't even know who that is.
No, I don't. Yeah, he played for Chicago though. I can't say his last name. Eric Pakatakowski. But he's a catch and shoot guy. That's his name, right?
He can shoot off the dribble.
How you don't know him and you know he's a catch and shoot? How you know he's not off the dribble?
What? Because I can look at the shot attempts. He took 134 shots. That's what a catch and shooter does. He can't shoot off the dribble.
Huh?
Jason Terry can shoot off the dribble. Okay, you want to say so? Okay, let's do this. You want to give Eric that? Because it's only going to look worse for the 90s if we give it to Eric. Okay, Jason Terry.
It's going to be less in the 90s because it was a slower pace.
Well, not necessarily so, because again, we were looking at 1994.
You got some team
Reggie Miller can shoot off the dribble. That's why he almost took 300 3-pointers. B.J. Armstrong can't. That's why he took 135. Tracy Murray can't shoot off the dribble. That's why he took 109. Mitch Richmond can't shoot off the dribble. That's why he took 312. Again, if you can do it, you will do it. So let's continue. I know it's different. It's a different era. I know because they were less skilled.
No, the pace was much slower than what it is today.
Has nothing to do with that. Donnell Marshall, catch and shoot guy. Jim Jackson can shoot off the dribble. Jason Capono, catch and shoot guy.
It don't matter. It's just the numbers. But when you give him numbers, then he wants contact.
What numbers have you guys given me to prove that the 90s players were more skilled than today? Nothing. You guys giving me nothing.
Who said they're more skilled?
That's why they're not better. Because you're not more skilled. You're better because you're more skilled. You're not greater. Greater is your accomplishments, what you achieve in your career. Being better means they're more skilled. It is a better brand of basketball across the board.
I got a question for you.
So someone who knows the post game in the 90s against someone who don't know in the today's, you saying the person who don't know the post game is better, is more skilled than the person.
That's why Shaq is saying that, because they were telling Shaq you couldn't play today.
I'm just
and
saying
Shaq was upset. Shaq was upset.
Skill sets that's learned in this era. There's some skill sets that you're never going to learn again because that's the way the basketball is played.
No, that's just some skill sets you have. You have. Here you go with the learning shit.
All about the 3-point shot. So you're not going to learn the same skills.
Now it's about being able to be on the court. I can't be on the court unless I can shoot threes. That's why I'm on the court, because I can shoot.
I seen a clip a few months ago to where Kevin McHale and Danny Ainge playing a one-on-one. He did a hezzy and he called a travel, I believe, or a double dribble, something like that. Like, it's different era.
Again, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's not. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
If someone says, "Hey,
the referees."
There's no post game moves, but you got to learn this skill set. Of course, I'm going to learn the skill set to get me in the league. In the 90s, the skill set wasn't learning how to shoot threes. It was based on your physical build and what you could do. 3-point wasn't. The guys in the 90s was playing basketball before there was a 3-point line existed. Now there's a 3-point line as soon as you're born. So Johnny,
what does an average starter take? What does an average starter take today in terms of 3-point attempts? Like 5, 6?
Oh, they take a lot of 3-pointers today. They take a lot.
The average starter.
The average starter?
35.
Jokic is taking 4.
No, no. I mean, guys like what's it called? Edwards went up to shooting like 9 or 10 3-pointers per game. Guys, it depends on the player.
He's shooting 11.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So there were 14 guys in the 90s who took at least 4 shots or 3-point attempts per game, and they were shooting better than 34% for the line.
34.
Yeah.
Okay, were they catch and shoot guys or shoot off the dribble guys? Name the 14 guys. Name the 14 guys, please.
Okay, so these guys were Nick Van Exel, Dennis Scott, Vernon Maxwell, Reggie Miller, Tim Hardaway, John Starks, Mookie Blaylock, Dell Ellis, Dan Marley, Glenn Rice, Chuck Person, Steve Smith, Mitch Richmond, Mark Price.
Okay, you name a few guys who come catch and shoot guys. They can shoot off there. A lot of them are catch and shoot guys, and a lot. No, I'm saying I'm talking about shoot off the dribble guys. No, that's what I'm saying. A lot of guys can shoot, but they're not that effective. That's what I'm saying. They're not that effective off the dribble. That's what you guys got to understand. They're shooting 34% while being good catch and shoot guys. See, that's what you guys got to fail to realize. That's why today's guys don't shoot 34%, because they can shoot off the dribble and catch and shoot. That's why they're shooting 38, 39, 40%. Because like Lamont easily explained, they have a variety of ways to get their 3-point shot off. That the guys back then did it.
What?
It's not hard. It's not that hard to explain. If we were having an argument right now about how the 60s was not as skilled as the 90s, this wouldn't even be a fucking show.
You're saying that none of these guys could play. That was what you said earlier.
Compared to today. They can't play. Today, they can't play today. They'll get run off the fucking court. They suck today. That's what I'm saying. The same way the 60s, the same way Bob Cousy would suck in the 90s.
Plenty of those guys can plug in today and play. Plenty of them.
None of them. Majority of them couldn't play. None of them. First of all, none of them are going to have the athletic ability to play the defense that is necessary to be on the floor today. They'll get fucking smoked left and right.
What?
That's off the top.
Everyone's a lockdown defender today? Bullshit.
Actually, yes. That's why I keep telling you need shooters, because everybody's playing great defense today. There's more greater perimeter defenders today than back then. Everything is greater now. Everything. Every aspect of the game is better. Dribbling, post-ups, shooting, defense, block shots. Everything is better.
He's right. That's why you have to have the 3 in your bag, because defenses aren't letting you walk to the rim and get layups. You think if defenses were just allowing you to get 50 layups a game, guys would just go in and get 50 layups? The reason they have to have more in their bag beyond the 3-point line is because defenses are suffocating the middle of the lane. They're not allowing you to get in there as easy. And with that shot clock running it down, you got to have something in your bag to get your shot off.
Okay, what's your point?
So what I'm saying is when y'all
guys
pretend as if
run around screens,
they aren't as good.
Many of these guys had huge bags.
No,
what
you're saying, T Perfect. No, T Perfect. What you're saying is you're thinking that defense is just one-on-one.
No, not.
Defense is teams today guard the ball as a 5-man unit. So when you drive and when you have the ball, all 5 guys are zoned in on you. So when you think about scoring in today's game, you have to figure out how am I going to score over their entire team because of the matchup zone principles that every team has.
Sure. And you're not bringing up any point either, and that doesn't conform with anything what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that
what
a
are
lot
you
of these
saying?
guys had bags they could slot in. Johnny's saying they couldn't play because they're not lockdown defenders, as if 100% of the league today is a lockdown defender, and these guys just couldn't play. That's
way better lockdown defender than John Starks, Reggie Miller, Mitch Richmond, the 14 guys that you mentioned. Way better.
You're saying every roster, top to bottom, every guy is a better defender than those 14 players I named. Just say yes, please.
I said today's NBA plays better defense than those guys. So let's take the top 14. Let's take the top 14 3-point shooters. Yes, because you think that's what y'all. This is what y'all love to do. Y'all want to conflate the best players of that era and compare them to ever and say, well, are you telling me that the guy that's number 0 at... No, that's not what I did. I told you the whole era was better than that era. I didn't just use 14 guys. I told you that the same guys you just mentioned are not good enough defensively to even be on the court. That's the number one reason why they will not make the floor. Like Mark Price can't stick nobody. He's not going to be on the floor guarding no Damian Lillard, no Kyrie Irving, Darius Garland. Damian Lillard's more athletic. Again, because you're watching him guard these players. If he had to guard Dennis Johnson and microwave Vinnie Johnson, he would have easily stopped them.
Lillard is just a terrible defender overall. Like I wouldn't.
Because today's players are better.
I don't get what he's saying. He has to go against the best of today. He's not playing the 90s B.J. Armstrong, who's going to turn his back and just pass the ball and not do anything, not to get aggressive in attack. He's not guarding John Paxson and Steve Kerr, who are just catch and shoot players and not going to do anything. He has to go up against the best perimeter players we've seen in NBA history. So, of course, it's going to look like he's getting cooked.
The worst starter, he's not even guarding good.
What do you?
Damian Lillard's a bear.
So you telling me Sam Hauser's cooking Damian Lillard?
Damian Lillard don't play defense. So like let's put that out there. He doesn't play defense. What are we talking about here?
Because he's guarding Jamal Murray. Because he's guarding Darius Garland. Because he's majority. That's who he's guarding. But Rob, that's what I was trying to explain to y'all. Back then, there wasn't that many good guards. Today's NBA guards are better. There's a bunch of these guys. He has to guard a bunch of good guys who can dribble and shoot off the dribble, who's also getting screens on top of that.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt here to find common ground with you here, okay? Because I'm saying that there were guards, a small amount, sure. There are better guards today, there are more of them. But there are definitely guards back then who could slot in and play. I mean, you telling me that Austin Reeves is a better defender than like Steve Smith and Rich Richmond and Mookie Blaylock? No.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
No,
yes.
Not doing that. Not better.
No, wait. I'm not gonna say Mookie. Not Mookie. But Glenn Rice, and he said Glenn Rice, Steve Smith, and who else?
He's not a
Mitch Richmond.
I just think Glenn Rice is
not a defender.
Oh, he said Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond was a good defender, but you can't tell me that Mitch Richmond is more athletic than Austin Reeves. You can't.
He was a far better basketball player than Austin Reeves.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, he is.
He was a better offensive player than Austin Reeves.
Again, y'all got see this is the argument I got with the Hakeem Olajuwon situation, because when you were talking about defense, you have to have agility. Are you telling me that Austin Reeves does not have the same agility as Mitch Richmond or better?
Agility?
No, it's not better.
Agility has nothing to do with your skill.
That's defense. It's a skill.
Your defense.
Mitch Richmond's better shooter than Austin Reeves.
Like last year's.
Again, ladies and gentlemen.
100% convinced you don't watch the game.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is why GOAT James Kingdom exists. Brandon is sitting back enjoying this because when he met me, he knew this is what he was going to have every Sunday. I was going to defend basketball to the most highest core because we're basketball fans. We actually love the game. And you guys are sitting here defending an era that we're not saying is horrible in general. We're just saying it's not as good as today. You guys don't want to accept that. Accept it. Austin Reeves is as agile. Austin Reeves is not slower than Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond played 25 years ago. He does not have the training regimen. Do you understand what these guys go through to be just a second faster? Austin Reeves won't be on the floor if he can't stay in front of somebody. The reason he looks bad is because he's playing a bunch of great guards. He has to guard Malik Monk. Malik Monk comes off the bench and is better than John Starks. Better than all these guys. Yes, he's better. Malik Monk is better than John Starks, man. Get out of here. John Starks is not killing me. He's not doing shit but taking spot-up threes after he gets a pass from a double team from Patrick Ewing. He's not dominating the game of basketball. Malik Monk was going to score 25 on you, shooting threes and dunking on you. If you don't stay in front of him. If you don't play defense on Malik.
Starks. I don't want y'all talking. Who said he wasn't? Who said he wasn't?
Your whole premise is that no one
Malik
can
Monk.
transition in any eras. That's what you're saying.
I'm just saying today's better is better. If you guys can't accept that it's better, I don't know what to tell
I
you.
already said that it's more skilled. There's more.
That makes it better.
Players. Okay.
Say better.
More players.
Come
can
home.
Shoot the ball.
Come home.
It's an amount of the game.
Come home.
But I'm not going to say that no players would be able to transition to today's game. That's just ludicrous.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
Guys
you
like
did.
guys like John Stockton, I can see them transitioning. Guys like Mark Price, I can see them transitioning. Guys like let me see who else I can bring up here. Mitch Richmond, I can see them transitioning because the game was suited for them.
A transition to the G League.
No, we're not doing that.
Now, that's talking about offensively. We're talking about offensively, but again, we're going to talk about defensively because a lot of those guys never had to guard anybody that was going to score on them.
Okay, and they could because
They were help defenders.
that today's players have today.
They have to do more than that because if you can't play any kind of defense, they're going to do you like they did Luke in the
They will play
finals.
defense. What's to stop them? You tell me, prime Steve Smith, if he was dropped in today, had every advantage, wouldn't be a decent defender on par with any roster. Okay.
He probably could if he came out the drive in 2020, but not in 1992 that he came out.
Yeah. Why would
Oh wait, Brandon, you remember that episode we did about Jerry West?
Yes, and y'all was all with me. Mm-hmm.
You remember? I was the only one that said Jerry West can play. I was the only one that said Jerry West can play in the 90s.
Jerry West would average 30 points a game in the 90s.
No, I was the only one that said that. No, I was the only one that said that.
No, you
it was a few of y'all. It was a few of y'all.
I said it too. I was there.
Because I remember a lot of y'all was saying the same thing Brandon was saying, that was good for the day for this era.
I was the only one saying it. Everyone was saying that every day he would average 30.
I said no. I didn't say 30. I
said he can average 25, 30. Brandon said he's not averaging 25. Brandon said he's not averaging 20.
He averaged like 10 at the most.
Exactly. That's what. And he didn't get kickback. Brandon didn't get no kickback. But besides me, I remember I was the only one saying Brandon was tripping. I remember that.
No. It was a lot of y'all. It was a lot of y'all. Everyone saying he would average over 20. Everyone saying he would average over 20.
Averaging 25 with no three-pointers. He was scoring 25 with no three-pointers.
That's what I said, but I don't remember nobody else agreeing that he would average 25. I don't remember that.
No, I was on the show as well, Brandon. Johnny, me, you, and Craig was saying that. Brandon was by
Chad
himself.
too. Chad was on there too. Everyone was saying he would average over 25.
Chad was saying that too. You're right. I remember Chad was saying that. I remember Chad being
saying that.
Okay, so all right, because I don't remember y'all were going in on me because I was like, why not? It's Jerry West. He could shoot. He would have 3-pointers.
Because at the end of the show, you was like, "This is the first time me and Brandon actually disagreed." That was that same.
Yeah, because I literally played a clip of Jerry West dribbling with one hand and then Penny Hardaway, and everyone saying he would be better than Penny Hardaway in the 90s. Some ridiculous thing. Yeah, everybody said Jerry West over Penny Hardaway in the 90s.
That's what I was saying. Because Anthony Hardaway never averaged 25 points in the 90s. So obviously Jerry West is going to be better than him if he can average 25 points.
Oh, that's just ridiculous to
Now
say.
that's what it. Now that's
That was again. That's what I was telling y'all. That I believe. That's what I'm saying. I was the only one that was saying Jerry West can still do what he did in the '60s.
Everyone was saying that. It wasn't only. Don't try to say you was the only one, John.
No, Ralph just said that he's not better than Penny Hardaway.
He's not on the same level as Penny Hardaway. He's not as skilled as Penny Hardaway. That's what I'm
saying. Thank you. That's what I was saying. That nobody agreed with me that his skill set will translate. That everybody was saying that he's
Johnny. That part we agreed, but when you went to the Penny Hardaway and Jerry West, you was by yourself with that. I ain't gonna lie.
That's the point. Obviously, wait a minute. If Jerry West could average 25 points per game, isn't he better than Penny Hardaway, who couldn't average 25 points?
I was saying he was going to be around 23, 24.
Penny Hardaway was a point guard, so he was not trying to average 25. When Shaq
so was Jerry West. So was Jerry West.
When Shaq went out, Penny Hardaway averaged over 28 points per game. When Shaq came back, it went back down to his 20 to 22.
Penny Hardaway did not average over 22 points per game in the NBA season.
Like I said, when Shaq went out, when he was hurt, Penny Hardaway would average over 28 points per game. When Shaq came back, Shaq was the primary focus, and he went back down to his 20 to 22 points per game.
Oh, you're saying when he was off the court?
When Shaq was hurt, Shaq got hurt a lot, and Penny played all those games over 28 points per game.
Yeah, I ain't taking no Jerry West over Penny. There ain't no way.
A lot of people, everyone did, and I showed highlights of Penny dunking on everybody, and Jerry West dribbling with one hand, shooting layups.
I didn't say anything.
I don't know.
On that. I didn't say nothing with that part.
Well, it's kind of hard because of Johnny. I don't think he ever seen Penny Hardaway play before, so he's going to say Jerry West.
There you go. No. Again, I can hear y'all. I can hear y'all. Hold on, because for me, at the end of the day, I think Jerry West was skilled. He had the skills back then. He just didn't have the 3-point shot. Jerry West could shoot off the dribble. Now he wasn't as skilled as like what Brandon is saying, as far as because we were talking about scoring. He doesn't have the same dribble skills, but he can.
It was the error. That's why.
No, he just didn't have the skill. It doesn't matter. He didn't have the skill. He didn't have the skill. He couldn't dribble like Penny Hardaway. Definitely Penny Hardaway was more skilled than Jerry West. That I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say that. But I said he can translate, meaning he can still average 25 points per game. You guys don't think he could average 25 points per game. That's why I said I was alone in this.
8 points per game in the 90s.
So look, listen, Penny Hardaway's best season was in 1996. He averaged 22 points per game, which is 21.7. When Shaq left the next year, he only averaged 20.5. He never had any great season scoring-wise. His best season assist-wise was 7 assists per game,
when
and that
Shaq
was when he had
left,
Shaq.
Penny was hurt. When Shaq left, Penny was hurt. And in the playoffs, Penny Hardaway averaged almost 40 points per game versus the Heat.
That's only 3 games.
I'm just saying, like you never watched Penny play before to say that he.
I did watch him play. What you talking about?
You did not watch Penny Hardaway play to say something that ridiculous.
He played 59 games in '97. That was the year he got hurt. The next year, he played 59 games in '97. He played in the playoffs and averaged 30 points per game and lost in 5 games in '97. But he averaged 30 points per game. I've seen Jerry West do that, and he shot 46% from the field. He's shooting 30.
In the 60s, he did that.
See, look, there you go. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. See, it was the same thing. That was my point. That was my point. When I was trying to compare players before the 90s to say if they could play in the 90s, a lot of people were saying no. But today we have a whole show arguing about how the 90s can still play today. Y'all should have the same energy Brandon has.
They're still saying the same thing that they can. I'm still saying the same thing that they cannot. That don't transfer.
I know. You're staying consistent. For me, it depends on the player. It depends on the player.
Consistent. You're not consistent. No one else is consistent.
I am consistent because Jerry West is definitely not no damn Mitch Richmond or no goddamn Reggie Miller. He's way better than those guys.
Jerry West. He belongs.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying. With the one-handed dribbling.
No. I'm talking about his career-wise. He had a better career than them.
He had a better career.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, career-wise.
Yeah, he did.
So I ain't saying nothing about his career. I'm talking about his skills.
Those guys can dribble way better than Jerry West could ever dribble. That I would say for a fact. I'm not gonna argue that. They could.
Once in this episode, you hear me arguing about playing in today's league. All I was saying is, if you're talking about what Shaq said, which was the whole point of the episode, he said his era. His era is from 1992 to 2011 when he retired. That's all I'm saying.
Shaq's era was when he was at his best, not in 2011.
Shaq wasn't dominant since his first year with the Heat. He averaged 11 points in the finals versus Dallas. That's how effective Shaq was.
But you know what? Everybody, thank y'all for joining us. We got a full panel here. We're having some fun, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I am riling it up like I normally do. Shout out to all you guys.
That Jerry West crap.
I just brought it up because I don't see the consistency, Brandon. I don't see the consistency. I'm very consistent. I named players from the 90s that could translate to today. I said they're just not going to be that effective.
But they're all saying that they could translate just like Jerry West can. Like, they're being consistent, too. They're delusionally consistent.
They're using Jerry West. They're not using Jerry West. They say Michael Jordan. Jerry West is the Michael Jordan of his era. Then they say Michael Jordan. They said Mitch Richmond. They said Mark Price and these guys, bro. Like, these are the guys that they're trying. John Starks. I didn't bring up Hal Greer. I didn't bring up Dolph Shaves. I didn't bring up these guys.
I didn't say any player. I was just talking
Dale
about
Ellis.
what the whole episode was about.
Glenn Rice.
Y'all took
All those. None of those guys can play today's NBA because today's NBA is harder. Like I told them, Akeem Olajuwon would not be as great as he was in today's NBA like he was in the 90s because we don't know if Akeem Olajuwon can guard 25 feet from the rim. We don't know this. We don't know. I do know Jerry West can shoot off the dribble, and I do know Jerry West can shoot. So that's why I can say he can translate.
What was Jerry West's percentage, his field goal percentage?
It was in the mid-40s, which is incredible in his era. Incredible. It's the best. If you guys want to go to era differential when we're talking about field goal percentage, Wilt Chamberlain and Jerry West beats everybody. Nobody shot better compared to their era than those two guys. Nobody.
Oscar Robertson did better than Jerry West as far as field goal percentage.
What was Oscar Robinson?
48.
What was Oscar Robinson? 48%. Okay,
48,
Oscar Robinson.
48.
Yeah, add Oscar Robinson. Yeah, that's crazy. Add my Oscar Robinson. I didn't know Oscar Robinson shot 48%. I thought he shot around 43, 44%, around Jerry West's number. Put him there as well. He's another guy that was a great shooter for his era. But again, y'all
what you say? 43%.
You notice how the players that can only translate?
I think Jerry West
was shooting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly. That's all we're gonna say. Guys who can shoot off the dribble, like a Oscar Robinson, like a Jerry West.
Yeah. That's the only thing that gives Jerry West a chance is the fact that he can shoot.
Now, what Brandon has a point is that with the way they play defense today, can they get their shot off because they're not that great dribblers? So are they going to really be able to get their shot off the dribble? Is another story.
Ain't get no shot off dribbling with one hand.
Yeah, he ain't getting a shot off.
He's not, but he's going to get catch and shoot.
Jerry West not even played in college probably with that one hand dribbling. Talking about the NBA averaging 30 points per game.
That's how the game was played. That's why, if you're transitioning a player from one era to another, it's really they don't have the training like other players have.
Yeah, if Jerry West had the training that he had back in the day, a 6'2" unathletic guard is not coming in the league averaging 30 points per game. He's coming in the league passing out towels because he's working for the stadium.
That was the MVP because that's what Steve Nash did.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Steve Nash is more athletic, and he can dribble way better than Jerry West.
That's not even a question.
So, Johnny, you realize that if we drop all these players into today's league, they'd have the same training, the same.
I'm not doing no imaginary shit. I'm not doing no imaginary shit. I told you I'm 43. I don't imagine shit. I've done stop imagining. And if I'm going to imagine anything,
Jerry West averaging 30 in the 90s.
Yeah, because he can shoot. He can score.
That's the only hypothetical.
I can see Jerry West doing the same things Reggie Miller and them were doing, but better. That's why.
This is ridiculous, man. What are we doing?
Wow.
Again, y'all talking about Jerry West. I didn't say Hal Greer. I didn't say Bob Cousy. I didn't mention none of those other guards. We're talking about dynamic, once-in-a-lifetime players.
Most players would be able to play today. Today's NBA is garbage.
No, they wouldn't. Them players from the 90s have to defend.
Bro, today's NBA is garbage. And I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, wait. Let's let Mingle Jester tell us why today's NBA is garbage with all the stuff that we dropped. Go ahead.
Garbage. First of all, because of the rule change. That's number one. They wanted more offense, less defense. That's why you see the defensive players are more handcuffed than, say, the offensive players. That's why the offensive players look more superior than the defensive players. because the rule change implemented more offense instead of defense. The rule change. They wanted more offense. The commission and
what rule? Name the rule.
Hold on a minute. They said the games was boring because of the defense. You know, like the early 2000s and the 2000s, where they had the low scoring games. 80, 70, 70-point games. At the end of they said that was boring. So they wanted more offense. So they kind of handcuffed the defensive players. They gave them all these stipulations and stuff, and took away most of all they stuff. Like
what are you talking about?
What did they take away?
Like movement and stuff. So therefore, it's the offensive players that look more talented than say anything that y'all ever seen, which is a lie.
See what I'm saying?
These guys are not more.
You're lying. You're
These
lying.
guys don't have the fundamentals that you see, that you normally see.
Okay,
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something.
Jester.
Hold on a minute. I ain't finished. Hold on a minute. I ain't finished.
Hold on, let's let him finish, because again, all this shit was what I was telling y'all. Again, watch, listen to him.
Hold on a minute. I ain't finished. I'm not finished. A lot of these guys today are terrible at fundamentals, for one, and two, a lot of these guys. You got guys like, okay, these guys so talented, like these guys so much skilled than the rest of the eras, like y'all say they is. Why the hell is Devin Booker crying about double team? Oh, I don't like when they double team me because.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
This is, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Zesty Jeffries do. They take stuff out of context. He was talking about pickup.
I'm a Kobe fan.
You're a Zesty Jeffrey.
I'm a Kobe fan.
Hey, Johnny, let me ask you one question.
Again, you can answer.
One question. Bigger gesture. When did the NBA make it easier for players to score?
That rule, y'all know that.
No, when? What year did it become easier to score? That's all I want to know. What year? What year? Tell me.
I don't know, but I don't know what year.
All right, go ahead, Johnny, because he's just talking because he don't even know.
No, I'm not.
Again,
no. That the offense score more points. That's the reason why you see teams score 105 points.
When? What season? What season? What season?
When?
What season?
Crazy, like y'all don't
what season, Mr. Jester? What season?
But y'all know it.
You don't know because you don't know. You're just talking.
That's why I called you a Zesty Jeffrey. That's why I called you a Zesty Jeffrey.
I'm a Kobe fan.
That's a Zesty Jeffrey. That's a Zesty Jeffrey at his finest.
When did it become easy?
I just think Jordan the GOAT.
Let me answer the Booker question. Booker was talking about playing pick up basketball. He's talking about not NBA games. He's not saying they shouldn't double team in an NBA game. He's saying that in a pickup game. Nigga Jester, you gotta let me talk. We let you speak. I let you talk. I let you say yes.
No, you did not. No, you did not. You were interrupting the whole time. No, you did not.
Go ahead.
You did not.
Go ahead.
Y'all were interrupting the entire time.
Continue. Go ahead.
But anyway, this dude over, and why would he be talking about a pickup game? What that got to do with anything? A pickup game?
That's where he said it at. That's where he said it at. That's where he said it at.
So you mean to tell me he complained about double teams in a
Do I give a fuck? No, not one. How many fucks do I give? 0. Exactly. So therefore your comment is irrelevant.
Man, sit your dumb ass down.
Yo, Johnny, ban this Anthony.
No. He stopped me from speaking to reply to the answer. He didn't let me finish. The man lied. He was talking about a pickup game. They were asking him, because there's footage of it. The footage of him saying it is in a pickup game. He didn't say it nowhere else. It was said in a pickup game. And he got double teamed. He threw the ball down and said, "We're not doing this here, man. I'm working on my game. I'm not here to deal with double teams. I deal with that in the regular season because they fucking play defense in the NBA. They double team. He didn't want to deal with that in pickup games. He didn't want defenses in pickup games because the NBA does it. The NBA plays defense. That's why he said that shit. You don't know basketball. You sit here and talk all this stupid ass shit.
What the fuck you doing here? If you can't take it, sit your ass down.
Bro, y'all just sit right here capping, and y'all know y'all capping.
Why don't you come up here and now you know what you're talking about?
Y'all know you
I
know
don't
what you're
understand
talking
that.
about, bro. Come on,
I don't
bro.
understand why you come up here and make a statement and have no clue what you're talking about.
This game, y'all know today's NBA is trash. They get the carry
To
the
save him,
basketball.
to
Back in the
save
day,
you, to save you, Mingle Jester.
Hold on a
Ralph,
minute.
no, there's no hold up because we don't want to hear you lying. We don't want to hear you lying. Ralph is gonna save you.
Back in the day,
You are done.
You are done.
You're done. You're done.
Ralph said it. Ralph said it best. It was an 04. What you're talking about is the league banning hand checking again for the millionth time during the whole. And mind you, what does a 2004 rule have to do with the 2020s? How is a rule that was changed 20 years ago make it easier to score today? It doesn't.
You don't know what he's talking about. You don't even know when.
The scoring started gradually going up.
Go ahead, Ralph.
And
Go ahead, Ralph.
When the scoring actually spiked up is when the 3-point shooting started evolving. That's when we started seeing a whole lot more because they started going to the analytics, you know, started looking
2014.
at, the three, exactly. Like, well, it was
That's not a rule. That's just players getting better.
2015. Well, I'm
Thank
going
you.
through when what I'm going through is how the scoring went up. Rule changing is the 2000, 2001, and 03, 04. Those are the two rule changes that he's talking about. Which, with the results after that, you do see the scoring gradually go up more and more after that year.
But that makes no sense though, Ralph, because the NBA just, I think it was 2 years ago, and this rule affected James Harden a ton. They've been adding rules in to help defenders defend more. Like they took away the rip through. So remember when James Harden would go to the free throw line because he would do that rip through? They took that out the game because they said it was giving offensive. So
The Reggie Miller kick out. The Reggie Miller kick out. Reggie Miller got famous for that. They took that away.
Yeah, you can get a check now for kicking out. So they actually are giving the defense more weapons.
They gave it a weapon with that rule change, yeah. But you still had the other two rules that actually.
What two rules? What rule?
Only one.
3 seconds, defense of 3 seconds, and hand checking.
Ralph.
Well, hand checking only helped. Hand checking helped defenders.
No, it helped the defense. The hand checking helped.
No. Taking hand checking out in this league today helped the defenders. You cannot defend hand checking today. Okay, let me ask you, Ralph Alexander. If you had to guard Kyrie Irving for $1 million, you had to get a stop. Are you going to go up on the Kyrie Irving and hand check him?
No.
No, you're going to drop your ass back and try to play real defense because hand checking is bad defense. All they did was basically tell you that hand checking is bad defense, and it only works against players that can't score.
If you're talking about on a one-on-one situation, yes, I'm gonna guard him that way. But if I have a team behind me, yeah, I would use hand checking because
hand check. You cannot. You can only hand check somebody that's
guarding somebody.
You cannot hand check somebody that faces you up. That's why the '90s couldn't guard Grant Hill. They couldn't guard Allen Iverson. They couldn't guard Tim Hardaway. They couldn't guard anybody.
They couldn't guard anybody that could face up.
So if you like Magic Johnson, you can hand check. Why? Because he would turn his back and you could put that forearm on him. You cannot do that to guards today. No, guards today is not going to turn their back.
In the 90s, like when they
Magic only did that because he wasn't a great ball handler.
When they adjusted the rule, they went from the hand to the forearm. That's what happened. That was in 94-95 season. So before that,
and area.
Actually,
no, I'm sorry, Ralph. Go ahead.
Using the hand, but in 94-95 they adjusted it to where it was the forearm to where the players did have some.
Tell me what player did a hand check ever stop?
Why am I cut off when I'm?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Ralph. Sorry, Ralph. Go ahead, Ralph.
What I'm saying is after the 94-95, you've seen like Grant Hill taking advantage of the forearm thing to where he had a little more freedom of movement, but it still was. They still had a little trouble with it, and then when they came with the defense in 3 seconds, that opened up the paint more because now you can't stay into the paint. And then
how can you hand check somebody that faces you up?
They hand check because their back was to the defender. You can the forearm, you can shift
Everybody wasn't facing up then. Like,
But because they couldn't, Ralph, they didn't have the skill. They were not. That's the point. Like, you guys have to accept that, man. Listen, Ralph, the 94 rule should actually be a rule that actually helped the offense in the 90s. That's another rule that helped the offense in the 90s, and it still didn't help them because they couldn't score still because they were not skilled. The hand checking rule changed from that you couldn't put the hand on the guy no more, but you also couldn't hand check outside of the free throw line. So perimeter hand checking was actually banned in 1994-95. So what they did in 2004 didn't help the offense, because all they said was, now you can't hand check nowhere on the basketball court, which has always been a rule in the NBA. You have never been able to hand check in basketball. It's always been a rule to impede the player by using your hands.
yes,
It's always been a rule.
That's true, but it's
Hold
also
on, wait, hold on, boy. Let me get this one-on-one with Ralph. We're gonna let everybody get in. Thank y'all for being patient. Go ahead, Ralph.
That's also true, but like a lot of times where they couldn't determine if they were impeding their movement. And Gary Payton actually demonstrated that on aerial one-on-one, to where he would impede and let off on his hand. So the refs was having very tough time to actually call the hand checking rule. That's why they made that rule in 94, 95. And that's when you've seen a lot of players start using their forearm, trying to adjust it to where they try to impede their movement with that forearm.
Yes, correct. Go ahead.
No,
because I was going to say, see, what you're saying is that's what they did in 04. 04 is basically saying, okay, we're no longer letting the ref choose whether you're impeding or not. A hand check is a hand check. Simple and plain.
Yeah, you can't.
That's it. So in 1978, the NBA allowed hand checking to be based on the actual referee. So it was still illegal. They banned it. You couldn't hand check, but they said it was dependent on the referee. In 94, they said, okay, you can't do it at all outside of the free throw line, and you can't use your hands. You can use your forearm. In 2004, they just reverted back and said, okay, that's it. We're no longer letting the referees choose this. It is illegal. It is illegal across the board. If you see a guy put. Exactly, but they call less fouls in today's NBA than before, because like Lamont stated, to play great defense, you have to have active feet and hands, not hand checking. You're not going to. I asked you this question a long time ago. If hand checking always worked, why don't you put Charles Oakley on Michael Jordan and just hand check?
Well, because Michael Jordan was much faster and everything, to where Charles Oakley wouldn't have a shot at it. I mean, that's a power forward to shoot, a fast shooting guard at bat. That's the reason why. You're not gonna put BJ Armstrong on Michael Jordan and say just hand check him, because again, Jordan is too skilled. He's too skilled for you to stay in front of by reaching and moving forward. But it would have to be hand checking. It actually was creating trying to manipulate the offensive player to go in a certain direction.
Hand checking only works against scrubs, man.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It's overrated.
It's not a good strategy.
It's overrated as hell. It doesn't work.
Don't work, man. You gotta actually hoop to even notice, man.
That's what I tell people, and people don't understand.
No,
this shit.
all right. We gotta stop this. You gotta be a hooper to do this. No, what you gotta be is somebody that can separate and discern zesty Jeffrey logic and basketball logic. What Ralph and Craig and Travis have fallen victim to as Michael Jordan fans is zesty Jeffrey logic. It sounded good for 20 years. But until we watch today's NBA, it doesn't sound good anymore, because you're like, damn, when you watch today's NBA, you watch the 90s, you realize, damn, they're not that good as today. And they can't accept it. So we have to have these little nuances to discuss these things, because they're still stuck in this idea of what made Michael Jordan great as a basketball player.
We talking about what Shaq said.
That's what Shaq said. Shaq said some zesty Jeffrey stuff, that his era was better. And it's not.
The Shaq was, he's a fool. So I don't know why you keep saying me with this whole thing.
Because Craig, you have said things that fall in line with zesty Jeffrey logic. Unbeknownst to your knowledge of it, it's unconsciously. You do it unconsciously. You don't realize what you're doing. You don't realize it, because again, you guys, Craig, you're a perfect example of this, because you always tell me, where do you find all these other people? Because we're in the basketball circle. As a Michael Jordan fan, you're only in Michael Jordan fan circles. So the lies that they circulate with one another sound great because nobody challenges it. But when you get outside of the Michael Jordan's fan base circle, which has a lot of Zesty Jeffries in it, you get this GOAT James Kingdom. You get real basketball talk, and then you say to yourself, who is this guy saying that the NBA is horrible in the 90s? A. Johnny is a casual. A. Johnny only watches the Heat. A. Johnny doesn't know Akeem Olajuwon is obviously more athletic than Rudy Gobert. Why? Based on what?
Did you say come out my mouth? You ever heard me say anything?
No, but you've challenged me plenty of times, Craig.
Oh, so that's what the debate is about, right? So you can't call everybody a Zesty Jeffrey because they don't
No.
that you say.
No. There's times, Craig, that you come up with brilliant takes that are not Zesty Jeffrey logics at all. But then there's some that you bring up that are Zesty Jeffrey logic. And I'm hoping to get it out of you so that you can continue to be the smart man that I expect you to be. Because that Zesty Jeffrey logic that y'all be talking about got to go.
About Shaq's whole career, and you want to just bring up 8 years he played?
No. A perfect example. Zesty Jeffrey logic goes like this. When the 90s is great, there's no other era as great as it. But when anything in the 90s is bad, there's other eras that's just as bad as it. So when the 90s has to stand alone as greatness, there is no era that can compare to it. But when we find some flaws in it, now every other era has to be attached to it. So Shaq is talking in a negative way, and you don't want to attach it to just the 90s. You want to include the 2000s when it's not the 2000s.
If he would have said the 90s, then we could just talk about the 90s. He said, in my day, in my era. That means the years he played. You just said it's the 80s.
He described it. He described the era, and the era he described was not the 2000s.
He said
he did not. 2000. It's not the 2000s.
Was the early 90s.
He didn't describe the 2000s. He didn't describe the 2000s.
He literally said the Lakers and the Lakers had the triangle. He literally said that.
I have a theory that it's down because we're looking at the same thing. Everybody's running the same plays at the damn top of the key, dribble handoff. I was talking to a coach yesterday. He said they want to shoot 53s. Because, they were trying to contemplate if I could play in this era. And it's like, yo, Shaq, we would just shoot 53s. And I was like, well, how much you want to make? We want to make about 10 or 15 of them. I was like, well, that's not going to help you win. But I think everybody's looking at the same thing. And Steph Curry and those guys messed it up. Like, I don't mind Golden State back in the day shooting threes, but every team's not a three-point shooter. So why everybody has the same strategy, I think it makes the game boring. I remember back in our day, man, Utah was going to run some, the Clippers were going to run some, the Lakers had the triangle, Miami had the floppy. Every team, like, we had to have like an hour and a half shoot-around to try to stop other team plays. Now it's everything. You switch everything. You got Victor Wembanyama guarding goddamn Donovan Mitchell at the top of the key. That ain't no good basketball. So I think viewership will continue to go down unless we switch things back up.
Lakers had the triangle. Can you tell me what 90s Lakers team had the triangle?
It sounds like Shaq just don't like the big men getting exploited on the perimeter.
That's what it
sounds like. First off, he mentioned viewership. The highest viewership television-wise was not the 2000s, but the 90s. He mentioned Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz is also the 90s.
Utah in 2000s?
Do you talk about Carmelo Utah Jazz in the 2000s?
I'm just going by what that man said. He said the Lakers had the triangle. So
okay.
The Lakers had
do
the
you
triangle.
think? Okay, I give you the triangle. You got 1 point. So far, I'm at 2. I'm at viewership. I'm at Utah Jazz. So I'm 2-1 to you out of the 4 points he mentioned. The other, I'm not getting technical. I'm getting to what Shaq said because he's not technical. Shaq is too stupid to be technical. Then the third thing he mentioned was the floppy action in Miami. Where do you think they were running the floppy action in Miami? In the 2000s or in the 90s?
Like I said, his whole career. So he mentioned everything in his whole career. You just decided to talk about.
He didn't say his whole career. He said in my day, and he mentioned 4 aspects of his day. The Lakers.
LeBron ran floppy in Miami.
Triangle. Huh? Well, they ran
floppy in Miami.
They ran floppy in Cleveland too, but we're talking that's Spoelstra. Pat Riley wasn't running no floppy. They weren't running no floppy in 04 with Lamar Odom and Cameron Butler and Dwayne Wade.
They weren't.
No, okay, they were they doing it with Glenn Rice and Eddie Jones and Dan Marley and Rashawn Leonard?
It would make sense to. Yeah.
Yes, right, correct, right? Because you got Tim Hardaway who can dribble. You got great screeners and PJ Brown and Alonzo Mourning. So why not do floppy? You got guys who can run and catch and shoot. You're not doing it in the 2000s. You're not doing it with Dwayne Wade and Sean Marion and that team.
Catch and shoot. Yeah, you're right.
So again, so the three he mentioned. Let's let Travis in. But I just want to say they mentioned three aspects that Shaq mentioned to me that sounds like the '90s. So when I listen to what Shaq just said right there, he is saying, listen, the '90s is the best brand of basketball, and that was why I had the best viewership, and that's why I consider that to be what we need to go back to. Because he's not talking about the 2000s. He's talking about the 90s.
Shaq a fool if he thinks the 90s is the best era he played in when he was nothing but a loser. And he's out.
There you go, equating it to losing. But nobody, there's winners in every era. Go ahead, Travis. I'm sorry, Travis. I know Travis is in the chat killing people. Go ahead, Travis. I'm sorry. And then we're going to let these other folks in because we got some patient folks.
This Anthony clown, he's just been spamming the same message for like the last hour.
What you want me to do? Oh, okay. I see that. You're right. Let me go ahead and get rid of him.
Shaq is obviously, if that's what he meant, he's wrong because, like, I think that this is a better brand of basketball. I think as far as fast paced. I mean, I think the 2000s actually was a great mix of. You had like great defensive teams. You had an infusion of quality all stars. I think it was just like kind of the rare season where you had everything coming together. There were starting to be teams that were a little bit more predicated on outside shooting, like things like like the Kings doing it, the Suns. All these teams, like there was a variety of things in the 2000s. I'm not saying that like it was better than today's league as far as production and parity, especially. I think today has the most parity of all time, especially when you look at like the 1 through 12. I think that the rosters are deeper than ever before. I think that alone makes it the most balanced and best era. If you're just talking about like the infusion of talent, all around talent that's here, but I mean, if he says that we should go back to that, I don't know what he really means by that. Just like slow down inside out ball, like we go back to like 90 possessions. I don't think that would be good for anyone. But I mean,
Shaq's an idiot.
Shaq is fun, would be horrible.
Today's the best era as far as the overall finished product.
Shaq's real problem is that when he argues with people in today's NBA, they tell him how he had to change his game and he would have to do something different, and he doesn't agree with it, so he thinks that is something wrong with the NBA. It's his fault. No one else's fault. Ishmael, go ahead, brother. Thank you guys for being patient. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the GOAT James Kingdom Show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. We are the Clutch Sports Hitmen. Our job is to regulate all the zesty Jeffrey logic on a Sunday afternoon. We do the Lord's work here. We don't play around with none of you fools who want to come up in here and disrespect the NBA because you were a child watching something on NBC or on an ESPN highlight. So Ishmael, go ahead and break down basketball like you do best, brother.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the panel and everybody. Hand checking is. I just want to say it real quick. Hand checking is overrated as hell. Like I don't even think you taught basketball in order to have hand checking in the first place. Like especially today, guys can size you up and with killer crossovers. Like it's not even. You can't stop that. Hand checking. It throws you off balance in the first place. So I just don't think that's how you even play defense in general. I think the concept is based off of like back to the basket type of basketball. But if you understand real hoops, if you really play real basketball or have ever played basketball in your life, hand checking is not going to work, especially in today's type of basketball. But I just wanted to go back to it sounds like when people say like there's no defense today, I think that they're probably just missing out on the fact that they preferred the defense back in the day, because there is definitely defense today. I think it's just shifted differently from what it was. But I also wanted to know, like, do you guys have any references towards I couldn't really find much reference in supporting the streaming services. I understand the television marketing thing, but there's more streaming services, and why NBA is actually still.
The NBA does not release their streaming service numbers as far as viewership, but they do tell you their subscription, and I believe the NBA has over 100 million subscribers to the League Pass, something like that, close to 200 million, if I'm correct. They do give you certain aspects, like when LeBron game against OKC to break the record for the scoring title. They stated that at one point they had over 250 million views on the total platform for the NBA in general. But again, you're on Discord. You see, we watch games on Discord, right?
Yeah.
So you got 8 guys on Discord, and because one guy is watching it, 8 guys are watching the game, and who knows how he's watching the game. So
Right.
most of it, a lot of it is streaming, because we all know most of us don't have cable television, and most of us don't have it. We all stream a lot. I mean, I can guarantee at least 80% of us in here don't have cable.
Yeah, I see that because they take into account, when I read articles and I posted like 2 of them, they take into account like social media and streaming services into like the amount of people that watch it. So that is, if you take into account that, and so I'm trying to understand why are people misleading people into saying like NBA ratings are down if that's the case then.
But it doesn't matter. The attendance is up. What makes you more money, the attendance or your revenue, your TV revenue? Even though they both make you great money, it's good to have them both.
Right.
But they got attendance. People go to the games. That's where you really make your money. Merchandising, all that.
Got you.
Concession stands, right?
Well,
So
yeah,
what viewership is down? Television, because these guys are too old to understand it. These are a bunch of old heads who want us to act like we still live in the 90s. It's not the 1900s no more.
Okay. Yeah. So what did it have to do? So then Shaq was just saying stuff then. So he wasn't.
No, Shaq is protecting his legacy. That's all he's doing, is protecting his legacy.
The viewership is based on streaming as well too. It's
Is
not
it?
just the television. Yeah, they take that into account as well, and that's why.
Then viewership is not down then, Ralph. Then
but
if you
you
count
have to
streaming, viewership's not down. If you counting streaming, viewership is not down.
Well, I don't know the numbers per se, but I mean, all I can say is that also the streaming is counted into the viewership as well. I don't know the numbers, so I can't even speak up on it. I just want to put that in there.
I don't know if
any one of y'all brought this up.
Hold on, Herm. You're going to get your chance to cook. We got to let other people in. We just let you in. Let's let Twin Man in. I mean, before we do that, Ishmael, any last words? I mean, anything you got else to say?
I just say, Rob, well, how do you know that then? They are counted the same way? Because I'm trying to understand. I don't like people
because of the game subscription, right? If you're talking about over 100 million people, and I think it's more than that. I think it's like 200 million people that are NBA League Pass subscribers. That's already telling you got over 200 million people watching the games alone. The league has the most social media following of anything. Even the players. Do you know there's like 30 players that got more media following than Patrick Mahomes?
Okay.
So it's the league. The league has viewership. The difference is, and mind you, 30% of the league is fans are under 35. So that new Gen Z or that whatever they call them are not watching television. They're watching the games on their phones. They're watching the game on laptops. They're watching the game on tablets. They're watching the game on Fire Sticks. They're not watching ESPN. They're not watching TNT. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's true. I don't even watch cable TV or anything like that. So, to be honest.
So let's let Twin Man in, because Twin Man is very patient. Also, thank you guys as well. As y'all know, Ishmael, Twin Man, Ace 30, and New World, I believe, is also a GOAT James Kingdom member. Thank you guys for supporting what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom, because as you can see, we do the Lord's work and we talk basketball. We don't talk narratives. We don't talk lies. We don't make shit up just to make LeBron the GOAT. We use what basketball fans have always used: stats, accolades, and achievements, and we recognize greatness only here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. What you got for us today, Twin Man? Thank you for joining us again, brother.
Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Long time no talk. So, listening to what Shaq said, to me, it sounded like he really wanted to just basically. Hey, Johnny, what you being petty?
My bad, y'all. I pressed the wrong button here. I was trying to get up and I hit the wrong button. Go ahead. Go ahead, Twin Man. My bad. I apologize.
Listen to what Shaq said. Listen to what Shaq was talking about. For me, it seemed like he was talking about his era when it was a lot of post play, back to the basket, slow the game down, try to control the game in the post play. And he feels like today they just shot chucking. And I can understand his mindset on that. He doesn't feel like that's real basketball, but he doesn't understand in today's NBA, you really need to be skilled 1 through 5. They learned how to expose the big man, or the center and the power forward that can't score. They're only out there to grab rebounds and play defense. So now today's NBA, again, if we're talking from a skill level, If Shaq was in today's NBA, would he be absolutely dominant on the offensive end? Yes, but he's going to give you 3/4 of dominance because he's going to foul out. Or he's going to be too tired to play, having to chase some of these great centers around, some of these scoring big men around the game today. So I feel like what he was saying was him protecting, like FYF said, and like a lot of people alluded to on the panel, was him protecting his legacy, basically saying his brand of basketball is the best brand of basketball. I'm not even mad at him for saying it. He's entitled to his opinion. The fact to me is, I think today's basketball is the best. Every player's skilled. I like that. Like, you have to be skilled to play in today's NBA. You cannot be in the NBA. There's no more just filling a roster spot with somebody just to be a body. It can't happen. They have to be able to contribute to the offensive and defensive scheme of the team, or your team's not going to go anywhere. They just have to do it. But I'm not going to be up here long because, chilling. I got the baby. And he's going to start making noise soon. So I'll holler at y'all later.
What? Wow. All right. I didn't understand that.
Why y'all making this awkward, bro? Dang, say something.
What y'all? Why y'all so quiet? Why so? Anyways, let's let Ace 30 in. Let's let Ace 30 in again. That's true.
I'm on camera here. What the fuck's going on?
Oh, you know what? I'm right. I had to be back. Listen, bro. Listen. This has been a good show. It's been going on for a long time. I've actually been hogging the mic a little bit too much. That's how passionate I am about today's basketball.
First and foremost, Johnny, we don't need no intro music for Twin Fans. We're not gonna do that.
No, that's my bad. I was supposed to hit the applause button, and then if for some reason I hit the wrong button, there's a music song. Yeah, I didn't listen, man. Shout out to Twin Man though, because you see, a Twin Man's a real father, like LeBron fans are. We take care of our children, so shout out to him. Yo, listen. Shout out to you. We know you a father, Ralph. That we know for a fact. Shout out to you, Ralph, as well. Thank you for joining me. But let's let Sturdy in, because Sturdy supposed to be gonna cook me, because I heard you in the comments, so I saw you in the comments. Thank you for being a member of the channel as well, Sturdy. What you got for us today, brother? Since you're gonna be objective.
Salute everybody. I think y'all was being nasty a little bit. I think Craig was more accurate with what Shaq said. We can imply anything we want to say, but like, just go off what Shaq said. He was just giving his opinion. And in my opinion, there's no perfect era. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to denigrate one era to uplift one, to lift another. It just, each era got their own marketing scheme, their own style of play, their own talent pool. So they're going to be different in their own way and present their own set of challenges. But nevertheless, I think one of the flaws of this era, though, that it is a little bit too much relying on the 3-point shot. Today, I think this year is projected to be about 40% of all shots going to be threes, league wide. So, and year by year, it's been going up 1% year by year. So, and to me, league wide, yes, the average player is a better shooter than they were like yesteryear, but that doesn't mean every team is an elite shooting team. Every team don't have the personnel to jack up that many threes. So to me, it shows a lack of incompetence and innovation from the front office of some of these teams when you have to limit your play style to try to adhere to some of the teams. And because most comprehensive and most coherent front office, they optimize the talent they have with them, than opposed to try to match talent they don't try to match the style, try to imitate the style of play they don't have the talent to match that. So, in my opinion, from that Shaq pointed out that flaw is nothing wrong with that, just his opinion. And in my opinion, it is a little too much relying on the shot for the 3-pointers for this era. It is more skilled. The average player, especially the perimeter talent, and most importantly, teams in general defensively is actually cover more ground because of the three. But I think people get too enamored with a 3-point shot in today's game. And because of that, that's why you have this misconception of people thinking there's no defense being played, or even people saying the post up isn't effective today's game, which is, I heard earlier today, that's a complete lie as well. If you look up today's game, the 8 out of the top 10 offenses of this year utilize the post up. They have the most post up touches. 8 out of top 10 offenses. So obviously teams are utilizing post up to collapse the defense and generate open threes and generate open lanes, because fundamental basketball, we all know there's 2 shot archetypes that generates a lot of space for threes. That's drives and that's posts. And it's that simple. So these teams utilize the post to these teams utilize the post to either get an efficient shot or generate more passing lanes to get more open threes. And it's just that simple. But
Sturdy. I asked you this. You said top 10. You said they use post up. 8 of the top 10 scoring teams use post up, right? That's what you said, correct?
Today. I sent you the link in the Discord.
Low block post up?
The NBA doesn't, at least NBA.com doesn't distinguish low post or high post.
Sacramento Kings, they run their offense off of posting up?
No, so either they run it because, see, you don't have a need a dominant post scorer to initiate your offense or finish your offensive set through it. Like, so Sacramento.
Don't give me a dark answer. I don't want a dark answer. Answer my question. Is Sacramento's offense predicated on posting up? Because my understanding, they run a Princeton offense. Is that predicated off of posting up?
Yes. Somebody says they need to.
Golden State. Golden State's offense predicated on posting up.
Yes, they post split action.
You're just saying shit. Atlanta Hawks offense. Atlanta Hawks offense. I want to find out who these 8 teams are. We're not going to talk about it. I want you to tell me these 8 teams. So we got 2 so far. Atlanta Hawks. They run their offense on post-ups?
I haven't watched enough Atlanta Hawks to answer that question accurately.
They're part of the top 10 offenses in today's basketball.
Yeah, I have not watched enough of Atlanta Hawks games to answer that question.
Boston Celtics run off of post-ups?
Some of the actions, yes.
OKC, not some. Is their offense predicated on post-up? You said the top 10, 8 of the teams' offense is predicating on posting up. Is Boston's offense predicating on posting up?
I did not say that.
So why did you bring up posting up?
I said they utilize the post, which they do. I said they have the most post touches, which they do. 8 out of the top 10 offenses.
They have the most post. That means their offense is predicated on posting up. That's why they're good, because they post up more than anybody else. Is that what you're saying?
The offense use the post up, because like I said, Johnny, the goal is simple basketball. You collapse the defense of 2 type of shots: slashing or post up.
Yo, Sturdy, like he had already brought that.
Every offense use a post up.
No, listen. This is why I get frustrated, because I take my time to come up with a content in a show, right? When Brandon said, "Yo, we're gonna talk about Shaquille O'Neal," I gotta hold on, wait. I gotta mute you, Sturdy, because you gotta feedback. Give me a second here. You got feedback. Okay, listen. When I did this show, I went and did my research, and when I went to go look up the game of basketball, and what they talked about was how you set up the inside by the outside. The Warriors were not posting up to get 3-pointers. They were using their 3-pointers to get layups, putting you in a position to where if you're going to protect the rim, you're going to leave them open for the perimeter shot, which is what you don't want to do. And if you protect the perimeter, they're going to get the back cuts and the easy layups and lobs like they do. So their offense is not predicating on posting up. Is exactly what Shaq said. You said here we misinterpreted what Shaq said. Shaq used the Golden State Warriors and said how they shoot the ball like that. And that's the only team he accepts that doesn't play the way he thinks the game should be played. And you sat here and just told us that the Atlanta Hawks, Boston, Golden State, and Sacramento play a postal game. Now I give you Sacramento because Sabonis, they're top 10. They're top 10. They are top 10.
I said 8 out of the top 10. I never specified which. What I did say is 8 out of the top 10 offenses this year.
But you haven't named one that isn't. You haven't named one that isn't. You haven't listed one. There's not one team here that I named when I got all the way to OKC, and you not name me one team out of the top 5 teams that are in the offense that doesn't play a post.
I didn't say Warriors. That you lied and said I'm making up shit. How you run post split action without the post up?
Bro, you're talking about high dribble handoffs?
What?
Are you talking about?
It's not posting.
That's not posting up. That's not posting up. But Sturdy, posting up is getting the ball and turning your back to the basket and posting up. That's what it's a post. You're standing there with the ball.
So there's no one posting up in a post split action. Okay.
No, it's called a post split. No, it's called a post split because you do the split in the post area, not because you're posting.
Okay, no one's posting up in the post split. Hey Johnny.
No, did you understand what I just said?
I definitely understood what you said.
It's called a post split, not because you're posting up, because the split is done in the post. Do you understand? That's why it's called so when you're saying that the post split has post, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Hey,
yes.
Right.
Lamont, am I wrong? I'm not wrong.
So my question for Sturdy will be Sturdy. It's like, so for example, when Draymond Green gets the ball, and I know the action you're talking about, where's he at? Is he on the low block or is he on the high post?
He's on the high. He's on the high post.
Okay. So what we're saying is, what we were talking about earlier were traditional bigs of the 90s who go to that low block and go back to the basket where Shaq used to operate and love to score. And
Shaq didn't operate in the high post.
That's dead. You cannot go low post back to the basket and expect to win a basketball game in today's era, because teams are just going to load up and turn your center into a playmaker. And if you can't play make like Jokic, you're going to lose. If you're talking about a special player like Draymond Green, remember, these post-split actions that you're talking about primarily work because you have not just Steph Curry, but you have an elite playmaker in Draymond Green making it work. You're just not seeing any four in the league who isn't an elite playmaker run these post-split actions. So even when you're talking about the Golden State Warriors, you're talking about a guy in Draymond Green who's a special playmaker. This is rare. You didn't have none of those guys in the 90s. Maybe a Chris Webber, but outside of that, you didn't have none of these 4s and 5s that could play make to that degree in the post area to be efficient.
Hey, Lamont, I hear the coaches of the day telling Shaq, you can't play the post split, Shaq. That's the high post, Shaq. You never did nothing like that, Shaq. You used to be in the low post. Shaq's like, well, that's why it sucks. You should go back to the post. You should let me dominate in the low block. It's not my fault I can't do it in the high post. It's not my fault I'm not a good playmaker. I'm not as good as Sabonis.
I don't get where that come from. Shaq didn't say that at all, Johnny.
That's exactly what he said.
No, he did not say anything.
That's exactly what he said, Sturdy. He's talking. That's Sturdy. Sturdy got a horrible feedback, Sturdy. Horrible feedback. Sturdy, that's exactly what Shaq is talking about. He wants to go to the low block. Shaq's not going to the high post. When have you gave Shaq the ball 15 feet from the rim and said back somebody down? You get him the ball 5 feet, 10 feet from the rim. 2 dribbles, spin, do your move. That's how it works. You're not doing that in today's NBA. It wouldn't work. You have to be a good playmaker. That's why they do it all the way at the high post. That's why you have to be skilled. You can't just be a big man that can just have post moves. You actually have to play the game of basketball. How hard is it for you guys to understand this? This is not that hard.
Why are you responding to stuff I did not say?
I didn't say you said that. I'm just telling you that Shaq said that.
No, Shaq didn't say that at all. Please play the clip when you mention anything about a low post.
He said the post game. That's what he's talking about.
So what do you think Shaq's the guy who dominated the low post the most in NBA history? What else do you think he's talking about, Sturdy?
I think he was referring to the diversity of style of play for his era.
His era didn't have diversity style of play. They all did their job.
Shaq played in 1992 to 2011.
What was diverse about the triangle? Okay, even if you're talking about the 2000s, what's diverse about the triangle?
Only thing I know is a react offense, Lamont. It's primarily depending on the personnel. Either you can operate most of your actions either the low post or the high post, depending on the personnel.
Okay, so what I'm saying is if Shaq's talking about this diverse style of play, and he mentioned the triangle, and that's what's diverse about the triangle?
I don't think that because it's a redirect reaction, Lamont. So the only thing that makes it diverse is depending on what the defense does is the action.
The way the Lakers ran it in the 2000, it wasn't diverse. They ran pinch post or low post. So what was diverse? Shaq, remember everything Shaq complained about. He complained about Wemby having to come on the perimeter and guards. He complained about things he would have struggled with. He complained watching this style of play because he knows in today's game they would have made him guard on the perimeter. They would have exposed him. He wouldn't have been able to sit in the paint all day and just defend. They would have brought him onto the perimeter. Of course, he's not going to like a top of the key DHO or screen because he would have to actually go up there and go hard hedge and get back. He was lazy. He didn't want to do that.
Yeah, Shaq wasn't even showing
everything
high.
he complained
Got to
about
cover
was
25 feet.
Lamont, Shaq wasn't even showing high for his era. A lot of bigs who was incompetent at the mid range, they was making mid-range shots while Shaq was in his prime.
I'm not talking about what Shaq did in his era. What I'm saying is the things that Shaq complained about were the things we know he would struggle with.
I don't think so, Lamont, because he struggled with that in his own era. I don't think so.
He can get away with it in his era. It was weak. Let's move on to the next person. Let's let New World in. New World, thank you for joining us, man. Again, I knew this show was gonna get to this, man. I did all this work. I went and showed y'all film. I'm talking. I'm explaining the game. I know I sound concise. I know I'm clear with this. It doesn't make sense that y'all don't want to agree with the idea that today's just better. It's just better basketball. It's just better basketball. And if you're a basketball fan, there's no way you're not going to watch no games today and think, damn, that wasn't a great game or that wasn't great. Like, I don't know what y'all be watching. New World, what do you got for me today, brother?
Games I haven't been into years.
Yeah, when the Knicks are playing.
Now, when we play, especially in Miami, when we stomp that ass.
Why you bringing up old shit? Why you bringing up old shit? That shit was like a week ago. Didn't y'all lose the other night to Trae Young? To Trae Young?
Oh, our last game we won.
See, Rob's a real basketball fan because he be watching his Knicks. Go ahead, New World.
And
My
we
bad,
shoot
man.
threes like crazy, which wasn't our game last year.
Yeah, because you got Karl Anthony Towns now. Yeah, I can hear you got Karl Anthony Towns now. What you think? You gonna shoot less threes? You got the best 3-point shooting center of all time. Go ahead, New World.
Yeah, man, this good show. I've been hearing everything you've been saying to Johnny. I understand where you're coming from. It's just some people just don't, and it's unfortunate. But when it comes to what Shaquille O'Neal was talking about, I've heard him spill his rhetoric several times. I think it's really just him being like an old, bitter, jealous player, because the common thing that he talks about is how the players are getting paid. He's jealous of the bag because obviously he didn't get paid nearly as much as what somebody like Rudy Gobert's get. You know what I'm saying? So he always targets these players when somebody's being compared to him. So he has to protect his legacy, like you guys were saying. He got to defend his brand and his style of play because we already know Shaq will get clipped on it. Like he's not agile enough to guard a point guard or a 2 or a 3 on the perimeter. Like he has to stay in that low block. So I was a bit confused while Sturdy was arguing because that's clearly what we were explaining. It's like you're not gonna do shit in today's era. Like it's not gonna be easy for you to be successful just trying to score out the low post. Like it's just not gonna work.
90s Shaq could guard in the perimeter. He got bigger.
Shaq, he was
earlier
Shaq.
Shaq.
Better, but he was slow as hell by the time he got to the Lakers.
Yeah, no, 2000 Shaq he couldn't definitely not do it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's
he
facts.
Dominated in the paint. Like that's where he got the title of most dominant center. He was in the paint. In that low block, you couldn't stop him once he got that ball because, like you said, 2 dribbles, turn around, sucks. It's over. Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
No, and plus, like I said, you can prevent him from getting the ball. That's what people don't understand. You can prevent him from actually getting the ball. Like you can put somebody in front of him and somebody behind him. So if you don't have 4 shooters on the floor, whoever's not a shooter, he's just gonna guard Shaq without the ball. You couldn't do that back in the days.
I think you're being hyperbolic about that one, hey Johnny.
Huh?
I think you're being hyperbolic about that one.
No, I'm not. That's how you would do it.
Because teams not going to think about it. Even say we put in Shaq in today's era, right? Where zones allowed, where you're going to put one guy behind him, one guy in front of him. That's an easy swing to an open shooter. Even for Shaq's era, he was around about shooters. You think?
Remember, I'm going to leave the non-shooter open.
So
yeah, you don't get it because today's NBA, there are no non-shooters on the floor. Everybody can shoot. I got Thomas Bryant taking step back threes because if not, you can't get on the floor. Because if not, I will. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The spacing creates the lanes, which is the easier shot. When I brought up the Golden State Warrior clip, when he said that 72% of their layups were assisted, because it was basically predicated on the fact that they spread the floor so well that back cuts are so easily given to you that I can easily get layups because of the perimeter shooting. So that's the whole point. So Shaq would be able to dominate if you give him a bunch of three-point shooters. But like Lamont said, now Shaq has to be a good playmaker, because when that double team comes, whether before he gets the ball or after he gets the ball, that ball has to be able to move to the open shooter. And if Shaq's not good at that, Shaq's not good.
Yeah, Shaq be just as dominant today.
No, he's not gonna be good at playmaking. He's not good.
Oh, Shaq's not a good playmaker.
He was great. Like 2 assists a game.
He was good at passing.
I mean, he was decent, but most of his.
He's not no great at. He was okay. He passed it to open shooters every now and then, but he was not no elite playmaker.
Who said? I said he was a good playmaker.
I said playmaking. Yeah, he was a. You know where he was a good playmaker at? He was a good playmaker by setting screens, but he wasn't a good playmaker by passing the ball.
No, it's basic basketball. He's going to be elite.
He would have to be elite in today's game.
He don't have to. He just have to be good enough. Lamont, he has to be elite.
He has to be Sabonis. He has to be Sabonis. He has to. Yes, he has to be Sabonis. He has to be Jokic. He has to be Bam. He has to be Giannis. He's not a better passer than you. You what?
He's a better passer than Bam.
Why not? Hold on. My thing is, I don't get this. Why wouldn't it's basic basketball? If Shaq, in today's era, he's going to be surrounded by shooters. He's definitely attracting two. Why wouldn't Shaq be able to pass out the post from any action that coach want him to do?
Because he couldn't do it. That's why he didn't do it then.
What proof you have that, Johnny?
His 2 assists per game. 3 assists. That's how.
I'm not talking about assists. I'm talking about pass.
Because he's not a good playmaker. If you're a good playmaker, the assists will come. Just like Giannis. That's why Giannis averaged 5 assists per game. Because Giannis could pass.
Oh, I thought we were talking about basketball. Like anybody, like assists not the only indicator of playmaking, Johnny. It's not the only indicator of passing.
But that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
No, we're talking about playmaking.
What happened?
You muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
I'm sorry. No, thank God. You know what? Let me send your ass somewhere else. Because this is Go James Kingdom. I got no time for you. Yeah, man, I got no time for these niggas. This is my show. I wait till Sunday. I keep telling y'all, the only person who could say, hey, Johnny, shut the fuck up, is my partner. And he's chilling. He's watching y'all get exposed while feeding and taking care of his kids like a true LeBron fan does. So, again, we're talking about playmaking in the sense of ball facilitation. Like a Joker, like a Bam Adebayo, like a Sabonis, like a Giannis. These are guys that when they get into the paint, when you collapse to them, they can make the right decisions, the right play to the right player. Shaq couldn't do that.
Well, no one said anything about facilitating. But just like you said, the defense is going to relax on Shaq, period.
I said facilitation, and I'm not a nobody. So I said that. So if you're going to argue with me, argue with what I said, which is what I said. Shaq is not a great ball facilitator, playmaker on offense. Only by setting screens.
He's definitely a good playmaker in the post, period.
Yeah.
Setting screens.
I agree with that.
No, he's a good playmaker in the post, period. No matter what area you put Shaq in, he's a good playmaker in the post.
He can get his shot off. Yeah, he get his shot off. That's playmaking. Shaq can get his shot off. Yeah, but again, he's going to be triple team, double team. So it's going to be harder for him.
And I'm going to say this last thing. He can pass to open shooters on the strong side. He's been capable of finding cutters coming from especially from the baseline and middle. I don't see why Shaq is not a good playmaker in any era, especially from the post. But I'm going to just leave it right there.
You said strong side. He can't make it on the weak side. Joker can make it on the weak side. Bam can make it on the weak side. Giannis can make it on the weak side. Sabonis can make it on the weak side. This is what you guys feel to realize here,
especially
gentlemen.
Today when they teach strong side never leaves shooters. So in a game where strong side defenders never leave shooters, he's going to have to pass to the weak side, which means he's going to have to be quick, decisive, not get offensive fouls, turning with them elbows, all types of stuff. Not happening.
You want clips? You want clips?
Who brought up AD? Right? Here goes. Who brought up AD can pass? Who brought up Embiid? This is how they like to argue, just to have an argument. I'm not here to argue with y'all. I'm here to teach y'all. I'm not here to debate. I debate my equals. All others I teach. I got to teach the game of basketball because, trust me, if I was saying anything wrong about basketball right now, the real person that would actually check me would be Lamont.
Ain't wrong.
The rest of y'all are just defending nostalgia for Zesty Jeffrey logic.
No, I'm not a LeBron. I'm not a Jordan or LeBron fan.
Again, you fall victim to Zesty Jeffrey logic just like Ralph, Craig, and Travis. You can't help yourself. You can't help yourself.
I don't.
And Ralph, you guys are one of the smartest ones out here. I've never disrespected your intellect. You guys are very, very smart. But some of those Zesty Jeffrey logic sound so great. If it wasn't for GOAT James Kingdom, you wouldn't even realize it was a lie.
Sturdy, explain how Shaq's going to play make the strong side shooters in today's game.
No, I'm saying Shaq is capable of making skip passes as well from the post. The thing is,
now it's
no, he can, and I did say he did say he can make passes when guys cut in from the middle and the baseline. Why would he not do it? He did it all majority of his prime. Why would we not do it in an era with more shooters?
It's because it would show up in his numbers if he actually was consistent at it, like you're saying.
Shaq's not a playmaker.
Once again, assists is not the only indicator of passing and playmaking. I'm sorry, I watched the games.
That's
not how it works.
Sturdy, your mic is really bad. Your mic is really, really bad, Sturdy. It really is. You must have two apps open. It's really, really bad. Let's let some other people in. Juan Boy was here for a while. I know you've been trying to get on here because I remember you was looking for a laptop so that you can debate Craig. Am I correct on that? Are you there, Juan Boy?
To be honest, I would have to do a little bit more research if I actually wanted to debate. But as far as basketball knowledge, just off the top of the head, Craig don't know as much as I do. For the simple fact, we're talking about Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal is the player that has been swept the most time in NBA history. He was a horrible free throw shooter. Whatever we want to debate about Shaq is all on tape for us to see. And I don't know why everybody continues to argue with the film. Everything that we are seeing and talk about, we are seeing with our own eyes.
I ain't gonna lie, that had nothing to do with the conversation.
He's basically
what Shaq said. I'm going back to what Shaq said because he's the one that started. We're here talking. Because you got people that are backing him. Look at the break. For Shaq to talk, you would act like his game was at an all-time high, and it was more the times on occasion where it wasn't. Like on Miami Heat on ring night, the Heat absolutely shit the bed against the Bulls. They got thrown out, and Shaq was irrelevant in that game. And same thing followed when they played Miami. When Miami played the Bulls in the first round of the playoffs in 2007. So when was the last good year that Shaq really had?
Like I said, what that got to do with the conversation?
Because you are taking word from a player that I just described.
We were talking about playmaking and everything and what he does on the court. And
as far as playmaking, he wasn't good at it. He didn't have the passing IQ.
What?
Shaq was like a good playmaker in passing, man.
If you're a playmaker, you're not winning. Simple as that. If Shaq says you're a playmaker, you're not winning. He has to be scoring. He's not a playmaker. He's never been.
That's it. That's all he was.
He can pass the ball. Yes, he can pass the ball. He's not going to be the playmaker.
If Shaq had playmaking, he would be the GOAT.
Shaq, hey, listen. This is like arguing Shaq can actually shoot free throws in clutch moments. This is hilarious.
I don't know what y'all was watching to say Shaq is a playmaker. I don't know what y'all was watching. Shaq is a scorer. He scores the ball. He averaged one to 2 6 a game. He's not trying to playmake.
Assist is not the end-all of playmaking.
It is if you're being a playmaker. Just because he can pass the ball to someone else don't mean he's a playmaker. I don't know what y'all was watching when Shaq was playing. Y'all must never watched Shaq play before.
The only former playmaker.
No one's watching Shaq play. They're just saying stuff.
What is playmaking? What is playmaking?
This is new to me. This is crazy.
Playmaking is just not passing.
Playmaking out the post like you
It's
are.
just not scoring either.
He could pass the ball, yes. If he's relying on being the main playmaker on the team, you're not winning. He's just out there missing free throws. If he's the playmaker, that's all it is.
Playmaking is just not passing.
Like I said, if Shaq is out there playmaking, all he's going to be doing is missing free throws. He's not going to be scoring. He's not going to be effective unless he's scoring.
Okay, if I told you somebody was getting you 9 assists per game or getting you 3 assists per game, who you think is the better playmaker as far as ball facilitation?
As a facilitator.
Yes, we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Ladies, stop putting words. No, that's the part of playmaking we're talking about. But that's the part of playmaking we're talking about. We're talking about Shaq being able to play in today's NBA to where he gets the ball in the post, majority of the times he is going to have to pass out of that. So Shaq is going to have to. And Anthony Davis is not a playmaker. Nobody calls Anthony Davis a playmaker. What does that have to do?
Anthony Davis works from the high post and perimeter.
And Anthony Davis doesn't post up. Anthony Davis doesn't post up.
But yes, he do post up. What you talking
He does not operate from the low post.
He's a player with his face in the basket.
He faces up. He's a face up. He gets to the high post, or he's face up on the
He's
perimeter.
in the high post and he'll face up, or like
He's not even like that. He don't even play that.
Here we go. Sabonis.
When you're actually attracted.
Embiid can't pass.
That's part of
He's not no great passer.
And he doesn't go in the low block neither.
He's a face up big.
Here we go again. Sabonis averages 8 assists per game. Ralph, if I told you a guy giving you 8 assists per game, or somebody giving you 3 assists per game, who are you going to say is the playmaker as far as ball facilitation?
It'll be Sabonis as far as facilitating. Yeah.
Giannis 6.5. Giannis 6.5 assists per game. Is that considered better playmaking, ball facilitation wise, than Shaquille's 3?
Yeah, but why are we arguing? Shaq was getting triple and quadruple teamed and still couldn't pass to the open man.
Thank you.
So what are we acting like? You like? What are you gonna do today, man? He had plenty of opportunities.
Thank you.
He got
better.
And he played in the triangle.
Yeah, no, he got better in the triangle, Ralph, because in the triangle offense, it's predicated on ball movement.
Wants to get a lot of assists. No one can get a lot of assists in the triangle. Not designed.
No, but it's fine. It's fine. That's not true. That's not true. The triangle offense has been run since the 50s. There was guys getting 10 assists per game in the 50s on the triangle offense. It wasn't predicated on that because the Bulls and the Lakers didn't have great ball. Let me go. I gotta go look up Kansas State offense where Texas Winter came from. Let's go look up Texas Winter shit. Let me go look this up, man. Because again, this is another thing about this whole conversation. Because again, Shaq brought up the triangle offense, and I've always wondered why when we talk basketball, no one else can mention any other basketball concept but the triangle offense. That's the only offense everybody knows.
NBA ever averaged 10 assists. 10 assists.
What?
A game. No
What happened?
Played in the triangle in the NBA averaged 10 assists a game.
Again, the guys who played in the triangle in the NBA was not that great of pass facilitators. As great as a facilitator as Scottie Pippen was, he's not a point guard to the point where he's going to get you 10 assists per game. They never had that. You're not going to get that from John Paxson. You're not going to get that from B.J. Armstrong. You're not going to get that from Ron Harper. You're not going to get that from Derek Fisher. You're not going to get that. That's why the offense is better for that, because it actually they're never going to give you 10 assists per game. Those guys are not great ball facilitators. They're not.
How many assists you think we're going to get?
So y'all wait a minute. Y'all telling me if Chris Paul played in the triangle offense, he can't get 10 assists per game?
Chris Paul's definitely good.
Trae Young is in the triangle offense. He can't give me 10 assists per game?
Definitely would.
I don't know. I don't think so.
John Stockton in the triangle offense ain't giving me 10 assists per game?
No.
I don't fucking know.
They all run off of a
Magic Johnson.
That's how they.
Think he not getting 10 assists per game in the triangle?
I don't know.
Like
You're so quick to say that nobody can know,
That's how they
so
got
it
a lot
doesn't
of
make
assists
sense.
this game.
But y'all quick to say somebody can.
Yo, this
Yeah,
is
that's what I'm
this
saying,
is
like,
hilarious.
hypotheticals are facts
This
now.
is hilarious.
Y'all just think y'all
I know
think
hypotheticals are facts.
because if y'all motherfuckers knew it all, y'all motherfuckers would be making millions of
The
dollars.
whole show is predicated on hypotheticals because Shaq can't accept that he's not as great as today's
What
center.
the hell y'all talking about? Lamar would be coaching in the NBA. We'll be supporting Lamar at these NBA games. Hey, Johnny would be a scout for the Miami Heat right now if he knew what the hell he was talking about all the time. Y'all word ain't gold. God damn.
You know what's so funny? Hey, Lamont, you know what's so funny, Lamont? If we sat at a convention, if we sat at a convention,
Your word ain't the end all be all, man. You the same nigga saying
I'm just
he gets mad. See, they point that at me. If we were at a convention with NBA coaches and scouts, I guarantee you the person that would argue the less with them would be Lamont and I.
You can't argue.
What does that mean? What the fuck does
That means no. Wait. Are you defending Herm? Because that was at Herm. Because Herm brought up the stupid idea that because we talk the game the way we talk, somehow we should be coaches, as if coaches are going to disagree with us. As if we sat there and was talking to Phil Jackson, he's going to tell you somebody can't average 10 assists in the triangle offense. You think Phil Jackson's going to tell you nobody can average 10 assists in his offense? He'll tell you I would love somebody to average 10 assists in my offense. That's why
I don't know.
That's why bringing up stupid shit about what I am personally has nothing to do with it.
Predicated on ball movement.
Ball movement, exactly. Everybody becomes a ball facilitator.
I mean, but like if everybody's moving the ball, how you gonna average 10 assists?
Yeah, look, but you know what though? Out of the triangle, whether the guy was getting assists or not, great playmakers still were great playmakers. Paul Gasol was still a great playmaker, even though he averaged 6 assists. Scottie Pippen, even though he averaged around 5 to 7 assists, was still a great. Like you can still easily identify the best playmakers. Shaquille O'Neal never, at any point in time in his career, looked like a good playmaker. He was either average or below average. I don't care what offense you put him in. I don't care. Y'all seeing this triangle stuff? I don't care how many assists. The playmakers will always stand out. And you can't tell me a time in Shaq's career where he stood out and looked good as a playmaker ever.
I'm gonna say
That's
as
made
far
up.
as the facilitator,
You should watch that.
No, what you mean I should watch? I'm not an idiot.
I
What do you
agree.
mean? How much more?
We're talking about playmakers.
Watch that Philly series, Lamar.
I disagree.
Man, come on, man. Y'all gotta stop, man.
We're talking about on a consistent
Series.
basis.
Why I gotta watch a Philly series to know Shaq wasn't a playmaker?
Exactly. You didn't average 5 assists in your career, bro. You never averaged 5 assists not one time in his NBA career.
Hey Johnny, man, you hear this?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
When it comes to playmaking, a good playmaker is going to average.
No, Ralph. Again, we define the playmaking and the comment. Listen, Shaq, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about that playmaking. We're not talking playmaking in a big overall sense because Shaq's a shot blocker. That's playmaking. Shaq's a screener. That's playmaking. We're talking about Shaq being able to catch the ball in the post or create an offense to the point where when he has the ball in the low block that he's going to make the right decision to get the right play, even if it's a hockey assist, which is the pass that leads to the pass that leads to the score. At the end of the day, Shaquille O'Neal is not great at that, nor is he good at that. Can he do it? Yeah, he's a basketball player. Of course he can pass the ball, but he's not good at it. You're not going. He's not exactly. No, exactly. You don't give Shaq the ball. You don't give Shaq the ball in the post. Exactly. You don't give Shaq the ball in the post and say, Shaq, make a pass. You give Shaq the ball in the post to score. That's the point. And that's why you can give the ball to Joker in the post and say, yo, make the play happen. And Joker's going to either score, pass, make the right. He's just better at doing so many different things. Same thing with Sabonis. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not better scorers than Shaq, but they're better playmakers than Shaq as far as ball facilitation.
I just want to stay from what I'm saying is like as far as the facilitator from the playmaking side, I agree. But as a playmaker on the offensive end, yes, he is good. He's good because he does create the double teams as well. So that is playmaking because you're creating advantages on the offensive side, and that's the definition of playmaking.
I get the double team part, but if he can't pass out of it, don't matter. That's why when you double team Shaq, it was effective. That's why you had to get the ball. You had to get the ball to Shaq before you could double team. That's what I'm saying. Because he could.
He was so dominant in the double team, like he would dunk over double teams at times. Like
That's what I'm saying, Ralph. That's what I'm saying, Ralph. 2 dribbles. That's what he's trying to say. 2 dribbles. No crazy action. None of this. All this. I got to be out by the high top of the key. I got to be out in the high post. I'm gonna be right here. I got 2 dribbles, 2 moves, 2 counters. That's it. Before the double team gets to me, I'm gonna dominate. And if they don't get to me in time, which was most of the time, I'm gonna be able to score. I'm not getting the ball in the post, waiting for the double team to make that pass. Shaq was not waiting for the double team. Shaq was looking to see where the double team came from to see either if he can score or just pass it back out. But he wasn't trying to make an assist.
And in them Laker years, I mean, to study what he was saying, he was hitting cutters as well when the double team did come at him. So
that's true.
He did do that.
Every now and then.
Yeah, he can do that. I'm not saying he can't do that. He averaged 2.5 assists.
He started doing more and more. That's why you've seen his scoring went down a little bit to where Kobe started scoring. So I mean,
No. This is what we do, Herm. I told y'all, ladies and gentlemen, we still collecting laptop money for Herm. Because I know last night was Saturday night. Did we have a full court press last night, Lamont?
Nope.
Okay, so Herm, since you say let niggas get away with everything, get your own motherfucking show. And let's see how much you get away with. I'll show up and expose your ass there as well. Because I wait my turn to speak.
yo, my fellas, I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Ralph. Thank you. I appreciate you, Ralph. Listen, y'all holla at Ralph Alexander 65 on TikTok. He is definitely a basketball fan. Shout out to you, Ralph. And a Michael Jordan delegate. You are the man. Appreciate you, brother. Stay safe.
All right, fellas, y'all be easy.
And the reason why you don't see a lot of playmakers scoring, averaging a lot of assists out of the triangle is because no one runs it. It's one of the worst offenses to run, really.
It won't work today. The triangle is predicated on getting the ball to the inside, but with the cutters. If not, you get a mid-range shot, which is ineffective. Go ahead and do that all day. We're going to shoot these 3-pointers in your face, draining them left and right. How are you going to stop that? By playing defense, which is what they do in today's NBA. I'm going to let Kion get in because Kion's also been patient. Thank you guys again. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We are on FYF and the GOAT James Kingdom channel going live. Also on IG and Facebook in our Facebook group and our IG account. So shout out to all of you guys who showing love to us. Again, don't be afraid to subscribe to the channel. Don't be afraid to hit that like button because we do this every Sunday noon Eastern time. I don't dominate the show every Sunday, but today I'm dominating the show because I'm tired of it. I'm regulating basketball fans. Y'all got to stop letting Shaq mumbling ass tell y'all fucking lies about how great today's NBA is. Kion, tell them where you watch the game of basketball and why you still watch the game and why you know it's better than the 90s because I know Kion's going to let y'all have it. You there, Kion? I don't think Kion is there. Oh, we lost Kion. Let me move him because he always got something broken. Yeah, I'm gonna let Ruddy up because Ruddy up, and then we're gonna let I'm a crazy. Here goes y'all. Another Zesty Jeffrey with another Zesty Jeffrey logic. But let's let Ruddy Hood Sports in. Thank you, Ruddy Hood Sports, for joining us. It's been a great show. What you got for us today, brother?
What's good, man? What's good? Hope everybody's chilling, man. Hope everybody's doing good. Chat, panel, everybody. Shout out. I wasn't able to catch the entire show, but I've been here for a little bit now. So I had to, once moving to the East Coast, make my schedule a little bit more difficult. But I was able to read the description of the video, and then the little bit that I've been watching, I do got a little bit of the conversation, a gist of it. I think one of the reasons why ratings, if Shaq's just talking about TV ratings, then he's not taking streaming into account. Also, he's not taking in pirating of the NBA, and not just the NBA, but all sports. About 50% of viewership is pirated, and we're talking about billions of views, and that's just amongst all sports. So that's something he's not taking into account as to why viewership would be lacking, because today's NBA is just so much, it's just better. It's more advanced. You have more diversity. You have more parity. Just look at the Cavs. No one thought the Cavs would be 11-0 this season, playing the way that they've been playing. They beat the teams in front of them, everyone they had to beat. So it shows you how much parity and just how much this girl I used to talk to back in the day, she said she didn't watch the NBA because she felt like it was the same. This was about like 20 years ago. She felt like it was the same thing over and over again. And she said this is why she watched college basketball, because college basketball, at least you're getting something new every season. You feel me? So, but now you're starting to see this with the NBA, that every season is something different. It's a different champion. it's a different team rising up and showing and surprising you like the Timberwolves did. It's just such a better brand of basketball what we're seeing with the 3-point shot. I actually like how the 3-point shot has been implemented and been able to push the game further. So, you know what I mean? That's all I had to say. I think Shaq is just hating. You know what I mean? Because, I feel like that's the competitor in him. He wish he could still play, or he wish he was in his prime to show these boys what he would be doing if he was out there on the court. But it's whatever, man. I like what the NBA has now. It's very entertaining. It's the internet has been able to spread the brand across the globe. So yeah, I'm definitely getting into this era. I think this era is the best, most competitive era that we've seen since the NBA started. But that's all I had to say.
Good job by you, Ruddy. As you can see, you getting applause. Thank you for supporting what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. Man, yeah, I mean, I don't got nothing else to say, man. I've been saying too much today. I'm tired of arguing with you fellas because I got film, knowledge, and my words. There's nothing else I can tell y'all. Nothing else. Let's let Amma Crazy in. Amma Crazy, go ahead and tell us why we bugging and why the 90s is better than today's NBA and why today's NBA suck. Am I crazy? You there?
Are you talking to me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead. Let us know why the 90s is better than today's NBA and why today's NBA suck. Because I know that's what you want to say.
All right. No, I'm going to start off with the few plays you showed of Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
Two broken down plays. See, I've been here. I started watching, then I went to church and came back and still was here. Okay. So before I left, I heard all about how y'all talking about comparing shooting 30% from three to 43%, from anything besides three. Is that what you all were saying?
Yes. If you were shooting 43% from the field, all twos, and I shot 33% from the 3-point line, which is more efficient?
Okay, that was the question. All right. So now take that 30% from three. Because back in the day, it was a big man league. It was easier for big men to score. So the average big man don't shoot 43% from the field. So y'all comparing that to that. That's just the big man today shoots 78 to low 80 sometimes. Preferably mid 75. Take somebody like Derek Lively, for instance. What does he shoot from the field? He don't really have an offensive game, but he shoots a high percentage from the field, correct? Like I'm trying to figure out where y'all going with this. Because anybody who shoots 30-some% from the three, but you're comparing it, you're not even comparing it right. I'm confused. But the whole thing about it is shooting 30% from the three ain't really impressive to me, man. It's not. But y'all, it's a lot of empty possessions. What about when it's 3-on-1 on a fast break? And then they shoot a three and they don't get anything out of that whole possession. You see what I'm saying? There's multiple things that happen within a game that you really have to analyze, man. Shooting a bunch of threes from a bunch of people who not even considered 3-point shooters? Like what makes them 3-point shooters? You can only show us examples from Golden State when they had multiple high percentage 3-point shooters. Consistent play. That you're not gonna be able to show that showing a bunch all the other 90% of teams in the league. You see what I'm saying? That's why you keep focusing on Golden State. I'm just confused on your whole point, to be honest.
You ready for your understanding? Are you ready for your understanding? Okay. So you talked about centers. All right. Just last year alone, we had two centers that shot at least 40% from the 3-point line, and Al Horford and Naz Reid, right? Then outside of that, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have a total of 10 centers, which is a third of the league, that shoot at the 3-point line 32% or better. So to match that efficiency, that means the center that you want to give the ball to has to be shooting at least 45%, 46% from twos throughout the game. And like you said, the 30% is horrible. That's why it's better to shoot that. Because then if you're like these centers here, which 8 of them shoot above 35%, like a Miles Turner, to be better than Miles Turner's 36%, 35%, you would have to shoot 54% or 55% from the field. Who is shooting that in today's NBA?
You said from the field, correct?
From the field.
So what does Derek Lively shoot from the field, sir?
Derek Lively comes off the bench. Are you trying to say Derek Lively is?
What does the starting teammate shoot from the field?
Why are you bringing up Lively and Gafford for?
Because it's high 70s, fam. Like all the centers shoot in the high, because they shoot from. We clearly understand that it's easier to make a layup than a three, fam. That's
okay,
just
but I'm a crazy. You said you watched the Golden State film, right? Because this is another thing that I was a little bit upset about today, was because I wanted to help you guys understand it by using that film. You know why Lively can shoot 75% from the field? Because the 3-point shooters around him allows the paint to be open. So let me. Oh wait. Well, hold on, wait. He shoots. That's what he shot last year. He shot 75% from the field as far as his total field goal percentage. But let's do this. Let me show you why he's able to do that.
So we saw that in the transition play earlier. If you traditionally sag off, whether it's a drop coverage or you want to protect the paint in transition, then you have to worry about these open threes. If you come out to play the shooters behind the three-point line, then you give up space in the paint and it turns into a layup. 3 of the best shooters ever, and then a system that takes advantage of all their gravity, movement, and space based on feeding the right player in the right spot from the elbow, from the three-point line. That's Draymond's role as a point guard. That's Andre Iguodala off the bench as a passer. He's in right now. There's that ball pressure, physicality. And right on cue, another layup. So let's see what happens. Griffin hits the ball, maybe a double dribble. Now, why is DeAndre Jordan way out of the paint? Well, last time his man set a screen, he was too far dropped back. So this time he comes way out. Curry gets by his man, and now because these 2 defenders are occupied on the super shooters, no one's left at the basket for Iguodala. Curry, Durant, Draymond, they all had the ability to attack and playmake off the dribble, which was the perfect complement to the rest of the offensive system that we've discussed.
So to answer your question, I'm a crazy. The reason Lively can have a 74% field goal shooting percentage is because the 3-point shooting of his team allows him to have the little 5 shots he takes per game to make about 4 of them, because they're easy layups. They make it easier for him to dominate in the paint because they're dominating in the perimeter. That's what they were talking about with Golden State. In fact, they went further and explained how the Golden State Warriors had one of the highest percentage in assists to layups. So 70% of the Warriors' layups were assisted. So that means that's ball movement, that's back cut doors, that's predicated on the idea that you have to guard the perimeter and you're leaving the paint open, which is the easiest shot to get, which is what we've been explaining to you the whole time. The reason teams shoot a lot of threes is so that they can have access to the paint.
71% of their layups were assisted. That is the best we have on record. For the last quarter century plus, we have play-by-play stats and things like that back to the late 90s. And that is the best we have on record except for the 2018 version of this team, which was about 72% of their layups that were assisted. So we think of them as this jump shooting team. That was the moniker that was attached to them. They actually were 5th in the league in 3-point attempts. And because they were so effective at using their movement and their shooting and setting up shots to create opportunities, they combined that with the spacing and the passing to make layups and shots around the basket, the highest value shots in basketball, more available and easier.
Okay, now in that clip you showed, where was Curry ranked at as far as an NBA player, sir?
Where is he ranked? Here in GOAT James Kingdom, he's ranked outside of the top 20.
No, and during that. He was outside of the top 20 in that clip you just played. He was not a top 20 player. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're talking about when he was around that year. He was a top 5 player in the league.
Exactly. What was KD, sir?
Top 5 player in the league.
Okay, where would you put Klay Thompson?
Top 20.
As far as shooting.
Oh, they're all top 5 shooters in the league at that time.
Exactly. So you're showing a clip where you three of the top 5 shooters all on the same team. That is the only example. Is that what you're trying to tell me? You're trying to show me this? You're putting 3 top 5 NBA 3-point shooters on the same team. That is the only thing you can show me about how this thing works. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm showing you how teams use the 3-point line to be effective and to make the game exciting.
One team used the 3-point line. You're not showing
No, because what Shaq mentioned was how everybody's doing exactly what they were doing, and he doesn't believe that they're as good as the Warriors doing it, which I would agree. They're not going to be as good as the 2017 or the 2018 Warriors, but today's NBA, the way they play the game, is exactly how they played it, and there's a lot of great shooters on a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams that have 3 great shooters on the roster.
Is there any teams that have 3 top 5 shooters on their roster?
Again, they have 3 great shooters. You just need great shooters. You don't need the top 5. You don't have to have the top 5. You just need great shooters.
Name me the team with 3 great shooters on their team. Great shooters.
Great 3-point shooters?
But
that's
what does
easy.
that have
Hold
to do
on.
when multiple teams run similar offenses?
Hold on, wait. No, he asked a question. I'm going to answer his question because, again, these guys...
A lot of those shots are considered bad damn shots, man.
They're not bad shots. They're, again, if you're hitting them at 35, 36, 37%, they're good shots. So let's start with
Is Valanciunas on the list for your centers that can shoot 3?
3 great shooters on Dallas Mavericks. We got Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Luka Doncic. That's one team. Are they as good? Are they top 5 shooters? No, I told you want teams that have 3 great shooters. I'm giving you teams that have 3 great shooters. Continue. We'll go on to the what's it called? Cleveland Cavaliers. They have Sam Mitchell, they have Garland, and they also have Wade. And we don't even want to count what's his name, Morrell, but we can just count Wade because Wade plays a lot more minutes and he gets on the floor. Same thing with Karis LeVert, who shoots 47% from the field. That team has a bunch of 3-point shooters as well. Let's go to another team here. I mean, we can go down the line. I told you there was
Which team don't? Which team don't?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Which team don't?
Exactly.
These players that y'all considering as great shooters, stop it, man. Like we already know that Dallas didn't have 3. Dallas got Klay Thompson. They didn't have him last year. So you seen them what, a 10 game sample size.
You asked name a team with 3 great 3-point shooters, and they did that, and you're complaining. I'm gonna give you 3 more. I'm gonna give you 5 because Phoenix has KD, they have Booker, they have Bill, they have Grayson Allen, and they have Royce O'Neal.
The Warriors right now got 3 great shooters, and they don't even have Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson. They have 3 great shooters over there.
They got Moody, they got Steph, they have Buddy Hield.
They're not winning the game. Like I'm trying to figure out your technique, man. Like, cause you.
No, you're not. You're not listening. Cause I explained it very well. Everything that I stated was very articulate, was very concise. I've even given you video. I told you if you shoot 35, 36, 37% from the 3-point line, you're a good shooter. You're good enough to shoot the ball more than somebody who shoots 50% from the field. That's the point.
Ball can hit the 3. Miles Bridges can hit the 3. Brandon Miller can hit the 3. What are you talking about?
We just told you that there was 70 players that have they shot over 40% from the 3-point land.
You said name a team with 3 3-point shooters on it that were doing that.
I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you a simple question. 38. I'm asking a simple question. I shoot 36% from the 3-point land. What do you have to shoot from 2-point land to be more efficient than me?
You said 50-something or something like that. Now,
again,
36% 3-point shooters. Okay. Now, what do you do for mid-range, sir? Because that's where the game is really at. Because the best
no, it's not.
Mid-range game.
No, it's not.
You
Okay, wait. One boy, I got this. One boy, I got this. One boy. Listen, I ask you again. The NBA shoots on average 42% from the mid-range. How good are you? Okay, if you shoot 42% from mid-range and I'm shooting 36% from three-point land, who wins that game?
Yeah, but who's shooting 40-something% from the field? What are you talking about? You're not
mid-range shots. Mid-range shots, it on average is 42%. The three-point shot on average is 36%. So I ask you again, I'm shooting 36% from the three-point line. You're shooting 42% just mid-ranges. Who scores more?
You would score more if we shot all mid-range. Who's going to shoot all mid-range?
That's why you don't shoot it. That's why you don't shoot it. It's less efficient. Why am I going to take a 20-foot shot, 18-foot shot when I can step back and take a 24-footer and hit a three-pointer?
It's not less efficient from 5 foot from the rim, man.
Yeah. 5 foot from the rim is not mid-range. 5 foot from the rim is not mid-range. 5 foot from the rim is not mid-range. 5 foot from the rim. Now wait. Now you're correct. At the rim is the most efficient shot because they shoot it at over 62% in NBA. So that means it's better than shooting 36% from the three-point line. So if you can get the ball to the paint, that's your number one option. But again, to do that, you have to have shooters in today's NBA. If you don't have shooters, you'll never get to the 62% highest efficient shot.
Did you agree that shooting from 5 feet is better than shooting from the three? You just agreed to that, correct?
Yeah, that's at the rim.
That was my only point, fam.
Nobody argued that.
That you saying shooting from the three against somebody shooting from 5 feet is more consistent. It's not. It's impossible.
No, it's easier to shoot from the three-pointer than it is to get the shot from the actual 5 feet. That's why. It's harder to get that shot. That 5 foot shot is not as easy to get anymore. So to get it as easy and as productive as you want it to be, you have to be able to shoot from the perimeter. That's the point. If you can't shoot from the outside, you're not going to get that 5 foot shot. You're not going to get at the rim. That's not going to be available to you.
So even though it's harder to get that shot, it's still shot at a higher clip.
It's harder to get to, so it's again, for me to get the shot, I must be able to shoot the three. If I can't shoot the ball from the perimeter, I'll never get it.
This is literally like talking to a wall.
May I please say something?
You're just wasting your time. It's like talking to a wall.
Go ahead, one boy.
You explained this for the last 4 hours, and he's coming up here saying the dumbest shit ever.
He just admitted that shooting 60-some% from the field, which is what they're shooting, is better than 30-some% from the three-point line. That's all.
And they still shoot at the rim. They still take shots at the rim. So that's not the problem.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Who the hell is getting 5 foot shots all game long? Come on now. Let's be serious now.
A lot of the great scorers that can shoot from three, what do you think they do when they can't get the shot off from three? They either take the mid-range, some of them got the ability to play above the rim and dunk on your head, or some got to lose floaters, mid-range shots. Look at Booker. He's a 3-level scorer.
All the dominant players in today's NBA are dominant. All the dominant players in today's NBA are good at the rim and good at three-point shooting. That mid-range shit, it doesn't work.
Okay,
you can be,
SGA
it doesn't work.
Not one of the best players.
Yeah, SGA gets to the rim at will.
As well as and why does he get to the rim? Because he has a great mid-range game, correct?
No, he gets to the rim because he's very skilled. He can dribble and get past the defender. Then nobody's playing off of playing close to him because they don't want to give him a mid-range shot. They're playing close to him because they don't want him to get around. In fact, they'd rather him shoot the three-pointer than get to the rim because he gets to the rim at a very easy rate. He'll kill you all day long because that's better than shooting a three or a mid-range. So you're actually letting him shoot the mid-range if anything because he's less efficient there than anywhere else on the court.
And he can hit free throws too.
He's more efficient at the mid-range than he is at the three.
No, he's not. He's not more efficient at the mid-range. Why you keep saying that? You keep saying it for no reason.
Because you're only adding the fact that he only shoots what, two, three threes a game. If he shot more threes,
I'm adding the fact that he doesn't shoot the mid-range He doesn't shoot the mid-range above 50%. That's why. He shoots the mid-range around 45%, which is still not going to be better than his three-point shooting or what he does at the rim. That's the point. The more efficient shot is the three-pointer or at the rim. That's it. Like, I don't understand why you guys can't accept this. It's not hard math.
Five layups is not equivalent to 4 3-pointers. Let's just put it like that.
So SGA last year from mid-range, like I stated before, shot 45%. At the rim, he shot 74%, 73%. That is way better. I would rather him take the mid-range at 45%. I'm sorry, he shot 47% last year. It was 47% from mid-range, and he shot 73% at the rim. So I would rather give him that mid-range at 47% because he's going to kill me at the rim.
Did you calculate Did you calculate all his points up to how many points he scored from mid-range and how many points he scored from three and how many points he scored from?
Yes. He takes less than 10% of his shots, which is the least amount of shots he takes from mid-range. Then the second least amount of shots he takes at three-pointers. The most shots he takes is about like the mid-post area, which is similar, close to the mid-range, but more closer to the paint. And then the second most shot is at the rim. So more than about 70% of his shots are taken within 16 feet.
And you added up those points per position. Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's not per possession. I'm giving you the percentage amount of shots he takes. So at the rim, he takes 25% of shots. So one out of every 4 shots that he has is at the rim. Then from 3 to 10 feet, he takes about 22% of his shots there. So over 45% of his shots are taken within 10 feet of the rim. Then from 10 to 16 feet, because in reality, mid-range is anywhere between 15 to 22 feet, he takes 26% of his shots. But the true mid-range that we see here that they have on Basketball Reference is 16 to 3 feet. He takes 8% of his shots there.
Okay.
And he takes 18% of his shots from the three-point land.
Now the total of points that he has from mid-range and close-up on the basket and three-point point. Do you have those totals? Is what you're telling me?
You want to know? He doesn't.
In the mid-range, which that's a complete lie.
He scores more. Yes, he scores more points from the three-point line. Of course he does, because he takes more shots from those areas and he shoots better from there. He's more efficient from there.
I'm talking about the total amount of points.
Yes, the total amount of points. If he takes 8% of his shots and he shoots 47% from there, it's not enough to beat the 18% of the shots he takes at 35% from three-point land, nor is it going to be better than the 25% of the shots he makes at 73%. He's still better. He scores more points at 3 points, and he scores more points at the rim than anywhere else on the basketball court.
How many shots does he shoot from three per game?
He takes 18% of his shots from the three-point land, and he shot last year 3.6 per game.
3.6 per game. So you want to round?
Yes.
Okay. So he shot 3.6 per game. And
so okay, he took 20 shots. He took 20 shots per game. He took 20 shots per game, right? 8% of those were mid-range. So that means he took 2 shots per game at mid-range. That at 40%, he scored 2 points per game. He scored 2 points per game. He scored 2 points per game at mid-range. He scored more than that on three-pointers. Huh? That's not a lot.
8%.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen?
SGA shoot 80% of his shots come from mid-range. That's a lot.
Listen to what I told you. 8% of the 20 shots per game that he took were from the mid-range. So that means he took 2 shots per game at the mid-range. With that number, he made 1 shot per game at mid-range. It was really less than 1 shot.
Mid-range shots in the fourth quarter, man. That's a lot.
Not in the fourth quarter. Why are you bringing up fourth quarter? I'm talking about for the game. He only shot 20 shots per game. If 8% of them are mid-range, what's the number, my friend? What is 8% of 20 shots?
That's a lie. You don't, like you're saying 8%. That is a complete lie.
Why don't you just tell us the number? No, you just tell us the number since we're lying. Just tell us the number.
I can watch 2 games from SGA and know.
No, tell us the number. Since you don't understand math, you just tell us the number. Just tell us the number, so we can just end this. Just tell us the number.
He don't watch OKC play basketball. He don't watch OKC play. He's a liar.
He's showing up running his mouth like he know everything, but just tell us then, since we don't know it.
We're giving you all these numbers. He says, look, they based off what? What are you saying he's elite at mid-range for? Now, 47% is elite at mid-range. I'm not even going to lie. And as of right now, today's NBA, he's shooting 60% for the games that started. But his career is 45%, which is good. I'm not going to say that's not good, but I don't know why y'all keep getting that he's elite because he doesn't take that many of those shots.
If he's shooting 8% at 20 attempts, that's less than 2 a game.
That's a lie, man.
So you telling me So you telling me Basketball Reference is lying? Is that what you're saying? Basketball Reference is lying.
Saying that SGA shoots 8% from of these 8% of his shots come from mid range is complete lies, man.
Okay, what is it? What is it? What is it?
I don't know what to tell you then, brother. I really don't know what to tell you.
No, he's going to tell us what it is because he keeps saying it's not true.
I'm looking at it right here. Let me ask you a question.
No, he said he's Googling you.
Oh wait. What is? Let me ask you a question, Brandon. What is? Let me look at it again. What is 0.083?
So what? 20 attempts?
Yeah. If we did it by percentage, if we did percentage wise, right, and I gave you 0.083, how do you get me a whole percentage? You move the decimal point 2 points, correct?
It says that he shoots 6.3 mid-range jumpers per game. 6.3. That is way more than 8% of his shots. If you yourself said he shoots 20 shots per game.
What season he does that in, and where are you looking that up at?
I just Googled it. It says SGA of Oklahoma City Thunder averages 6.
Where is that 6.6 coming from? Where is that 6.6 coming from?
I have a stat.
Go ahead, PK.
P5.
I'm sorry, P5. Yeah, appreciate you. My bad.
You're good. On NBA.com, with the 2024 regular season, it says that SGA took 7.4 pull-ups in the mid-range last year. Does that mean anything to you? He took 7.
Okay, so we're going off of let's go to NBA because NBA.com does tell us exactly what mid-range is because I'm going off of Basketball Reference and I'm using 16 feet.
Right? Because different sites have different technical distances. But
Understood. I agree with you.
In the 2-point field goal range, it says that SGA took them at a 37.3% frequency of all his shots, and he shot it at 52% on 2-point pull-ups.
Third of his shots, not 8% of his shots.
And he took 7.4 of them. Now, there's different definitions, so I'm not saying you're wrong, Johnny. But I'm just saying on NBA.com.
No. I'm going off of Basketball Reference and going by 16 to 3-point line, which is what I understand is mid-range shooting. I didn't go to NBA.com, which I'm going to go to right now, and I'm going to go to the mid-range shooting, and I'm going to pick up SGA's mid-range shooting from last season.
Where I'm seeing this from is I'm on Shots dashboard on SGA for the 2023-24 season. You'll see it on general.
No, I got you, brother. I got you.
That's where I found mine.
Again, y'all not using. I don't think that site is more credible than Basketball Reference, but let's do this again. I like information. I don't run from facts. So if you're telling me he took 7 shots per game, let's go to OKC. Last year, 2024, mid-range shots. Let's go here. All right.
Per 100 shots he takes.
All right, SGA last year from mid-range took 336 shots from mid-range. How many games did he play? Matter of fact, let me do it per game instead of totals. Here we go here. Per game, mid-range. All right. Here we go. SGA last year from 2024 season for the entire NBA season took 4.5 mid-range shots per game at 49.5% shooting, which is actually really, really great. So his 49% shooting from mid-range is still less efficient than at the rim, which he shot at 69%, and from his three-pointers, which was 35%. So you can give him as much mid-range as you want to. It's not more efficient than the 69% he shoots at the rim and the 35% he shoots from the three-point line.
So you agree that he shoots more than 8% from mid range? Is that what you're telling me right now, sir?
Again, I got that from Basketball Reference. If we're gonna go off of what this is here, he takes about a quarter of his shots, close to a quarter of his shots from the mid range.
Wrong, but at least you're getting up there. At least it's way. That's more than double than 8%, correct?
That is more than double 8%, but again, I'm actually using real information, not bullshit like you were using. Again, I was using Basketball Reference. Originally, I was using Basketball Reference, which doesn't tell you the exact mid-range. We went to NBA.com because NBA.com actually gives us the actual mid-range shots because they actually do track it. And last year, for the 2024 regular season, SGA shot 4.5 per game at 49% at the mid-range. Now, we don't know what footage that is.
You said 8%. What were you using then?
I was using Basketball Reference, who says that from 16 to 3 feet, he shot 8.3% of his shots there. That's what I was using. And like I told you, mid-range is considered 15 feet to the 3-point line. So when we're talking about the 26% of the shots that he takes from 10 to 16 feet, some of that includes the mid-range shooting, which is why you should go to NBA.com for such stats as mid-range shooting, because you'll get the accurate number. So the accurate number is 4.5 shots per game out of the 20 shots he takes, which is about 20-something percent, little less than 25%. But he also, again, is more efficient and more effective at the rim. He takes more shots at the rim, and he takes more three-pointers as well.
Okay, so it's not 8%, it's a little bit under 25%, which is triple the amount of what you originally said. Correct, sir?
Again, I told you where I got the 8% from. So what, you feel like you got a victory because of that?
No, I'm just saying, fam, a lot of things...
You saying a lot, but you ain't saying shit that's smart.
It doesn't be... It ain't true.
Anyways, you guys got to do a better job showing up on a Sunday afternoon, because when shows like this pop up, I'll be on my A game. I don't play no games with y'all. I'm not gonna let on none of these zesty Jeffrey Logics come through Goat James Kingdom. That shit gets stopped.
I want to ask, hey Johnny, do you count 10 to 16 feet as mid range?
It's not. It's 15 feet and beyond.
Okay, so because like a lot of what SGA does, right? He gets to the rim all he wants. What you're looking at from 16 to 3-point, that's like a deep two. That's a deep two. It doesn't take many of those, right? So if that's what you consider mid range, that's fine. But what SGA does so well, because like what he does in his in between game, he'll break down a defender. He moves very well, very agile. He'll get to his spot, and usually his quote unquote mid range jumpers, they're closer to the rim. Like they're closer mid range shots. They're not deep twos. So like that's why I think it's a little bit flawed what you're saying, because I don't think the 16 to 3-point is what I guess a mid range is. But I mean, if that's what you're saying, it's fine. But a lot of what SGA does is still working outside of the paint and taking shots.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Anything inside 15 feet could be considered the paint, because the free throw line is 15 feet away from the rim.
Yeah, but also SGA takes a lot of shots from the baseline. And that's
I got you there. That's why they've always considered to be anything outside of 15 feet. So if you're taking a 10-foot baseline jumper, I don't think they consider that mid range.
Well, it's whatever you prefer, I guess. But SGA,
I'm that's not me. I'm just saying because I really don't know, because there's no when we go.
I'm not talking about just you, because I know how people look at it, right?
Yeah, it's confusing. It is confusing. It's confusing.
But at the same time, I get what you're saying, bro. Like a lot of what SGA does is in the in-between game, and it is outside of the paint. It's just more on the wing and in the baseline sometimes. But he doesn't take a whole lot of deep twos. Like that's kind of the thing with SGA. He doesn't take deep twos. He'll get to the rim, or he'll take those little baseline or mid-range jumpers from like the wing or whatnot, or he'll get to the rim. His three-point shooting, I mean, it's improved. I don't think it's all that great. I think teams concede SGA 3 sometimes, or not concede them, but they'll live with it more than him like working in it on his.
That's all scores, but like Steph and Dave, they'll live with their twos, but not their threes.
Yeah, but they also step back too. If you're 22 feet from the rim, you'll just step back and take a 3-pointer. You see what I'm saying? Like, because at that point in time, it's gonna be a more efficient shot. That's just the point. Like the idea that even him shooting
is a more
40,
efficient shot. That is true.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even him shooting 49%.
It's a long two.
Yeah, exactly. No, but even
it's a long two. 22 foot is a long two.
Yeah, P5. Think about this: shooting 49% from mid range is elite. I'm not even gonna lie. That's incredible. That's phenomenal. But even at that, yeah, shooting average, which is 35% from 3-point land, is still more efficient. So.
I think
so that's the point. So like you said, SGA does a great job going downhill. He does a great job of creating offense as well because he's a good playmaker and ball facilitator. And he does have the mid-range game. I'm not saying he doesn't have it, but he doesn't. That's not his game. His game is not predicated on using the mid-range to get all his other shots. He gets all his other shots. Yeah, he gets his other shots, and then he just gets the mid-range, like Brandon said, when it's there, it's available. You didn't give me the three, I can't get to the paint, I'll pull up and hit this mid-range. You see what I'm saying?
It depends on the defense he's looking at, because if the defense he's looking at isn't giving him a lane to the rim, and they're kind of backing the paint,
that's every player. It depends on the defense. That's every player. Depends on the defense. He shoots 20% of his shots from the 15 to the three-point line. That's simple as that. Like he's going to try to get to the paint. Main thing he's trying to do is get to the paint.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Everyone's seen him play. We're not new to watching him play basketball. We know how he plays basketball.
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is he's an elite mid-range shooter. I think that much is clear. But
no,
I do also agree though that the three-pointer and the layup is more efficient than the mid-range nowadays. I do agree with that. I don't know who disagrees with that.
Yeah. But the logic is that being supposedly an elite mid-range shooter is better than anything else, and that's the zesty Jeffrey logic, and that's obviously something you don't subscribe to, which we don't subscribe to neither. Again, it's great to have a mid-range game, right? It's great to be able to shoot on any spot of the floor, but we know great scorers that don't have a mid-range game, and we know a bunch of great scorers that can't get to the rim as well because they can shoot a lot of threes. So at the end of the day, it's what, like you said, you have a skill set. And it is the coach's job to apply that skill set on the basketball court. But in today's NBA, for you to be a productive winning team, you have to have a lot of shooters so that you can have access to that paint. Because if you don't have guys like a Jalen Williams and a Lou Dart and all those guys who can hit the three-pointers and catch and shoot, and even a guy like Chet, right? Because even, remember Shaq and JJ Redick talked about how they have this play where they let Chet like drag in the transition so that he can get that top of the key three. Right, but you know what I'm saying. While SGA's crashing, right, like he says, he does that flare cut to the basket, and the defense crashes, and then you just dump it off to the trailing Chet, who can hit that 3-point at the top of the key. So again, you use the 3-pointer to get to the paint, and vice versa. And it's no different than back in the days, other than the fact is that they just play better defense today. So you just have to be better at scoring, which is basically what it is. Players are just better. They figure out ways. They'll get the mismatches. That's how it is. They'll get mismatches. They don't try to get the mismatch because people don't play defense. The reason you're getting Jaden McDaniels off of Luka for the defensive player of the year is because Jaden McDaniel plays fucking great defense. Just that simple.
Yeah. But also, to all gravy in the chat, SGA, you're right. SGA is not a three-point shooter. He's not a layup merchant. What he does so well is he gets into that like in-between game, and that's why I think is great to have in the NBA. That's why Luka's so good. That's why SGA is so good. And have a great in-between game where you can kind of get whatever shot you want, whether you're in isolation or get a shot for anybody else, anybody else when you're in the in-between game. That's what's great to have in the NBA now.
It works in the regular season, but when you get to the playoffs, and that's why a lot of those guys struggle in the playoffs, is because when teams just let you have that and it's not falling, it becomes the worst thing to rely on. It really does. It's better to just, like I said, it's better to just keep the ball movement. That's why I like today's NBA better, because they move the ball a lot more, and it's more fluid that way. I like the idea of the ball movement and all these players doing all these crazy cuts and all these screens going on, because it just makes a better game of basketball. The idea of slowing it down, like how people say LeBron does, is really not good basketball. You got to move the ball. In fact, I like the 13 assist LeBron more than the 30-point per game LeBron, to be honest with you. When LeBron was playing like he was playing the other night, that was beautiful basketball. That was just fucking beautiful. Those dimes LeBron was throwing was fucking incredible. Like, it was just perfect basketball. I was like, man, that's the LeBron I love.
For sure. But I'm not gonna tell you, I don't think SGA and Luka really struggled all that much having that great in between game in the playoffs. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think they really struggled. But yeah, in between game, that's what elevates, I think, you as a scorer, because that just means you can do whatever you want inside the 3-point line. SGA's 3-point shooting, though, you can never sell me on SGA's 3-point shooting. It's just not good. I don't think he's a great 3-point shooter. You can never sell me.
35% is good enough. It's better than his mid range.
You can't sell me on it. In the playoffs, it was great. I'm not saying it's more or less efficient than his mid range. I'm just saying it's not good.
He doesn't shoot that many of them though. He like as y'all can see, he does. Like I said, it's just like his mid range game. If you give it to him, he'll take it. If not, he's gonna get to the paint and he's gonna try to open up. You know what I'm saying? Like saying, oh, he's a playmaker. He's a playmaker as well. He's just a great scorer. He's just really consistent. That's what I like about him. He doesn't he plays within the pace of the game. Like he doesn't try to take over.
He's not He's not jacking up the three. That's definitely not. He's taking more this year, but he's not shooting the ball well at all. So far, it's a small sample.
Yeah, man. But, so listen, we're gonna get up out of here because this is starting to become one of the Lamont lives. We're about to go to 7 hours with this build. That's too much. This was a great live though because we had to have this conversation. Brandon, thank you for bringing it up. You get the last words, Brandon. Whatever it is you want to tell them, let them know because I think I've said enough.
No, I don't have any last words. We talk about everything and how ridiculous Shaq sound because he feels that his playing style is always going to be the best. He thinks he could average 50 points a game today. I don't know why, but that's just what he thinks. So no matter what Shaq says, Shaq thinks he's right.
Oh, Shaq.
Yeah, you heard what Shaq said, P5?
What does Shaq say? Did Shaq say he's going to average 60?
No, let's just go ahead and play it. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. As we always told y'all, we go live every Sunday noon to talk about the GOAT conversation and basically basketball in general because we're real basketball fans and we love the game of basketball. Brandon and I do this. We are the Clutch Sports Hitmen. Also, check out the membership in GOAT James Kingdom. As we take care of our members, we have different perks, different situations for all of our members. So definitely check that out. Thank you to Travis. Thank you to Craig. Thank you to King John for showing up every Sunday like they do, for doing what they do. Thank for everybody who's here right now and everybody who joined in. Thank you to Lamont for allowing us to be a part of his platform as well. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to leave you with the sad words of Shaq trying to defend his legacy.
I have a theory that it's down because we're looking at the same thing. Everybody's running the same plays at the damn top of the key, dribble handoff. I was talking to a coach yesterday. He said they want to shoot 53s. But, they were trying to contemplate if I could play in this era. And it's like, yo, Shaq, we would just shoot 53s. And I was like, well, how much you want to make? We want to make about 10 or 15 of them. I was like, well, that's not going to help you win. But I think everybody's looking at the same thing. And Steph Curry and those guys messed it up. Like, I don't mind Golden State back in the day shooting threes, but every team's not a three-point shooter. So why everybody has the same strategy, I think it makes the game boring. I remember back in our day, man, Utah was going to run some, the Clippers was going to run some, the Lakers had the triangle, Miami had the floppy. Every team, we had to have an hour and a half shoot around to try to stop other team plays. Now it's everything, you switch everything. You got Victor Wembanyama guarding goddamn Donovan Mitchell at the top of the key. That ain't no good basketball. So I think viewership will continue to go down unless we switch things back up.
If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.
See, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
You got knocked the fuck out, bitch! Yeah.